French intertitles into English.
It was a wonderful gift.
William Gillette was Sherlock Holmes on stage from 1899 until he helped write and acted in the 1916 silent film called Sherlock Holmes.
A fascinating combination of an aristocrat and bohemian who has this extraordinary ability to see the world and make deductions that astonish friends and readers alike.
Merritt says no one alive had seen William Gillette.
Defining what Holmes looked like, how he moved, what he sounded like for a generation. And the subsequent performers have either built on that or reacted against it.
Merritt says it was a relatively straightforward process to do a facelift.
There's not a single frame of moving footage that was lost. And we had a complete record of what the color codes were, how the film was tinted.
For more information, go to the distributor's website, flickeralley.com. Jan Sluicer, San Francisco.
And that's it for America in the Morning for Monday, November 2nd, 2015. Our producer is Joe Ramsey, senior producer Kevin Delaney. Find Jim Bohannon at jimbotalk.net. For Jim Bohannon, I'm John Trout. This is Westwood One.
Segretti.
And on top,
You should be doing for your AC system right now. Great Floors is proud to sponsor the Money Pit on KMAS. And for over 40 years, they've been proud to provide quality flooring for the Northwest families and businesses from showrooms throughout Puget Sound. We invite you to visit your Lacey Great Floors on Martin Way and shop the Northwest's largest in-stock selection of carpet, hardwood, and vinyl from America's top mills, all ready to install in your home. And Great Floors is now your source for natural stone and quartz countertops, too. Visit greatfloors.com today. A shed is a great storage and utility home improvement, but before you buy one or build one, check local building codes for restrictions and permit requirements. Also think about what your shed will be made of. In addition to wood, you can buy prefabricated sheds made from metal or vinyl. Choose wisely and you'll have years of satisfaction in store.
you can do it yourself.
But you don't have to do it alone. For more tips, go to moneypit.com.
Tom Hartman is live and waiting for your call from 9 to noon weekdays on KMAS Shelton, AM 1030, FM 1033, and KMAS.com.
Here's the latest from ABC News. I'm Karen Chase. Investigators say it's too soon to know what brought a Russian passenger jet down in Egypt, but a spokesman for the airline is convinced an outside force did it, saying a mechanical problem couldn't have made the plane break apart. ABC's Alex Marquardt has the latest from Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt.
The executives of this airline, Metrojet, gave a press conference just a short time ago in Moscow and said that this plane, an Airbus 321, was mechanically in good shape and that the causes of this crash could only be due to what they called external forces.
The plane's black boxes are in good shape and are now being examined. You may want to skip that burger for lunch. A Nebraska company is recalling 167,000 pounds of ground beef because of possible E. coli contamination. The boxes, shipped by All American Meats of Omaha, are marked sell by November 3rd. It was an exceptionally scary Halloween for kids in the Philadelphia area who were given dangerous candy. ABC's Scott Goldberg has the gory details.
Needles in candy have long been some parents' Halloween nightmare.
Unfortunately, you can't trust everything that's in every piece of candy that's wrapped.
And apparently this year it's not just an urban legend in Kennett Square, Pennsylvania, where Miguel Luna says his friends found
needles inside Twix, and some people found them inside sneakers.
There were similar reports in Minnesota and Ohio, prompting this advisory from some police.
When the candy is unwrapped and things like that, just double check.
Scott Goldberg, ABC News.
The number sickened in an E. coli outbreak linked to Chipotle's in Oregon and Washington is now at least 17, and health officials say it'll probably rise significantly as victims hear about it. 43 restaurants have been shut down. Mets fans are singing the blues, and Kansas City fans are singing another song entirely. The Royals beat the Mets 7-2 in 12 innings to win the World Series in 5 games, their first title since 1985. This is ABC News.
Attention business owners. We know that owning a business means getting things done right now. So if your right now list includes a new building, call the Right Now Company. General Steel. We can design a building for your business quickly and save you thousands of dollars. That's right, thousands. You may think General Steel only builds large projects or that you can't afford General Steel quality. Well, check these prices. How about a 40 by 60 foot building for under $22,000? Or even a 50 by 100 for under $35,000? That's right, a 5,000 square foot building for under $35,000. And these buildings all have General Steel quality. Best of all, you can still order a building and have it delivered in time to build this year. How's that for right now? So don't delay. Call General Steel today at 888-98-STEEL. That's 888-98-STEEL. Need more planning? No problem. General Steel can help you with that right now. Call General Steel and be in your new building this year. 888-98-STEEL. That's 888-987-8335.
It was another ho-hum weekend for Hollywood movie makers. ABC's Jason Nathanson has the latest lackluster numbers.
A rough weekend for Sandra Bullock.
This is a crisis.
And Bradley Cooper.
I want to make amends for Paris.
Her new political pick, Our Brand is Crisis, and his new foodie film, Burnt, failed to ignite the box office. 5th place in an estimated $5 million for him. 8th place in an estimated $3.4 million for her. That's Bullock's worst opening by far.
Wake up. This is war.
The 4 showings contributed to the slowest weekend of the year so far at the box office. The Martian won the weekend again with just over 11 million. Goosebumps and Bridge of Spies round out the top 3. Jason Nathanson, ABC News, Hollywood.
Jennifer Lawrence and Hunger Games co-stars Josh Hutcherson and Liam Hemsworth made another mark on Hollywood by putting their handprints in cement outside the TCL Chinese Theater. In remarks afterward, Lawrence said she didn't know they were going to have to make speeches. She then said, "We're very grateful." She thinks she can say that on behalf of everyone there for the Hunger Games series. Karen Chase, ABC News.
Local news is brought to you by Shelton Health and Rehabilitation Center. Find them online at sheltonhealthandrehab.com.
You're listening to KMAS News Radio. I'm Marilyn Foster. The Shelton School District's Community Open Forum last week focused on school safety and security. Police Chief Darren Moody and Superintendent Alex Apostle led a discussion on best practices to keep schools and the community safe. Dr. Apostle joined Daybreak to share more about that discussion.
We're in the process of continuing to refine our system. The first threat that we had at Shelton High School, I think we could have done a better job. But the second threat that we've had, we reacted very nicely and communicated through various channels what was going on. So there's some internal and external issues that we're focusing upon to make sure that we're doing everything possible to protect our students, our staff.
The second safety threat Dr. Apostle referred to happened last week. He says communication is key.
We have what's a robocall, where we can communicate with our parents, but there's other ways that might even be better, and we're looking at all options as we move forward. Again, this is a process that's under constant refinement.
The date for the next open forum this month hasn't yet been set, but we'll let you know as soon as it's announced. 5 lakes in Thurston County are under health advisories for toxic blue-green algae. The advisory affects Black, Deep, Long, Pattison, and Scott Lakes. The county health department advises people to stay out of the water, and anglers are asked to practice catch and release until the advisories are lifted. Warning signs are posted at community access points on each lake. The lakes will be monitored. After consecutive years of record wildfire damage, the Washington State Department of Natural Resources is asking legislators for help controlling future wildfires. The agency is asking the legislature for an additional $24,279,000 to equip and train more in-state wildland firefighters and make forests and communities more resistant to the mega blazes that have swept Washington. DNR is responsible for preventing and fighting wildfires on 13 million acres of private, state, and tribal-owned forest lands. Commissioner of Public Lands, Peter Goldmark, said we must confront the reality of a longer, more difficult fire season, adding that we will not let the evergreen state become the wildfire state. The funding package would provide aid to local fire districts, modernize communication equipment, and aviation experts to dispatch helicopters and airplanes, and train local, tribal, state, and contracted firefighters to work together. More than 1,500 wildfires burned over 1 million acres in Washington this summer. I'm Mary Lynn Foster, your local news at AM 1030 and FM 103.3, and always on KMAS.com.
Somebody called classified has tempted me to answer. That's an interesting, plus there's a big picture of the gray on this guy's Skype. So classified, hello.
Mr. Bell, can you hear me?
I can.
I have to keep this very brief, so I'll get to the point. I was involved with an organization that hacked into classified NSA servers, top secret.
Seriously?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, seriously?
Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell, live weeknights 9 to midnight on KMAS. Ascend Roofing Company in Shelton's on top of it. 868-2730. Roofing work that speaks for itself.
Just a note to express our appreciation for restoring our faith in a handshake. You did what you said you would, and that's all anyone can expect.
We truly appreciate the work that was done. And your son Ryan is a wonderful representative of your company. Thank you again for making the gutters clean and our roof moss resistant.
You could be the next happy customer by calling Ascend Roofing. 868-2730.
Royals are champs. Bronx and Bengals win again. Hi, everybody. Todd Ant reporting on sports.
Davis comes to the plate. Strike three called. It's over. They've done it.
On KCSP in Kansas City, the Royals are champions of baseball, and they did it. And what's become their MO in the postseason, a 7-2 comeback victory, trailing 2-0 heading into the ninth. The Royals went to work, tied the game, and that set up.
The pitch and a breaking ball lined into left field. That's a base hit. Cologne has driven in the go-ahead run. Dyson has scored.
On ESPN Radio, the Royals would add 4 more for the 7-2 victory, taking the series. Royals manager Ned Yost says this is much sweeter after last year's World Series loss.
Last year was such a hard defeat for us in Game 7, and everybody came to spring training as determined of a group that I've ever seen.
Mets manager Terry Collins.
Tremendous season, tremendous guys to be around. I'm very, very proud of them.
Too many fielding errors cost the Mets. Catcher Salvatore Perez named MVP. The parade is set for Tuesday in Kansas City. Week 8 in the NFL, and the Broncos totally outplayed the Packers Sunday night.
They run it left. There's C.J. Anderson with a huge hole. 20, 15, Anderson 10, 5, touchdown Denver. Through the heart of the Packer defense.
On KOA, Denver smacks Green Bay 29-10 to remain undefeated, while the Pack suffered its first loss. The Bengals find some late-game magic to remain undefeated.
Quick throw, nice. Caught by Green. It is a touchdown. Jeremiah Green, and the Bengals have the lead with 2:57 to go.
On 700 WLW, Bengals over the Steelers 16-10. NFL.com reporting that Steelers running back Le'Veon Bell expected to be lost for the season with a badly torn MCL. A career game for Saints quarterback Drew Brees, 7 touchdown passes, 511 passing yards, yet it still took a game-winning field goal to beat the Giants 52-49 in New Orleans. NASCAR's chase for the Cup, Jeff Gordon wins at Martinsville. He secures a spot in the final race in Miami. Todd Ant, ABC Sports.
Newsradio 1030 KMAS Shelton, FM 103.3 and audio and video this morning, KMAS.com. Good morning, I'm Dale Hubbard. It is 10 past 6 Pacific Standard Time here on your Monday morning, second day of November. Russell Wilson scoring pass and the game's only touchdown, a late drive for a winning field goal, and the Seahawks get back to 500 after an 0-2 start, 13-12 in the Big D. Awesome win. Cowboys 2-5, lost their 5th straight without Tony Romo. And in Des Bryant's return from a 5-game absence with a broken right foot, seems to have left him quite grumpy.
Yeah.
He did a lot of belly aching yesterday, not much pass catching, which was kind of cool. Seahawks started the decisive drive at their 15. Wilson converted 3 third downs, including a scramble that helped run the clock down before Stephen Hauschka's 24-yard field goal with 1:06 remaining. Ricardo Lockett had a scary injury. We were all scared and worried for him. I think he was knocked out cold. I'm sure he was. Came away with a concussion, was moving his extremities, and, he's as good as can be expected, having suffered a concussion.
Wow.
And Jeff Heath was the fellow who put a vicious block on Lockett on a punt return. He was carted off the field after a lengthy delay, but fortunately, we're happy to be able to report that he's okay, kind of. I'm sure he's got a headache. Yeah. Oh my goodness gracious, that was a scary moment for everybody. And also there was a little confusion to some of the casual fans because they thought it was the new Lockett, Tyler.
Yeah, Stephanie asked me that too because Tyler was in later running.
Yeah.
Oh, he's back. No,
it's a
different guy.
83
really
and 16 in this. Yeah, it's hard to explain it all. But anyway, 2 Locketts on the team. And one didn't get hurt. The other one did. By the way, Tyler Lockett almost broke one for a long run, but there was a flag that played. Yeah. Doggone it. All right. All's well that ends well. Seattle 4-4, and this is their bye week coming up. So right smack dab, halfway through the season, they're 500, just 2 games out of first. They got pretty much all of their NFC West opponents lying in front of them, except for one game that they lost to St. Louis, one game that they won against San Francisco. They still have lots of games left, including 2 still with Arizona to go. So they've got a lot to say about how the rest of the season goes, and the defense played quite well again yesterday. So that's very encouraging. A week off to rest and relax, and then get back at it as they'll return from their bye week with the first of 3 home games in a row. That is very good part of the season. Important games, too. The St. Louis Cardinals, we can do a payback to them. That's the first game back after the bye week on November 15th, Sunday night game. And then the 49ers come to town the following Sunday for an afternoon contest. And then the Steelers come to town on Sunday, the 29th of November. So that's how the season begins for the Seahawks after their bye week. All right. A 2-1 comeback victory over FC Dallas. Sounders win the first leg of their Western Conference semifinal. Very exciting for them. And they go to the second round with a win or a tie in Frisco, Texas, next Sunday. Who will they take on in the Western Conference Finals? Well, it'll either be the Portland Timbers or the Vancouver Whitecaps.
Wow.
Who battled to a 0-0 tie yesterday. They play their final match of their mini-series in the other conference semifinal next Sunday in Vancouver. That's sports this time around. Just got the weather forecast.
Yeah, sure. Good morning to you. It's cloudy now and 47. The high today, 53, with no real chance of rain. Yesterday, we had 1.5 inches come down Sanderson Field. Tomorrow, 51, cloudy throughout the rest of the week. Now, by Friday, we'll kick it back up again, 54, another 1/2 inch of rain expected. It is 47, and good morning.
It's Daybreak with Jeff and Dale on KMAS News Radio. Join the guys as they talk with neighbors, newsmakers, and each other, getting your day off to the absolute best possible start in the history of mornings. Connect with Jeff and Dale through the KMAS listener line, by email, or Facebook. Now, from somewhere in the wilderness of the Olympic Peninsula, Daybreak with Jeff and Dale.
All right, good morning to you. It's Monday here, and 6:16 at KMAS and online at KMAS.com. Dale back in studio this morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Nice to have you back here.
It's nice to be back.
Long weekend, a little wet. You were traveling and noticed some snow in certain parts of the state. Is that right?
Well, we dodged it, dodged the heavy rain on White Pass, but now I understand there was snow there yesterday, and so we'll check snow levels around the Cascades, because I think they got a dusting. They've changed the look of the ski areas. There's a dusting of snow in some of the areas, and pretty strong forecast for some snow the next couple of 3 days. Cooler temperatures, only 46 this morning, so yeah, it's cooling down a little bit, and a lot of folks very hopeful that we get to build a big snowpack this year, because we didn't get much
snow
last year. And of course, you can well imagine how these operators of all the ski areas are keeping their fingers crossed, as they had a dismal year last year.
Yeah, for sure.
Almost probably bankrupt a lot of them, I suspect. Chipotle, you've ate at Chipotle.
Sure, I have. That's a good place.
Well, it is usually. They've got 43 restaurants in Oregon and Washington. They're going to keep them all closed until health officials who are investigating an E. coli outbreak say it's safe to reopen. 22 people have been sickened by an E. coli outbreak. Most of these have eaten at a Chipotle restaurant during the past few weeks in Oregon and Washington.
Well, fortunately, no for me on those.
Okay, all right.
It's been a while.
Just the timing was off for you, or was on, actually.
Yeah, it worked out well for me.
Ooh, yeah. It always makes you a little nervous when you hear those stories, but I'm sure everybody's conscientious. Just sometimes this stuff happens. Easy for me to say.
6:18.
Sitting there in the toilet listening to the radio.
They're going, oh, man, where were you last week telling me this story?
Yeah.
There's some other stories here around the Northwest. The Washington State Committee on Geographic Names has approved a new name for geographic features in Grace Harbor, Jefferson, and Pierce counties. Their selections will go before the Board of Natural Resources for final decisions at one of its regular meetings. New names include a 3-mile-long creek that would be named in honor of the Native American Cooper family, which homesteaded in the area.
Oh. So it'd all be called Cooper?
I guess.
Okay. All right.
So that would I guess the Cooper Creek, if that 3-mile-long creek goes in between
all those 3 counties. That would be up probably on the northwest part of the...
How on earth would it go from Grays through Pierce in just 3 miles?
Well, there's a good question there.
So I gotta figure this one out. I'll do some more research on this one.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. I know where Jefferson and Grace Harbor meet, but I don't know where Pierce County gets into the equation.
No, that's strange. Maybe a different naming sequence then.
Perhaps.
All right. Health advisories for 5 lakes in Thurston County tested positive for high levels of toxic blue-green algae.
Yeah.
Black Lake, Deep Lake, Long Lake, Pattison Lake, and Scott Lake. Whoa. Those are like all the big ones.
That's all the lakes.
That's it. I can't imagine many people are in there swimming, so that's good. But anglers are out fishing.
But anglers. Oh, I know what you mean.
You need to practice your catch and release until water is determined safe.
All right, a little breakaroo coming our way, and we'll resume this Monday, 6:20 the time, here on Daybreak with Jeff and Dale.
You're listening to Daybreak with Jeff and Dale on KMAS News Radio.
Kevin Frazier with NFL Network now on the Westwood One Radio Network. Week 8 of the NFL action featured the usual thrills. The return of Big Ben was going smoothly until the fourth quarter when the Bengals defense picked off Roethlisberger twice. Cincy wins 16-10. However, an even bigger loss, Pittsburgh will be without Le'Veon Bell, who's expected to miss the rest of the season with a torn MCL. The Cowboys' woes continued. They lost their 5th straight game, falling to the Seahawks 13-12. Meanwhile, it was a shootout down in the Bayou between Drew Brees and Eli Manning. Manning threw for 6 touchdowns, only to be outdone by Brees, who connected in the end zone 7 times, tying an NFL record. Saints edge out the Giants 52-49. And in the nightcap, Peyton Manning and the Broncos defense were in control, topping the undefeated Packers 29-10. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
You're a small to mid-sized business with 300 to 3,000 employees. You face the same network security challenges as big businesses do, but can't support a big IT investment, leaving your doors open to advanced cyber threats. Barracuda next-generation firewalls provide all the core features of enterprise firewalls and UTMs, but without hidden costs and deployment hurdles, making owning a big business firewall no big deal for your SMB. Reclaim your network. Try a Barracuda next-gen firewall risk-free at barracuda.com/firewalls.
Any Napa guy knows, and science proves, the best minivan is the one you've already got. Park Kid Transporter, Park Drywall Mover. Who cares if the faux wood grain is a little faded? That was a platinum package option in 1987. With over 400,000 parts and a little Napa know-how, you can keep anything on the road. Because it's not old, it's vintage. That's Napa know-how.
This is Secretary of State Kim Wyman reminding you to vote in this fall's general election. This year, voters like you will decide many local races and ballot measures affecting our families. The ballot also includes 2 statewide initiatives and 4 statewide advisory votes. Ballots will be mailed to voters starting October 16. Return your ballot promptly by mail or use a drop box until 8 p.m. on November 3rd. Be an informed voter. Learn more by reading your voter's pamphlet or visit vote.wa.gov. Sponsored by the Office of the Secretary of State as provided by law.
Good morning. This is Jim Morrell from Peninsula Credit Union, and you're listening to Daybreak with Jeff and Dale on Newsradio 1030 KMAS.
6:23 here at KMAS and KMAS.com, AM 1030 and FM 103.3 this morning. And a good morning to you here on the 2nd of November. Wow, it's already November, Dale.
It is. It's hard to believe, isn't it? Man.
We had a good conversation last week. You were out, Tammy was in, and we talked with, well, I guess it was Friday, Thurston County Commissioner Bud Blake. And with Tammy's new role, kind of with the county doing some housing stuff, what a great connection that was.
So they got to connect. And
now they knew each other, or they had met each other on the campaign trail.
Sure.
But that was a while ago. And so it was a good, fortuitous that we had them on together at the same time. So that worked out well.
Well, wonderful reports, Tammy. We listened a little bit while we were over across the mountains, and she sounded wonderful. And so you sounded lonely on Thursday.
I did. I was just, and I went back and listened, and I was pacing myself.
Yeah.
It's so different to have somebody here and not here. Yeah. I mean, even if there's not much talking back and forth or whatever,
it's just different.
Just to have a different energy in the room. So yeah, it was cool. Whatever.
Well, you did a great job, and it was kind of fun to listen to when you're away.
Well, I had some great guests.
Yeah.
So Thursday, Mike Fiola came in, and I haven't seen Mike in a long time, and we talked about the Reserve Academy.
Yeah, how cool.
And how great the reservists are doing, volunteer.
Yeah.
And nothing but good words about the chief.
How was Halloween, Jeff? I haven't got to catch up with you.
Oh my gosh, it was. When was Halloween? Saturday night?
Saturday night.
So Kaiser
stormy Saturday night.
Oh my gosh. Friday night, Kaiser spent the night at his grandma and grandpa's. Who are these ones? Meemaw and Peepaw is what we call them.
Okay.
From Big Bang Theory, apparently. Anyways, so that was fun. Stephanie had some quilts to finish up Saturday, and I had a lot of reconstruction to do. My whole yard was a
storm.
mess. Oh, yes, it was stormy. So I got it all done, and we got some trick-or-treaters, and Kaiser got dressed up like Raggedy Andy.
Yeah.
And we went across the street at like 4. Nobody was really even home in the neighborhood because it was 4 in the afternoon, but Kaiser's a baby, so what are we going to do? And we went to a couple houses and came back, and then it started ramping up, but we only had about 40 kids.
Yeah, you've had a couple hundred.
Yeah, so that's unfortunate.
Yeah. Well, you've done it. You finally scared them all away.
I think I scared them all away. And they said, boy, his decorations are great, but the candy he's given, because we were parsing our candy. We're like, well, we're not going to eat these hot tamales. Just give them to the kids.
Give those to the kids, yeah.
I don't want these Skittles, so just give them to the kids. And they may have saw us.
Good.
Separating.
Very likely. Tell us what you kept then.
Oh, well, we kept all the gummy bears and the Swedish fish and nerds and stuff like that.
Right. There's no chocolate mix, huh?
I got a ton of chocolate.
Oh, okay.
I got a lot of candy I need to get rid of. I'll bring it all because I just am mowing on it. Then yesterday morning, we fell back an hour, so we gained an hour of sleep. So that was nice. Up early. Kaiser was still sleeping. Took the dogs for a walk at 6:30, and by 6:50, I was in the front yard tearing down decorations.
Wow.
We were down by 7:15, 7:20, and the rain started heavy at 7:25.
Good,
so
good for you.
We got in there, right? And then we had the whole rest of the day. Did go to the Halloween store.
Yeah.
50% off.
Well,
why not?
How can you not? Yeah, exactly.
So we did.
And it was busy. You told me it was busy.
Yeah, it was busy. We talked, and I told you that we were going to get Kaiser some costumes to play dress up over the next year.
Yeah.
So we found some, and it was a good deal.
That's very cool.
$12 or whatever.
And little kids love that.
Yeah. Fireman, policeman, race car driver.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Very cool.
All in all, good stuff. Good. No tricks. Just lots of great treats.
And now, Christmas decorations up yet, or
they're up? No, they're not up.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. So no, it was a good holiday. It was fun. We had a good time. The other thing that we didn't do because of all the holidays stuff is we didn't vote yet.
Aha. Thank you for saying that.
The crux.
Yes.
I found it.
Good reminder.
Today is your the penultimate day.
Well, you can put it off till 8 p.m. till 7:59 p.m. tomorrow night.
Boy, I sure wouldn't.
But let me tell you what, that's a frantic feeling you don't want to have.
Yeah.
So
I have got to do it when we get home. I mean, there's no doubt about it.
And you will. Won't you?
Hopefully.
All right. You don't have a lot. There's not that much to vote on.
No, it'll take me. It's taking me longer to explain about how I haven't voted than it'll take me to vote.
Now, do you vote with Stephanie at the same time, or you guys just go off your separate ways? And
no, I fill out the forms, and I say sign here.
Oh, geez.
What am I voting for? I'm like, you're voting exactly what you need to be voting for.
Yeah, trust me on this.
Trust me on this one. I have your best interest.
There'll come a year when she's going to want to have a discussion about.
That's great.
What you just filled in.
I don't think so.
There'll be a time.
I will. Listen, when that time happens, I'm all about it.
You would be.
What do you think about these Cougars? Now, I never said they were going to win against the Cardinal.
No, you didn't. Oh, what a heartbreaker. And they had their chance at the end. We'll talk a little bit about the game, a heartbreaking loss to Stanford. That for, all intents and purposes, I think the Cougars deserved the win.
Gosh.
They really did. They played their hearts out against a very formidable foe.
Yeah.
So we'll give you the rundown of that, how the Huskies did over the weekend, and what we've got set up for you moving forward in sports. Right after the news with Mary Lynn Foster. That's next at 6:30 on Daybreak.
You're listening to Daybreak with Jeff and Dale on KMAS News Radio.
Local news is brought to you by Fred Holmes Tree Service. FredHolmesTreeService.com 427-4489.
You're listening to KMAS News Radio. I'm Mary Lynn Foster. The Shelton School District's Community Open Forum last week focused on school safety and security. Police Chief Darren Moody and Superintendent Alex Apostle led a discussion on best practices to keep schools and the community safe. Dr. Apostle joined Daybreak to share more about that discussion.
We're in the process of continuing to refine our system. The first threat that we had at Shelton High School, I think we could have done a better job. But the second threat that we've had, we reacted very nicely and communicated through various channels what was going on. So there's some internal and external issues that we're focusing upon to make sure that we're doing everything possible to protect our students, our staff.
The second safety threat Dr. Apostle referred to happened last week. He says communication is key.
We have what's a robocall, where we can communicate with our parents, but there's other ways that might even be better, and we're looking at all options as we move forward. Again, this is a process that's under constant refinement.
The date for the next open forum this month hasn't yet been set, but we'll let you know as soon as it's announced. 5 lakes in Thurston County are under health advisories for toxic blue-green algae. The advisory affects Black, Deep, Long, Pattison, and Scott Lakes. The county health department advises people to stay out of the water, and anglers are asked to practice catch and release until the advisories are lifted. Warning signs are posted at community access points on each lake. The lakes will be monitored weekly until algae levels are at or below the state standard, and the advisories can be lifted. After consecutive years of record wildfire damage, the Washington State Department of Natural Resources is asking legislators for help controlling future wildfires. The agency is asking the legislature for an additional $24,279,000 to equip and train more in-state wildland firefighters and make forests and communities more resistant to the mega blazes that have swept Washington. DNR is responsible for preventing and fighting wildfires on 13 million acres of private, state, and tribal-owned forest lands. Commissioner of Public Lands, Peter Goldmark, said we must confront the reality of a longer, more difficult fire season, adding that we will not let the evergreen state become the wildfire state. The funding package would provide aid to local fire districts, modernize communication equipment, and aviation experts to dispatch helicopters and airplanes, and train local, tribal, state, and contracted firefighters to work together. More than 1,500 wildfires burned over 1 million acres in Washington this summer. I'm Mary Lynn Foster, your local news at AM 1030 and FM 103.3, and always on KMAS.com.
Gillis Auto Center in Shelton. Best deals, best price, best trade, and low payments. And when you think selection of used cars, trucks, and SUVs, think family-owned Gillis Auto Center with over 250 pre-owned vehicles available. Wait a minute. That's right, over 250 good, clean, used vehicles available. That's a huge selection. And right now at Gillis Auto Center, special interest rates and volume pricing, which means you save money. At the City Center Mount Lock exit and 24/7 at GillisAutoCenter.com.
Get ready. It's time to tee it up with Keith Jones.
Now, when you have a misdirected focus and you start to really worry about what other people may be thinking about you, or you're worried about your self-concept, your self-image, you're worried that you don't want to embarrass yourself on the first tee, then your mind is way, way away from where it needs to be.
Tee it up with Keith Jones. All right.
All right, 6:34. Oh, wait. You're doing sports.
Yeah, back off.
Sorry. So, Dale, what's going on in sports?
Well, I'm glad you asked. Seattle Seahawks win.
Yeah, that's something.
They crushed Dallas 13-12. They snuck out of Dallas with a win.
Wow.
No, late field goal from Steve Hauschka, and it's all good. 13-12 the final, and 4-4 now, a 500 record, heading into a bye week this week. Mm-hmm. And Arizona also in the NFC West is having their bye this week as well. Arizona with a win this past weekend, as did the Rams beating the 49ers. The 49ers 2-6 on the year, and not looking very good right now. So, but the rest of the teams are all pretty close to each other, and we'll see how the second half plays out. Should be a pretty exciting second half to the NFL season. Now, tonight, the Monday night game, undefeated Carolina. Doggone it. See these undefeated guys fall. I love seeing Green Bay lose yesterday.
Yeah.
Indianapolis, the Colts travel to Carolina for the Monday night game. We begin our coverage today at 4:45. Over the weekend, Cougs lose 30-28 to Stanford. Did have a chance at a field goal. It went wide right at the end of the game. They could have won the game 31-30, but it wasn't to be, and that tough loss for the Cougar faithful. Huskies roll Arizona 49-3 at Husky Stadium over the weekend. And this coming Saturday, Arizona State travels up north to take on the Cougs, and there could very likely be snow this time around for the Arizona State team. The Sun Devils will be wanting some sun, and maybe even paying the devil to find any. So that's a quick snapshot of sports this time around. Jeff's got the weather forecast.
Yeah, 46 and cloudy now, cooler than yesterday, but pretty much the same. 53 will be your high today with rain off and on. Hardly any accumulation if we do see any. Tomorrow, 51 as well. Wednesday, 52. And the rain looks to... about a half.
It's Daybreak with Jeff and Dale on KMAS News Radio. Join the guys as they talk with neighbors, newsmakers, and each other, getting your day off to the absolute best possible start in the history of mornings. Connect with Jeff and Dale through the KMAS listener line, by email, or Facebook. Now, from the capital of the great state of Washington, Daybreak with Jeff and Dale.
All right, good morning to you. It's Daybreak here at KMAS, online, KMAS.com, 638.
Well, $10 million to make improvements at the Mukilteo Ferry Terminal coming from the federal government. That, according to U.S. Representative Rick Larson, money will be spent on a new passenger terminal building and other upgrades to help reduce the congestion through the Mukilteo area on State Route 525. That is a mess.
Is it a busy one?
Yeah, you're intersecting with the old Highway 99 up there in the north end, and it is always a very big challenge to catch the Mukilteo ferry, and it's always seems to be a boat behind, or just the sense that it feels like you're always like, oh man, I hope I get there for the scheduled route that I want, but there's always like this big line of, you can't hardly even see the parking lot from where you're stuck in traffic, and you're like, I'm never going to make it.
There's a lot. Do you think they didn't plan these ferry stops very well? I'm thinking of the Stillicum one.
Yeah.
It just popped into my head for one reason while you're talking about maybe missing it. It just seems like there's a neighborhood, and then all of a sudden, at least with Stillicum, then there's the terminal. I mean, there's no real grand entrance that says, here, we've now come to the ferry terminal area, and here's where we're going to be parking. And it just seems like out of nowhere.
Well, I think,
boom.
Yeah, ferry traffic certainly has caught people by surprise in the plant. Like, I think almost all the highway infrastructure, transportation infrastructure, it's accelerated. Population has accelerated. The use, tourism, all those things, all those factors involved, and then maintenance and upgrades.
Oh, yeah.
Fell behind, and so it's just it's a challenge. It's a real challenge, and yeah, they got caught kind of a little bit. They're not seeing the future clearly, not expecting it to. You always kind of think everything's going to be the way it is right now.
Sure.
And it's hard to imagine it being different.
That's what I was thinking about last night. I was sitting there thinking about Kaiser and school, and how I've been doing some reading that says, kids today, the jobs that they haven't even been invented yet.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So we're putting all this emphasis on like math and these tests and all this stuff, in the understanding and the idea that they're going to actually need that stuff in the future. The one thing I would assume, now again, this is an assumption because the jobs haven't been created yet. The one thing I would assume that would be the best things to be taught are like human interaction. We were talking about this. What aren't kids being taught?
And integrating with their community.
Yeah, learning how to communicate with people or how to interact with people. There should be 80% of a school day taught on how to be a citizen, and 20% on these, like, okay, great, you know how to spell, and you know how to do math and algebra. Well, in 20 years, you may not even.
Well, I mean,
you build them up now, and you say, compromise each other. You spend the whole day on that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And then regardless of what the job is, you get trained on the job.
Right. But you do need to know how to read and spell. And
well, reading and spelling maybe are not the best examples, but certain parts of math or all these tests, I mean, they're testing for things that in 10, 20 years, we won't have to do that.
I'm not arguing with you on that. Yeah.
That's what I was thinking about last night.
Yeah, the world will be completely different to that group. There's always these astounding statistics that come out, like a person who has been born that's going to live to be 300 years old, and medicine and technology and the great strides. And, there's things that are being ready to be invented that we can't even conceive of. And, my one thing that's I've realized over the last 10 years, maybe not very long, is that pay close attention to science fiction. Because if they can think of it, there's somebody working on it becoming a reality. And that's, as amazing as that sounds, it's true. And so, Segway would be a great example of that, and the hoverboard, some of these things that were crazy. And so, you've got a Tesla that has a, automatic lane changer now, and all the new cars have cameras and backup things, and they'll stop for an impending collision, and they'll change lanes, and they'll parallel park for you. I mean, this is amazing time right now, and we are adjusting and trying to grapple with it, whereby the next generation and the generation after that, it'll be commonplace. It'll be expected. And so now, again, driving skills. What driving skills are you going to need?
Yeah.
You just got to get in the car and program it.
And to think about that now is scary, because we hear about the hackings and the stuff that just breaks.
Oh, sure.
But, in 20 years, when this is commonplace, it'll be commonplace.
Yeah, and then that part of the equation will be...
We won't even ever think. Remember when we were scared that the cars would drive themselves off a cliff or something?
Yeah.
Now we haven't had a wreck in 30 months or something.
Yeah.
So, I just think, kids, instead of like this test in these schools, the only thing they're really going to need to do is interact with people now, because the jobs are not there.
Well,
we don't even know what they're going to
counter that by saying, what do we got to interact for?
Who would say that, though?
I don't know. Well, they're two young little babies. They can't talk yet, but
the school board will be the ones against that. Well, we can't teach people how to critically think.
Radio Real Estate Resources coming up with Brian LaFlame, the Flame Group this morning. A little after 8 o'clock, we'll be visited by Brian. We hope, if his kids are all healthy and happy this morning.
Hope so.
Yes, indeed. And of course, on Mondays, we check in with Lynn Longan and the EDC of Mason County. So we'll got a couple of folks coming in to visit with us this morning and get your week off and running.
Were you out Halloween night? Saturday night?
I was. Yeah.
Were people dressed up?
Yes.
What was the best costume you saw? Anything good? Anything clever?
I did. What did I saw? Yeah, there were. And I apologize. There was two girls I saw together, and I asked them something, and they laughed, and they said, "Well, you would presume that if it wasn't Halloween or something." And I can't even remember what the circumstances were now, but they were cute together, and they were two characters in a movie of some sort. But I didn't know what the movie was, so I asked them something, and they started laughing, and they go, "Well, that's pretty good, actually. If it wasn't Halloween, that would probably be the answer or something." And they got a big kick out of it. So they looked really good, whatever movie they were supposed to be representing, and I can't remember.
Okay, good.
Anyway, so I did see, I probably saw about 20 people dressed up for the holidays Saturday night, out and about, and living it, loving it.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Time for us to live the country life here on KMAS. Great new feature with some good segments.
The wet country life.
Yeah, yikes, it is a little wet out there. We'll continue on Daybreak with Jeff and Dale at 6:46.
You're listening to Daybreak with Jeff and Dale on KMAS News Radio.
When the nut trees dump their fruit onto the ground, picking it up can drive you, well, nuts. Hi, I'm Jody Henke. It doesn't take big machinery or expensive equipment to quickly gather them as you're living the country life.
Living the country life. Ideas and inspiration for your place in the country. You can find more information on today's topic and from previous shows by visiting us online at livingthecountrylife.com. We'll return to the show after these messages.
We are overachievers. We are ready to get to work. We are
Kubota. With Kubota's Grand L Series compact tractors, we tackle impossible to-do lists. Perfect for acreage maintenance, Kubota Grand L Series tractors are equipped with powerful Kubota diesel engines, smooth shifting transmission options, and an available Grand Cab. Choose from a full line of Kubota performance-matched implements today during the Power to Do Great Things sales event. Here for the overachievers. We are Kubota.
Need new ideas for what to do around your place? Register for a free Living the Country Life newsletter. Once a week, you'll receive helpful tips on key topics such as landscaping, animals and poultry, outdoor improvement projects, recreational activities, and much more. The newsletter delivers the latest trends, alerts you to informational courses, shares what other people are doing on their properties, and provides details about exciting sweepstakes and other contests. Sign up for your free newsletter today by visiting livingthecountrylife.com.
Whether you have one nut tree or dozens, they make a mess when the nuts fall to the ground. It's important to get out there and pick them up as soon as you can before their quality starts to deteriorate and before the squirrels steal them. But picking up one nut at a time is tedious, back-breaking work, especially when they've dropped over a wide area. Ed Perry is a farm advisor emeritus with the University of California, Davis. He says one of the easiest ways to gather nuts is with a rake.
We use the big bamboo rakes, not the steel-tine garden rakes so much, although those would work. Rakes where we just could rake them into piles and then come along with scoops and pick them up and take them back to our yard near the barn for drying.
Some people use a leaf blower and try to blow the nuts onto a tarp or into a pile. Perry says you'll also pick up dirt, leaves, and other debris that could make an even bigger mess. And nuts blown all over the place will probably end up more scattered than collected. A long-handled tool with a rolling cage on the end will pick up nuts easily without you having to bend over. Or you could hitch up a lawn sweeper to the back of your lawn tractor. Maybe you don't even want the nuts, but someone else would. Have the neighbor kids come over and pick them up. Perry says it's a common practice in commercial nut orchards once the harvest is done.
There are a great many folks who go out and glean orchards. Sometimes they're school kids who just want some nuts to sell for some extra money, but a lot of times they're families, and most of them are out there with the hand rakes picking them up.
If the nuts aren't going to be consumed and you'd like to have some fun, perhaps you could use them to help perfect your golf game with the irons and chipping wedge. Find more tips for picking nuts up off the ground at livingthecountrylife.com. I'll see you in the country.
Living the Country Life. Ideas and inspiration for your place in the country. You can find more information on today's topic, share your tips, and post photos by visiting us online.
Green Diamond Resource Company has been on the landscape for over 120 years here in Mason County, growing and nurturing our working forests. These forests provide the best of all worlds: clean air and water, protection for fish and wildlife, areas for hunting, fishing, and other recreation, all while growing essential wood products from lumber to paper to renewable energy. At Green Diamond, stewardship is one of our core values and our business. We're proud of our role in keeping Mason County and Washington green.
Hi, this is Terry Allen with a look at the community calendar on KMAS. Nonprofits post your events on KMAS.com. Kitten Rescue of Mason County will hold a garage sale with lots of stuff for everyone. It's just south of town. 420 Southeast State Highway 3, Saturday, November 7th from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. For KMAS News Radio, I'm Terry Allen.
Tune in all season long to NFL Insider on Westwood One. Hi, this is Mark Malone. Join me each week as we whip around the league and break down the NFL. We'll hear from today's stars and yesterday's heroes as James Lofton sits down with a fellow member of the Hall of Fame. We'll also check in with former greats Rod Woodson and Donovan McNabb to help us break down all the latest NFL news. That's NFL Insider right here.
Sunday morning at 6:30 on KMAS.
Good morning, this is Bob Burbridge from the Mason County Fire Chiefs, and you're listening to Jeff and Dale on Daybreak.
So I'm going to just let you know where you are on the pecking order here, Dale.
Okay.
We had Tammy Newton in on Friday morning. They're talking about Halloween candy.
And we were talking about Washington State. The number one candy here in the great state is Airheads. You ever had Airheads?
No, I haven't.
Tammy hadn't either. So I was trying to explain to her what the best way to think about it. And it's basically just like a flat. Well, what I remembered were just flat. They look like tongues. They had a very distinct flavor profiles. Like if it was blueberry, you betcha it was blueberry.
Yeah.
So we were talking about them, and Bob Burbridge, Fire District 4.
Sure.
He brings her some Airheads.
Yeah.
So I'm just letting you know that when Tammy is asking for things.
So if I say I sure would like to know what a breakfast burrito tastes like.
Boy, I've never had one of those new breakfast burritos from wherever.
Yeah.
I mean, you can try.
We'll see what happens.
But I'm not going to. Don't hold your breath until that shows up.
I got a feeling.
I'm just letting you know.
All right. Chipotle, speaking of food,
please,
says it plans to keep all 43 of its restaurants closed here in Washington State and in Oregon until health officials investigating an E. coli outbreak say it's safe to reopen. So far, 22 people in the two states have been sickened by an E. coli outbreak, and most of these people have eaten at a Chipotle sometime in the past few weeks.
Okay.
That's the only commonality of them all.
So no inclination of which Chipotles, or if it was a spread of the Chipotles?
There was both states, so
better safe than sorry.
Yeah.
Huh. Yeah. That's interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting.
Other news stories at 6:53 this morning. Feds are investigating Western Washington University's handling of a sexual assault cases following a complaint filed by a student earlier this year. The Herald of Bellingham reports officials with the Office of Civil Rights are visiting the campus today and tomorrow. Student filed a complaint back in February after the accused rapist wasn't disciplined by the university.
Federal wayman sentenced to 6 years in prison, 3 years probation, connection with a 2014 hash oil explosion in Puyallup. The U.S. Attorney's Office said Kevin Weeks directed others to use highly flammable butane gas to make hash oil. Authorities say that after the explosion, Weeks threatened an associate to keep him working and to attempt to hide his involvement. Kevin Weeks will get his in prison. Probably.
Yeah, something.
Yeah.
A jury has convicted a man of stabbing a Domino's pizza delivery driver in Western Washington in January.
Was it late?
Authorities believe the attack by Christopher Cowan, random violence. Wow. Driver went to confront Cowan while he was prowling his car. Driver survived the near-fatal attack, able to make it back to the store and call 911. Jiminy Christmas.
Yeah, that is bizarre. It puts in perspective. You think a casual job, part-time job. I deliver pizza for a couple nights a week.
No biggie.
And
everybody loves pizza. It's not going to be like.
And they're all in good moods, and everybody's but be careful. Anything can be dangerous if you're not careful. State Committee on Geographic Names. Jeff is busy researching this to find out.
Yeah.
New names for geographic features in Grays Harbor, Jefferson, and Pierce counties. Grays Harbor and Jefferson, which butt up against each other. Pierce County, though, kind of an interesting county to be in the mix. These selections are going to go before the Board of Natural Resources. Final decision at one of its regular public meetings. The new names include a 3-mile-long creek that would be named in honor of the Native American Cooper family, which homesteaded in the area. So that's just one of the examples of some renaming. There's some other names in other counties. Okay. We got to figure it out now. Okay.
Coming up in just a couple of minutes, we'll head back to CNBC and get a business radio report for you this morning. The stock market opened at 6:30 this morning, so we'll find out what CNBC has to say. News at ABC just after that, and Marilyn Foster will check the latest in local news for us as well. Dale back here after a couple days off, a nice holiday, nice long weekend for them, and good times here at KMAS. Loss for the high climbers this past Friday against the Capitol Cougars. I believe we've got figured out the schedule, and they are going to be playing in Yelm this Thursday night.
So we'll have that'd be the last game of the season for the high climbers. Thursday night game in Yelm.
Yeah.
And we'll get the guys and Brandon and John and have a little high school football action for everybody on Thursday night.
So that means no, nothing. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
It is 6:56.
I can do that.
Here at KMAS, KMAS.com.
Yep.
Also,
Fred Thompson passed
over
the weekend.
We had heard him a lot on this radio station. If you remember.
Great delivery, great voice.
Back when Paul Harvey was getting sick, he had a lot of different fill-ins, including like Huckabee.
Yeah.
And Fred Thompson did it a couple times.
Did quite a bit of fill-in. It's senator from Tennessee, had that little southern accent, just enough to give him a southern accent, but not enough that you couldn't understand him.
Not enough to not vote for him.
Yeah. And really good actor, was in over 20 movies.
Yeah.
And it just goes to show good politicians make good actors. And he was a presidential candidate for a while. A cup of coffee as well. All right, it is just this side of 7. We got the CNBC report and news next here on Daybreak with Jeff and Dale. Good Monday.
You're listening to Daybreak with Jeff and Dale on KMAS News Radio.
I'm Chris Maurer, CNBC Business Radio. Stocks open higher as traders look through reports on factory activity from China and Germany. The Dow's up 75 points, the Nasdaq higher by 20. Sprint is doing some belt tightening. The company is working to cut as much as $2.5 billion from its operating expenses. Layoffs are among the turnaround plans, but no word yet on how many jobs. It's official today. Hewlett-Packard has split into two companies. Hewlett-Packard Enterprise is trading under the ticker symbol HPE, while the PC and printer company will keep the ticker symbol HPQ. Shares of Diax are soaring, up nearly 32%. Shire says it would buy the company for just under $6 billion. And Chipotle is down 4.25%. The restaurant chain operator has closed its restaurants in Seattle and Portland because of a reported outbreak of E. coli.
I'm terrible with money. Apparently, a PhD in physics won't help me predict the trajectory of my own retirement. So I work with TIAA CREF. You get quality, personalized advice no matter what your balance is. For me, they make investing as easy as Newtonian physics.
Advice for everyone. One more way TIAA CREF is created to serve and built to perform. Visit TIAA.org. TIAA CREF, Individual and Institutional Services, LLC. This testimonial is an actor portrayal. Advice is subject to institutional plan rules. Investing involves risk. Individual results will vary.
Meet Vince. Vince hurt himself mountain biking on Saturday.
Because weekend warrior.
Because noob.
Hey.
Vince is supposed to host an important presentation, but he's not going anywhere in that cast. What should he do?
Rhetorical question.
Vince should try GoToMeeting, the simple way to host meetings online, complete with video conferencing and screen sharing. Send out a meeting link and anyone can join from any computer, tablet, or smartphone. Just takes a click.
Where do I sign up?
Visit GoToMeeting.com to start your free 30-day trial.
Dave Ramsey helps you handle your money on KMAS Shelton. Weekday.
Here's the latest from ABC News. I'm Karen Chase. It was not a mechanical failure. A spokesman for the Russian airline that operates the ill-fated Airbus that came down in Egypt says he believes an external force made the plane break apart in mid-flight. Safety investigators say it's too soon to know. ABC's Alex Marquardt has the latest on the evidence from Egypt.
Russia says the recovery efforts at the crash site will end today. The black boxes have been recovered. They're in good shape. We're told that they've been sent to Cairo for analysis. The best hope of shedding some light on how this tragedy unfolded.
A major ground beef recall is now underway. ABC's Ryan Burrow has the names and numbers.
All American Meats Incorporated, based in Omaha, Nebraska, is recalling the meat produced October 16th and shipped to retail locations nationwide after a positive test for E. coli was discovered. There have been no confirmed reports of illness from the shipment, but the USDA has labeled this a Class 1 recall. meaning there is reasonable probability the use of the product will cause serious adverse health consequences or death. The recalled meat includes the establishment number EST 20420. Ryan Burrow, ABC News.
A would-be robber picked the wrong convenience store to stick up in Chicago. When he threatened others with a gun, a customer with a concealed carry permit pulled out his and fatally shot him. Investigators say the suspect had a long rap sheet. Republicans are making new debate demands from their media hosts. Among them, required opening and closing statements. They're trying to take control after complaining of gotcha questioning at the last contest. More from ABC's Tom Yamas.
The Republican National Committee, which was not invited to the meeting, said it is appointing their COO to oversee the debates, which essentially creates a debate czar for the RNC. But it's unclear if the candidates will even listen to this person since they want to call the shots.
Maybe your cat is trying to kill you. A new study found domestic house cats share similar traits with leopards and lions, including aggression and dominance. So what's keeping Fluffy from taking you out? Size. Researchers say they know you're too big to put on a plate. This is ABC News.
Attention business owners. We know that owning a business means getting things done right now. So if your right now list includes a new building, call the Right Now Company. General Steel. We can design a building for your business quickly and save you thousands of dollars. That's right, thousands. You may think General Steel only builds large projects or that you can't afford General Steel quality. Well, check these prices. How about a 40 by 60 foot building for under $22,000 or even a 50 by 100 for under $35,000? That's right, a 5,000 square foot building for under $35,000. And these buildings all have General Steel quality. Best of all, you can still order a building and have it delivered in time to build this year. How's that for right now? So don't delay. Call General Steel today at 888-98-STEEL. That's 888-98-STEEL. Need more planning? No problem. General Steel can help you with that right now. Call General Steel and be in your new building this year. 888-98-STEEL. That's 888-987-8335.
If you catch up on your favorite shows by binge watching, this study is for you. ABC's Scott Goldberg has the results.
There's so much good TV these days, it's understandable you might try to watch it all at once. But it's killing you. Researchers at the National Cancer Institute say your chance of dying from one of the leading causes of death in the U.S., cancer, heart disease, diabetes, even suicide, goes up the longer you sit there. An average of 3.5 hours a day raises your risk by 15%. 7 hours of TV or more increases the risk of death by 47%. Throw in a plate of bacon and you don't stand a chance. Scott Goldberg, ABC News.
Miami's miracle win over Duke turned out to be a nightmare for officials. They were suspended for what the Atlantic Coast Conference calls a series of errors on the last play. The Hurricanes threw a combined 8 laterals before the last one for the game-ending touchdown. Conference officials say they should have called the first player down before he ever flipped the ball. Karen Chase, ABC News.
Local news is brought to you by Shelton Health and Rehabilitation Center. Find them online at sheltonhealthandrehab.com.
You're listening to KMAS News Radio. I'm Marilyn Foster. The Shelton School District's Community Open Forum last week focused on school safety and security. Police Chief Darren Moody and Superintendent Alex Apostle led a discussion on best practices to keep schools and the community safe. Dr. Apostle joined Daybreak to share more about that discussion.
We're in the process of continuing to refine our system. The first threat that we had at Shelton High School, I think we could have done a better job. But the second threat that we've had, we reacted very nicely and communicated through various channels what was going on. So there's some internal and external issues that we're focusing upon to make sure that we're doing everything possible to protect our students, our staff.
The second safety threat Dr. Apostle referred to happened last week. He says communication is key.
We have what's a robocall, where we can communicate with our parents, but there's other ways that might even be better, and we're looking at all options as we move forward. Again, this is a process that's under constant refinement.
The date for the next open forum this month hasn't yet been set, but we'll let you know as soon as it's announced. 5 lakes in Thurston County are under health advisories for toxic blue-green algae. The advisory affects Black, Deep, Long, Pattison, and Scott Lakes. The county health department advises people to stay out of the water, and anglers are asked to practice catch and release until the advisories are lifted. Warning signs are posted at community access points on each lake. The lakes will be monitored weekly until algae levels are at or below the state standard. and the advisories can be lifted. After consecutive years of record wildfire damage, the Washington State Department of Natural Resources is asking legislators for help controlling future wildfires. The agency is asking the legislature for an additional $24,279,000 to equip and train more in-state wildland firefighters and make forests and communities more resistant to the mega blazes that have swept Washington. DNR is responsible for preventing and fighting wildfires on 13 million acres of private, state, and tribal-owned forest lands. Commissioner of Public Lands, Peter Goldmark, said we must confront the reality of a longer, more difficult fire season, adding that we will not let the evergreen state become the wildfire state. The funding package would provide aid to local fire districts, modernize communication equipment and aviation experts to dispatch helicopters and airplanes, and train local, tribal, state, and contracted firefighters to work together. More than 1,500 wildfires burned over 1 million acres in Washington this summer. I'm Mary Lynn Foster, your local news at AM 1030 and FM 103.3, and always on KMAS.com.
The Chad Benson Show.
But you can't attack Trump and not expect to get hammered. And where the Republicans are missing this is he is paving the way to victory if they would just listen. He's giving them a rule book on how to play the media and, most importantly, how to handle crisis.
The Chad Benson Show.
Hi, this is Chad Benson. Please check out my show this afternoon from 3 to 6 on KMAS News Radio.
I'm attorney Harold Carr. During the past 25 years, more than 8,000 people have trusted me to handle their personal injury cases. I understand how an injury can disrupt your life and cause financial hardship for you and your family. At the law firm of Harold Carr, we have 5 attorneys and 19 staff members experienced with negotiating and litigating with insurance companies. So if you feel the insurance company is not dealing with you fairly, call me, Harold Carr. Let us deal with the insurance company so you won't have to.
Car accident? Call Carr or visit us online at haroldcarrattorney.com.
The Royals are champs. Bronx and Bengals win again. Hi, everybody. Todd Ant reporting on sports.
Davis comes to the plate. Strike 3 called. It's over. They've done it.
On KCSP in Kansas City, the Royals are champions of baseball, and they did it. And what's become their MO in the postseason, a 7-2 comeback victory, trailing 2-0 heading into the 9th. The Royals went to work, tied the game, and that set up.
The pitch and a breaking ball lined into left field. That's a base hit. Cologne has driven in the go-ahead run. Dyson has scored.
On ESPN Radio, the Royals would add 4 more for the 7-2 victory, taking the series. Royals manager Ned Yost says this is much sweeter after last year's World Series loss.
Last year was such a hard defeat for us in Game 7, and everybody came to spring training as determined of a group that I've ever seen.
Mets manager Terry Collins.
Tremendous season, tremendous guys to be around. I'm very, very proud of them.
Too many fielding errors cost the Mets. Catcher Salvatore Perez named MVP. The parade is set for Tuesday in Kansas City. Week 8 in the NFL, and the Broncos totally outplayed the Packers Sunday night.
They run it left. There's C.J. Anderson with a huge hole. 20, 15, Anderson 10, 5, touchdown Denver. Through the heart of the Packer defense.
On KOA, Denver smacks Green Bay 29-10 to remain undefeated, while the Pack suffered its first loss. The Bengals find some late-game magic to remain undefeated.
Quick throw, caught by Green. It is a touchdown! Jeremiah Green, and the Bengals have the lead with 2:57 to go.
On 700 WLW, Bengals over the Steelers 16-10. NFL.com reporting that Steelers running back Le'Veon Bell expected to be lost for the season with a badly torn MCL. A career game for Saints quarterback Drew Brees, 7 touchdown passes, 511 passing yards, yet it still took a game-winning field goal to beat the Giants 52-49 in New Orleans. NASCAR's chase for the Cup, Jeff Gordon wins at Martinsville. He secures a spot in the final race in Miami. Todd Ant, ABC Sports.
For News Radio 1030 KMAS Shelton, FM 103.3, and online, audio and video this morning, KMAS.com. Hey, good morning. I'm Dale Hubbard. It is 7:10 on your Monday, first Monday of November, Pacific Standard Time, by the way, is 7:10, and most of you should be on the right time zone, I hope, by today.
I think we only had to change 3 clocks. Most everything else changes by itself these days.
Listen to that, see?
Coffee maker was an important one.
Changed by itself?
No.
Oh, okay. Do you preset it the night before so it's burbling when you get back from your walk or whatever?
It finishes right as soon as I walk in the door.
Everything's fine until you get lost someday out there walking, and then your coffee will be done wondering where Jeffy is.
That's fine. It's still going to be warm, better than as long as I am found, I think.
That's the important thing. Russell Wilson had a scoring pass for the game's only touchdown and directed a late drive to the winning field goal, leading the Seahawks over the Dallas Cowboys 13-12 yesterday. The defending NFC champs 4-4 now, back to 500 after an 0-2 start, and the Cowboys lost for their 5th straight time with sidelines. It's 3 more weeks yet to repair that clavicle.
That's got to be so tough.
Yeah, it was frustrating for him yesterday. I could tell he was quite animated on the sidelines.
Well, he
was
looks
engaged.
Fine, too. I mean, it's not like you're in a splint.
No, not now. It's been 5 weeks, whatever, 6 weeks maybe. So he's probably feeling pretty good, but you've got to heal that because, oh my gosh, you see some of the hits these quarterbacks are taking out there. It's like getting hit by a cement truck.
Well, hits nothing. What about that one Lockett guy? I thought he was dead.
Ricardo Lockett got his bell rung. Even beyond that, he got cold cocked. He was out cold. Wasn't moving. Very, very scary moment. It's nice to report this morning that fortunately he had all the movement in all of his extremities. He ended up with a concussion. Now, we don't know how severe the concussion was. He did go to the hospital, but he didn't suffer any paralysis. He didn't break any necks or bones or anything like that. So, wow. But he was knocked cold. Wow. Haven't seen a hit like that in a long time.
Until they had him on the cart driving out, and he was waving his hands.
And had his L up for Lockett. And the crowd, to their credit in Dallas, very appreciative and very, nice applause for Ricardo Lockett as he was wheeled off the field. My goodness, that was a scary moment. Clint Dempsey breaks the tie on a direct free kick in the 86th minute out of 90. Sounders 2-1 comeback win over FC Dallas yesterday in Seattle, first leg of their Western Conference semifinal. He drove a shot from 25 yards into the upper right corner. It was a beauty. Right corner of the net, and also scored Wednesday night in a 3-2 knockout win over the LA Galaxy. So thank you, Clint Dempsey, for being on our team.
Mm-hmm.
David Ousted, 6 saves. Vancouver Whitecaps hold off the charging Portland Timbers 0-0 in the first leg of their Western Conference semifinal series yesterday. So they shoot again next Sunday in Vancouver. Whoever wins that series takes on the winner of the Seattle FC Dallas series, and that would be could be 2 of the 3 Cascadia Cup teams playing for the Western Conference final to win the MLS Cup. Pretty exciting stuff, actually. And that's sports this time around. Jeff, weather? We do have weather.
Yeah, it looks pretty good out there right now, and much different than the weekend. Wow, we got 1.5 inches of rain yesterday, and if we see any rain today, it'll happen around noon, maybe 1 or 2. 53 the high, 51 tomorrow. Mostly clear skies until Friday, where the rain returns Friday night with about 1/2 inch of rain.
It's Daybreak with Jeff and Dale on KMAS News Radio. Join the guys as they talk with neighbors, newsmakers, and each other, getting your day off to the absolute best possible start in the history of mornings. Connect with Jeff and Dale through the KMAS listener line, by email or Facebook. Now from the shores of Hood Canal, Daybreak with Jeff and Dale.
All right, good morning to you. 7:15 here on a Monday morning. It's the 2nd of November here at KMAS and KMAS.com. Lynn Longan scheduled to come in about an hour and a half. Also, Brian LaFlame from the LaFlame Group getting on the air with us to talk about the real estate market here, and that's coming up. It's 7:16 right now.
Yes, it is. It is the 2nd of November, 2015. Different world in 1963, Jeff.
Mm-hmm.
Dion, Run Around Sue, Dion, the singer. Yeah. Okay. Stormed out of a taping of the English TV show Ready, Steady, Go, complaining that the go-go dancers were distracting him from his performance. How can I expect to be doing my show with those scantily clad go-go girls up there dancing around in those cages?
What on earth? That is weird.
That funny?
Why's he got to look over there?
Well, because they were scantily clad.
I guess. Dion, calm down.
Yeah, that was Days Gone By. And so the number one song in all the land in 71, Gypsies, Tramps, and Thieves by Cher. One I dedicated to the K-Bro sales team on my morning show that was the beginning of my demise in Bremerton as the morning disc jockey there. So got into it with the sales manager.
I bet.
Meanwhile, the sales guys were spitting coffee out their mouth, laughing so hard. Well, I had a story for each one of them. There was a gypsy, there was a tramp, and there was a thief in amongst us. And I was explaining it to everybody, and they were all getting a big kick out of it. Of course, but anyway, days gone by.
Days gone by.
Days gone by.
Pretty interesting.
George Washington gave his farewell address to the Army on this date in 1783.
Mm-hmm.
No, I wasn't there.
My website's taking too long to load up here.
So who came first, North Dakota or South Dakota, Jeff, for statehood? Dum, 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 dum.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I'm going to go with North Dakota only because it is closer to Canada, and maybe they wanted to wrap that up.
They would run away to Canada if they weren't first. That's true.
They would be taken over by Canada.
Oh, perhaps.
Added into their country.
Yeah, but that's part of that straight line thing. But you're right. It was North Dakota. 39th state. South Dakota became the 40th state. Both on the same day, actually. 1889. Same year as Washington, right? 1889?
89, yeah. Boy, big year then.
It was a big year for America. Just busting at the seams.
This, that, and the other.
Busting at the seams. Harry S. Truman was reelected president of these United States on the state in 1948. Polls showed him heavily trailing Republican Thomas Dewey. That's why you don't trust the polls. They even had a headline in the News Tribune, which is a little early, said Dewey defeats Truman.
That's
Oops.
a great one.
Oops. So then they showed Truman holding up the incorrect newspaper headline in the... Yeah, it was a egg on your face moment there for those guys. And Jimmy Carter won over Gerald Ford on the state in 76. And President Clinton gave his first in-depth interview since the sex scandal broke on the state in 1998.
Tomorrow is election day, and there's a lot of big races happening. We have some initiatives here in the state, some referendum, those approve, don't approve. The state did some stuff, and they want to just let you know that they did this. What do you think about it? Those couple of those things are happening. If you're in the city of Shelton, some big races happening. Make sure you get those ballots in. Drop boxes all around the county or postmarked by tomorrow night.
Yeah, tomorrow night, 8 p.m. They have to be postmarked by 7:59.
So we'll have probably about 8:30 tomorrow night. We'll have the election results on KMAS.com.
You know it. Indeed, we will.
We'll say 8:30. Because if it's before that, we'll be happy times. And if it's...
You're listening to Daybreak with Jeff and Dale on KMAS News Radio.
Are you tired of commuting to a job that makes someone else rich, working harder than ever, but getting nowhere? Do you hate spending hundreds of dollars every week on daycare, having someone else raise your children? With our opportunities, you can start earning money as soon as next week. You get to be the boss, work from home, and live a happier life. At Be the Boss Network, you'll find hundreds of work-from-home opportunities that you can literally start today and be earning money as soon as next week. Go to freedom31.com and start earning money as soon as next week. You get to be the boss. Get out of the rat race. Work from home. Go to freedom31.com right now and change your life today. That's freedom31.com. Go to freedom31.com and start earning money as soon as next week. You be the boss. Go to freedom31.com.
What if you could stop time and slow down the aging process? What if 50 felt more like 40? What if there were an affordable way to look younger longer that cost just $3, not $300? It's here, and it's called Floss. That's right, Floss. That simple tiny string in your medicine cabinet helps prevent the disease that makes gums recede. And we all know receding gums are a telltale sign of aging. If you're in your 50s or 60s, it's never been more important to floss. Gum infections have been linked to diabetes, heart disease, and stroke. You can join most of Washington, 65% of us, and take a minute to floss. It's an easy way to remove the gunk your toothbrush can't reach. That's the power of the tiny string. Floss. It's the new yoga. Just another way to unleash the power of oral health, the power of the mighty mouth.
A message from the Mighty Mouth and WDS Foundation.
We're the Crime Family Band. We're the Select Sisters. And you're listening to Daybreak with Jeff and Dale at KMAS.
All right, good morning to you. It's Daybreak here at KMAS 722, day before Election Day, and make sure you get those ballots in, get your voices heard. We have got on KMAS.com. If you still haven't filled out your ballots, like me, I haven't. I got to get that going. I'll do it today. I'll make sure that if there's any overlapping results that I can find information on KMAS's election tab on the website, I'll go through that information. Otherwise, I'll get it in tonight or the Dropbox by tomorrow. Make sure you get that figured out, folks.
Yeah, you've got to figure that out. Jerry and I are light years ahead of the curve with having filed ours. Well, we filled them out about a week ago. I think we mailed them in.
Mm-hmm.
Better check on that.
So it was a rough weather weekend this weekend.
It really was and some of that rain really came down hard. My goodness.
1.5 inches yesterday at Sanderson Field. That's what we got.
Uh-huh.
And it was just, there were times when it was just sheets.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it really, I mean, it was hard to see the road. And fortunately, not too many serious things. As mentioned, up in the canal area there in the north end of the county, it was lights out literally for 4 or 5 hours.
Yeah.
Early Saturday morning.
Wow.
Somewhere in the early hours of Saturday morning, a tree got some wires. And so right on the spot, though, as PUD always is, got us up and running as quickly as possible. So very happy about that.
Wow, that is... I thought, see, you texted me and said, well, we'll be monitoring in case we need to come in.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about the Cougar game on Saturday. Turns out you were talking about just in being on the air in general.
Yeah, we were powerless, and so I didn't know how far deep it went for a while, and then it was pretty localized, as it turns out, which is good. It was a good thing. But so this is the beginning. I mean, it's November now, and we're on standard time, and the weather has decidedly changed. In fact, there's a little dusting of snow in the mountains this morning, and more on the way this week expected. So cooler temperatures down into the mid-40s this morning. You might know it, and it's only warming into the 50s, right? So we're not, those 60-degree temperatures may be a thing of the past here moving forward, although there's always the freaky days that come through.
Starting on Saturday, looking at the forecast, the lows are going to be, well, that's not true. I guess we're going to kind of be right around 40 as the low for the next 10 days or so. And the high is not going to get much above 52, 53. So that's where we're at there, too. Interesting.
Airheads, do you ever eat those?
Yeah. Yeah, no, they're good.
They're the number one candy in Washington State.
I was trying to figure out the best way to explain it to somebody. And so if you were to take a pixie stick, you remember those?
Yes.
They're like 3 feet full of sugar.
Yes.
So if you were to if you were able to render that sugar into a malleable stick, that's what an Airhead would be. I mean, it's just sugar.
Yeah.
Straight sugar.
Popular.
Very popular.
In Oregon, they're traditional. Candy corn still their number one candy.
Yeah.
There. Just kind of checking around the different states, and Laffy Taffy in Wisconsin. Candy corn also the favorite in Wyoming. Skittles in Nebraska. You said you had Skittles. Sour Patch Kids.
Yeah, we got
you like those?
I do. We have all that
That's
stuff.
a New Jersey favorite. So, Chris Christie would be battling you for the Sour Patch Kids bag. New Mexico, Three Musketeers, Butterfingers in North Carolina. Ohio likes Milky Ways, M&M's in Oklahoma.
They're
all good. Snickers in Alaska. There's always Snickers in Alaska. Snicker.
You got to have Snickers in Alaska because, they're packed with peanuts, and if you're out there on those long treks to the Iditarod,
when you're
just not yourself. And
one of my favorite candy bars is the Nestle Crunch Bar.
Yeah.
Number one in Florida. How about that? And so they're all in here. Twizzlers. I've been eating a lot. I saw those were a lot of giveaways at businesses for some reason.
Twizzlers?
Yeah, I've had a lot of Twizzlers the last 4 or 5 days.
Oh, there's nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with that. Kansas, number one for Twizzlers. And, you mentioned Starburst, I think, Maine. That's the number one there. So
I just wish
about every candy in the world's got a state that's...
I wish we would have planned better because we bought 4 bags of candy and we still have we ate essentially one before we even started, and we still have got a ton left over. It was and I don't know why. I don't know if the kids now in the neighborhood are they're either too old or too young. So there's none that are right in that wheelhouse. There's only a handful that are in that good trick-or-treating age.
Yeah.
But the first year we were there, we had tons of people all night.
I remember you saying you had a couple hundred kids come by.
And then last year, it wasn't 40, but it was still...
just scaring the kids. That's what
Well, it's not out of the realm of possibility. Once I got my fog machine
going. But the
going,
weather probably was the most thing this year.
I guess. I just don't know where everybody's going. I mean, they have to... Maybe they don't have to do anything.
Don't start going out there and forcing candy on the kids on the sidewalk.
I am. Today when they get off the school bus.
Guys out there.
Hey, kids, how was school? Have some candy. I don't want to do that.
No.
All right, we're going to take a break. We got Marilyn Foster coming up now, and she's going to give us with some information on the latest in local news about things that are happening over the weekend. Oh, we had a great chat with Dr. Apostle on Friday.
Yeah.
That was good.
Some of that's going to be in our news here this morning. And you did. You guys had a good time.
It's
You're listening to Daybreak with Jeff and Dale on KMAS News Radio.
So what's up?
Well, you know what? This hunt stuff is going on quite a bit. I want to ask Art about what he thinks about that. We've been getting chatter. We've been hearing chatter about this.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What is it you want to ask Art about?
Harp and CERN.
Whoa. Okay. Well, I can start with harp. I can help you out. You don't need Art for that. The deal with harp is it's being turned over to a university, if you can believe that.
Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell, live weeknights 9 to midnight on KMAS.
Hi, this is John Patch, host of Talking Pets. Have you ever experienced unconditional love? Well, do you know what it is? Well, you can find out on Talking Pets every weekend right here on KMAS. I'm here with special guests every week to discuss your concerns and answer your questions about the ones who love you the most, your pets. So sit back or pick up the phone and give us a call at 866-606-8255. That's Talking Pets every weekend right here on 1030 KMAS and FM 104.1.
Local news is brought to you by Fred Holmes Tree Service. FredHolmesTreeService.com, 427-4489.
You're listening to KMAS News Radio. I'm Marilyn Foster. The Shelton School District's Community Open Forum last week focused on school safety and security. Police Chief Darren Moody and Superintendent Alex Apostle led a discussion on best practices to keep schools and the community safe. Dr. Apostle joined Daybreak to share more about that discussion.
We're in the process of continuing to refine our system. The first threat that we had at Shelton High School, I think we could have done a better job. But the second threat that we've had, we reacted very nicely and communicated through various channels what was going on. So there's some internal and external issues that we're focusing upon to make sure that we're doing everything possible to protect our students, our staff.
The second safety threat Dr. Apostle referred to happened last week. He says communication is key.
We have what's a robocall, where we can communicate with our parents, but there's other ways that might even be better, and we're looking at all options as we move forward. Again, this is a process that's under constant refinement.
The date for the next open forum this month hasn't yet been set, but we'll let you know as soon as it's announced. 5 lakes in Thurston County are under health advisories for toxic blue-green algae. The advisory affects Black, Deep, Long, Pattison, and Scott Lakes. The county health department advises people to stay out of the water, and anglers are asked to practice catch and release until the advisories are lifted. Warning signs are posted at community access points on each lake. The lakes will be monitored weekly until algae levels are at or below the state standard, and the advisories can be lifted. Years of record wildfire damage, the Washington State Department of Natural Resources is asking legislators for help controlling future wildfires. The agency is asking the legislature for an additional $24,279,000 to equip and train more in-state wildland firefighters and make forests and communities more resistant to the mega blazes that have swept Washington. DNR is responsible for preventing and fighting wildfires on 13 million acres of private, state, and tribal-owned forest lands. Commissioner of Public Lands, Peter Goldmark, said we must confront the reality of a longer, more difficult fire season, adding that we will not let the evergreen state become the wildfire state. The funding package would provide aid to local fire districts, modernize communication equipment, and aviation experts to dispatch helicopters and airplanes, and train local, tribal, state, and contracted firefighters to work together. More than 1,500 wildfires burned over 1 million acres in Washington this summer. I'm Mary Lynn Foster, your local news at AM 1030 and FM 103.3, and always on KMAS.com.
Is your family doing some growing? Whether it's an expansion of your home or the addition of a new family car, Peninsula Credit Union can provide fast, friendly service with terrific rates. We offer personal lines of credit, affordable auto loans, and a variety of home loan options to get you moving. Visit our offices in Shelton, Belfair, Paulsbo, Port Orchard, and Port Townsend, or go online to pcfcu.org. At Peninsula Credit Union, our priority is you.
Yeah, hey, Art, how you doing?
Okay, sir.
I got a quick story. I was in California, and I was basically babysitting my mom's apartment. She had taken a week vacation to Las Vegas, and I was laying on the couch watching TV, and she had a big mirror on the mantle above the fireplace, and I had the sliding glass door shut. There was no wind, and the mirror flew off about 3 or 4 feet, and it scared the heck out of me.
Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell, live weeknights 9 to midnight on KMAS.
For Newsradio, 1030 KMAS Shelton, FM 103.3, and streaming audio and video on KMAS.com. I'm Dale Hubbard. It is 7:35. Russell Wilson, scoring pass on the game's only touchdown and directed a late drive. Successful drive, winning field goal. Seahawks beat the Dallas Cowboys 13-12. Exciting game yesterday. Nice win for the defending NFC champs, now 4-4 and back to 500 since starting out the season 0-2. So in a good place, and they get their bye this week. So they don't play again until 2 weeks from Sunday, 2 weeks from yesterday, and they will take on, they got a first of 3 home games in a row when they come back. The St. Louis Cardinals will be in town for a Sunday night matchup. And then the following week, the 49ers will be here, and then the Pittsburgh Steelers. So 3 home games for Seattle and a bye week. They could get well. They could be 7-4. That would be pretty awesome.
Mm-hmm.
And they would be back in the mix, at least in the discussions. 2 undefeated teams battled it out in Denver last night. Pretty good game if you don't like the Green Bay Packers, and most of us don't. So anyway, the Pack loses. They got kind of thumped 29-10 by the Denver Broncos. Their defense, the Broncos defense, was scary good.
Yeah,
they really looked well. And quickly, the Sounders with a 2-1 comeback win over FC Dallas in the first leg of their Western Conference semifinal. They'll play next Sunday in Frisco, Texas. And if they get a win or even a tie, they'll win the whole thing and move on to the Western Conference finals. And they'll play either Portland or Vancouver in those finals, because that's the other 2 teams that are in the semifinals. They battled to a 0-0 draw in the first leg of their Western Conference semifinal in Portland yesterday. They moved that series to Vancouver next Sunday. And that is Sports Notes for you this time around. Jeff Slakey has a mixed bag for weather.
Yeah, for sure. So we've got it 53 the high today. It's now 47. We got 1.5 inches of rain yesterday, but we're not going to see anywhere near that much. About 1/10 of an inch likely to kind of start getting heavy around 3 this afternoon. Tomorrow, 51, 52 on Wednesday. More of the same, but rain comes back Friday, where we're likely to see it about 1/2 inch.
It's Daybreak with Jeff and Dale on KMAS News Radio. Join the guys as they talk with neighbors, newsmakers, and each other, getting your day off to the absolute best possible start in the history of mornings. Connect with Jeff and Dale through the KMAS listener line, by email or Facebook. Now, from the gateway to the Olympic Mountains, Daybreak with Jeff and Dale.
All right, good morning to you. It is Daybreak here at KMAS on a Monday morning, the 2nd of November here at KMAS. Election day tomorrow. Get your ballots in. Make sure you vote. Still looking at the candidates. Check out KMAS.com. We've got a lot of great resources for you for not only Mason, but also some Thurston County election races that are happening. We'll have some results for you tomorrow night on KMAS.com.
Indeed, we will. Well, in the news, not only locally, but nationally, Chipotle still keeping all 43 of their restaurants closed in Oregon and Washington State until they can find out when it will be safe to reopen. A big E. coli outbreak. 22 people have been sickened by E. coli, most of which have eaten at a Chipotle in Washington or Oregon in the last few weeks. So that's the only commonality between them all, and that's the normal presumption is that, well, it must have originated from there.
Yeah, so let's listen to ABC News Chief Health and Medical Editor Richard Besser with this.
You've got federal, state, and locals all jumping all over this, and they're going to be doing a number of studies. They're going to test the food from the restaurants and see, can they find the E. coli, and does it match the E. coli from the patients? But the coolest study they're going to do, they're going to give everyone who was sick a questionnaire and a menu, and they're going to tick off everything they ate. They're going to give the same questionnaire to people who were there at the exact same time and see if there's a difference in those foods.
Huh. That's an interesting way to do it.
Well, yeah, and that's trying to narrow down, you know, the loose ends there. I mean, how do you know? I mean, I thought it was amazing that they found out they all had Chipotle in common. Especially if I asked you where you ate 2 weeks ago Tuesday.
Yeah.
What?
No.
I couldn't. Other than I just don't eat out that often. But I guess
so what
maybe
are they
some
going
people
to
don't
do?
eat.
This doesn't even make sense, because if you go to like Chipotle is essentially a Mexican place.
Yeah, Mexican
and
restaurant.
they build it to order, but all the orders have certain baselines, like they'll all have a tortilla, so they got to tick that off. I wonder if it's something, this is me speculating, but I wonder if it's something from the lettuce. It always seems like we get more E. coli outbreaks from lettuce.
Yeah.
Than more
I don't
things
disagree
than
with
not.
you on that one.
And they put lettuce on all these things.
Yeah.
So And that would be something I wouldn't even tick off because I wouldn't even think about it.
Right. That's a good point.
Huh. Well, good on
Tomatoes,
them.
Maybe.
Good on them for closing all of them down because, I think the other thing about Chipotle is they are regional, meaning they get a lot of the same produce regionally.
From
That's
one
their whole
source.
deal.
Right.
Like, they like saying they get local stuffs. So if it comes regionally.
Is Chipotle just a West Coast kind of an operation? And they're on the New York Stock Exchange. They dropped 4 points. Uh-oh. What are you laughing at?
Welcome back. Dale looks like asking, ye shall receive.
Breakfast. Bob Burbridge, ladies and
Bob
gentlemen.
Burbridge is from Fire District 4 is in here. And
that is awesome.
Dale's complaining about not having any kind of breakfast burrito early this morning. And so,
am I getting set up here for a quick exit? Thank you, Bob.
We may have Tammy in before you know it again. Who knows? Thanks, Bob. Good to see you.
You shall receive.
Oh, my goodness.
I must have whimpered. The alligator tears didn't even come out.
That is pretty funny.
That is awesome.
Dale, this morning we were talking about Halloween candy, and Tammy, who was in Friday, said, I've never had Airheads. And Bob Burbridge from Fire District 4 brought her some, and so he says, so just try it again. And Dale says, I don't know about those burritos.
Breakfast burritos.
Now here they are. So
look at this, and it was a morning that I didn't have my normal stack of stuff.
Now Tammy's getting upset. She's like, wait, this is pretty funny.
One up the next guy.
Thank you so much for starting your morning with us. What a fun deal.
What a great deal. That is awesome. So I've got two I got to share with my partner here.
Well, okay, we'll have well, don't twist my arm.
Oh man, over here. And there's some sauce in there too.
7:43 at KMAS. So we'll try this new
on here.
Breakfast. Try these new breakfast burritos. See how they taste this morning. All right, good stuff. Thank you, Bob. That's fun.
All right. Meanwhile, health advisories for 5 lakes in Thurston County, all the big lakes.
Mm-hmm.
Toxic levels of blue-green algae, which if you just say blue-green, you're thinking Seahawks. But when you add algae to the mix, then it's not so special. According to reports in the Olympian this morning, advisories apply to Black Lake, Deep Lake, Long Lake, Pattison Lake, and Scott Lakes. Health officials warning people to stay out of the water, and if you're fishing, catch and release until they figure that the water's safe.
So if you do that, let's say you're in there trolling, and you got your hooks, and you catch something, and then you release it.
Yeah.
Does anything get on your hook?
In other words, if you
should I throw away my
with your hook?
Oh yeah, that's a good one. I didn't even think about that. But should I get a new hook at the end of the day?
I don't know.
Do you need new hooks after every excursion?
I don't think the algae is. I think if you cut yourself, if you prick yourself with the hook, that would be of concern. But the hooks themselves, probably once it dries and evaporates, I don't think there's any big. But I don't know. I certainly am not the expert, so don't go by me. And
I just thought about that.
Pack the E. coli, not the E. coli, but
bring it home with you.
The algae. Yikes. Okay, so you bring it home, or you go to the next lake, some other lake that's pristine, and drop that hook in there, and then now there's a big breakout.
Yeah.
Green, blue, algae. Uh-oh.
I don't know if that's how that works.
I don't know either.
Jay Black from Jay and the American 77 today. Do you know who that is? Do you like Jay?
Haramia.
He's good. Keith Emerson from Emerson, Lake and Palmer. He's the keyboardist. Carter Buford. So if you're a Dave Matthews fan, or if you're a drummer, you know that Carter Buford.
Or if you're both.
I guess that those two are not mutually exclusive. But if you like Dave Matthews, or if you like drumming, Carter Buford is by far one of the best drummers out there in the biz.
Is he?
His kit is massive. I mean, he's got cymbals of every size.
Now, I saw a website, a company, a startup, and their specialty are drum skins.
Okay.
And they have just released the latest classic Iron Maiden album, drum heads.
So these are like bass drum heads that have labels?
Yes, and so
that's cool.
It was like a big sale going on, and you got to get this one, and they're all the classic vintage 70s, 80s rockers, and And it was pretty cool. And so I was looking at it, and I didn't quite get what the whole deal was. And then I went to their page, and they got a catalog of all these classic albums from back in the day, album jackets, and then they're superimposed on the drum skins. And you
but
can get
that's where you put your own band name.
Well, you would think, but I guess it's supposed to be pretty cool to have some other old classic band.
Maybe.
They're selling like hotcakes. Or drumsticks.
Hotcakes, that's good too.
You're listening to Daybreak with Jeff and Dale on KMAS News Radio.
This is Secretary of State Kim Wyman reminding you to vote in this fall's general election. This year, voters like you will decide many local races and ballot measures affecting our families. The ballot also includes 2 statewide initiatives and 4 statewide advisory votes. Ballots will be mailed to voters starting October 16. Return your ballot promptly by mail or use a drop box until 8 p.m. on November 3rd. Be an informed voter. Learn more by reading your voter's pamphlet or visit vote.wa.gov. Sponsored by the Office of the Secretary of State as provided by law.
Mason General Hospital's Diagnostic Imaging Department meets the gold standard in quality and safety with the Toshiba Prime 80 CT scanner. Recently awarded by the American College of Radiology, Mason General's CT program leads the way with safer, low-dose radiation and a large detector CT opening for more comfort and superior scanning capability. The Prime 80 is the only CT scanner of its kind in Western Washington, and with an expert staff to give you the highest quality CT imaging nationwide. The best in CT scanning close to home.
Mason General Hospital and family of clinics. Equal opportunity provider. Translation services provided.
Mason General and family of clinics.
Take KMAS wherever you go with our new free KMAS mobile app. It's a free download from either your Apple or Android device. Check out the latest news and even listen wherever you have a signal. Search KMAS in your app store and download our free KMAS app today.
Hi, this is Steve Goins from the city of Shelton, and you're listening to Daybreak with Jeff and Dale on KMAS News Radio.
All right, thanks, Steve. Good morning to you. It is Daybreak here at KMAS. KMAS.com on the 2nd of November. It's a Monday morning. We're looking at some birthdays just before talking about Carter Buford. Now, I don't know if I want to do this to you guys, but it's going to change the way you listen and watch TV shows.
What?
As a percussionist, I hear it all the time, and you may hear it too. The person who invented reality TV had to also have invented the cymbal. And cymbal in the percussion sense, not a, I'm using this as a symbol of my love. This is a circular metallic device that goes.
Yes.
Okay, so the next time you're watching a reality TV show, listen for, and we used to have to do this in band all the time. You take a coin and you run it over the top of the cymbal and it makes a zing like this. They're everywhere. If you watch reality TV, listen for the cymbal. And I'm sorry now because you're only going to hear the cymbal. After every line, almost, especially when it's like a drama or something is about to happen, there's always a shing or a za or a whoosh. It's all from a cymbal. Oh, man. And they're everywhere. I just hear it all the time. I just wonder if anybody else hears it.
Well, because you're an old percussionist.
That could be the only reason. And now that you're made aware of it, you may hear it.
You're right. That's all I'll hear now.
Shing. Like anytime a scene changes.
So reality like The Bachelor?
Anything. Even, I think even cooking shows. What was that last one?
Trump. Your
Apprentice?
Apprentice.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, like those ones. Because there's high drama in those shows. Yeah. It's always symbol. Sing.
Oh, man. Well, here's one way to fight the DUI epidemic that's going on. A bar in Utah took their bathrooms and gave them prison cell makeovers. It's the Sky SLC in Salt Lake City, which has realistic jail cell doors, vinyl prison uniforms applied to mirrors so that the revelers can get a peek at themselves in stripes. or even prison-style bunk beds to try out. On the outfit, it says, ever wonder what a DUI looks like?
Huh.
The idea is the environment may give both male and female barflies a sobering second thought before they get behind the wheel.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
Could be an interesting way to do that.
Yeah.
I wonder what the Salt Lake City police have to say about
the State Patrol's all about it. Highway Patrol Trooper Lawrence Hopper, he thought it was a great idea. Yeah.
Wow.
So,
oh, geez, one more reason to get out of San Francisco. I'm going to send this off to my brother-in-law. Street gangs.
Yeah?
We thought that San Francisco may have calmed down from the street gangs of the 70s.
Oh, no, not true?
It is ramping back up.
Oh.
And these are masked bandits.
Really?
Oh, it even says that. For the second time in as many months, a gang of masked suspects have attacked passersby in the Richmond district of San Francisco.
Really?
Scary stuff. Watch out. Be on the loose. But don't look out on the horizon for these problems because they're coming at your legs.
What?
These are raccoons. Yikes.
Masked.
Masked, because they have masks.
Yeah.
ABC affiliate KGO reports a group of the animals attacked a couple and their 2 dogs as they walked into their turf last week. 12 or 15 raccoons.
That's a big group.
4 big, vicious ones that were actually doing the fighting. The rest of them were all just goating them on.
There's a sign, the one where I say beer as cold as your wife's ex-heart, your ex-wife's heart, also has feeding raccoons changes who they are. In other words, don't feed the raccoons.
Right.
Because they're going to turn into very...
They get a taste.
Aggressive. Yeah.
They're probably getting into all the...
cat food, dog food.
Cat foods and everything that they have down there. Wow. There's so many people on that little, what is that? It's like a peninsula, San Francisco?
Yeah, I guess you could kind of call it a peninsula. Yeah.
There's so many people, and they're all starting to get really on top of each other, like with this housing markets. I mean, these houses, there's some houses down there.
Now,
Talk
your
about some of these.
brother lives there?
Oh, yeah. So I'm kind of familiar with the struggles of living down there. You know, some of these houses, dilapidated houses around here that we are hoping they just get demolished.
Yeah.
They're selling these things for $1.3 million in that condition.
Maybe that's what we should do.
Just send all the houses down there.
It's called, this is chic. This isn't old dilapidated.
It's chic.
This is chic. You want to spend $1 million for this lot.
Silicone chic.
I think that's a great idea.
Well, market it. 7:54 here at KMAS, KMAS.com.
A drunk's attempt to pet a tiger ends predictably.
Jeez.
Nebraska woman in the hospital recovering from a bite to her hand resulted from her apparent attempt to pet a tiger in Omaha's zoo and aquarium. According to KMTV, Jacqueline Eady and a companion broke into the facility on Halloween night. I know, let's go break into the zoo. Sticking her hand into the tiger's cage, she was bitten. Severe trauma. Not surprisingly, alcohol was a factor. After a friend drove her to the hospital, it was noted that Edie appeared intoxicated and combative towards the hospital staff and cited for criminal trespass. Probably woke up next morning and goes, what the happened to my hand?
What happened? I was just thinking that's probably, if they were ever to have a reason to invent a device or something that could give you a look into your future, situations like this would be the best.
Yeah.
You get to the front door of the zoo, and I don't know, you press a button or you say something, and you get a vision of what it's like the next day. Even just 24 hours in the future. That would be enough probably for most people to go, let's not do this.
Let's not. Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't have to go so far in the future that you're like affecting major changes, but enough for you to realize the potential error in your ways.
Here's some of the consequences of this decision you're about to make.
Yeah, because we could talk about it all the time. I mean, we talk about it all the time, texting and driving. We had a great chat You were gone the other day, but on Thursday with Jerry Apple, and our friend Rachel was in. And so we were talking about texting and driving. And I asked Jerry and I asked Rachel, are the kids more responsive, Rachel, to you? Because you're a kid too. And she goes, yeah. But even that's only so much. If you had something that could show you what you were doing, that would be a big deterrent.
It would be. Well, now
There's
with
$1 million idea.
Now with video phones, stupid acts are recorded and played back to people. And go, oh,
that's what I was.
Oh, if I wouldn't, I should never have acted like.
I got a couple videos from back in the early aughts. Made definite impacts in things for myself.
You just don't realize.
No, you don't.
You don't realize.
And you can't listen to people because it's so hard to listen to someone and think that you are no differently. Oh, I wasn't like that. Everybody was like that. That's how it is.
Yeah.
Like you just kind of fluff off. Those are your canned responses.
Right. But
And,
the reality,
and not until you see it.
Yeah.
You go, oh, wow.
Yeah. See it the next day through clearer eyes. Okay, so you remember the big boulder chasing Indiana Jones through the tunnel? And,
yeah.
Okay, just like that, a massive inflatable pumpkin somehow slipped its tethers and rolled down a Peoria, Arizona street, made famous by the Eagles, by the way, plowing over everything in its path. The inflatable's dangerous journey lasted a quarter of a mile. Fortunately, the only casualties were some streetlights, which have been repaired. I was so shocked to see it. Was like bouncing like a big basketball all the way down the road, said the Pumpkins owners, Patrick Sparks. Big AZ Promotions told the NBC affiliate, we showed up and it wasn't there, and we spent like the last 40 minutes driving around looking for it. We saw all this damage, and we followed this. There was the great pumpkin at the bottom of the hill. Crazy. That was a great Halloween prank.
Yeah. Wow. It is 8 o'clock.
You're listening to Daybreak with Jeff and Dale on KMAS News Radio. Is nature sending us signals about the winter ahead? We'll investigate some old-time November weather lore on the Old Farmer's Almanac Radio Report.
If you're diabetic, this message could change your life. Is your blood sugar out of control even when you do all the right stuff? Are you afraid of diabetic blindness and the risk of amputation, as well as all those other side effects? Well, you should be. Is there anything that could help manage your blood sugar? Nobetes is a natural supplement that may quickly and dramatically lower your blood sugar.
My name is Bob Corder. I've been using Nobetes for about 3.5 to 4 months now. And in the first 3 months, I've actually lowered my blood sugars from 500s down to 139, and then it dropped to 88 to 93.
My name is Kirsten. I'm a type 1 diabetic, and while taking Nobetes, my blood sugar levels dropped from 295 to 115 in just 1 day.
The FDA hasn't evaluated these statements, and Nobetes isn't intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. But for many, it's helped drop their blood sugar. So if you've been evaluated with high blood sugar, don't delay. Evaluate Nobetes now. Call 800-478-9631 and get your free bottle. Just cover shipping and handling. Call 800-478-9631. That's 800-478-9631.
With more practical tips and useful advice, this is the Old Farmer's Almanac Radio Report for Monday, November 2nd, the 306th day of the year. Frontiersman Daniel Boone was born on this day in 1834, and the Space Goose, the world's largest airplane, made its first and only flight in 1947. Weather legends and lore were the accepted way of forecasting. Here's what a 16th century weatherman's predictions might have sounded like. Ice in November brings mud in December, or a heavy November snow will last till April. A nice November doesn't get us off the hook either. Flowers still in bloom, they said, indicate a hard winter ahead. And keep an eye on the pond. If there's ice in November that will bear a duck, there'll be nothing after but sludge and muck. There is your Old Farmer's Almanac Radio Report. Find your local weather predictions online at almanac.com.
Your South Sound home for NFL primetime football is KMAS Shelton, Monday, Thursday, and Sunday nights, AM 1030 and FM 1033.
Here's the latest from ABC News.
I'm Karen Chase. A Russian airline official says a technical failure could not have made an Airbus break apart at 30,000 feet. He believes an external impact is to blame. Investigators say the black boxes are in good shape and may hold clues. ABC News military consultant Stephen Ganyard offers this analysis.
The comments from the airline are trying to point fingers away from anything that might have said that they were culpable for this accident. You're also going to hear the Egyptian government say things like, well, it couldn't be terrorism because we have very strict procedures to screen passengers before they get on airplanes. So there's going to be a lot of people pointing fingers in different directions, but until we can get the investigators on the ground and begin to gather evidence and analyze what may or may not be on those black boxes, we really don't have any good idea what brought this airplane down.
Sonar images of possible wreckage off the Bahamas suggest the ill-fated cargo ship El Faro landed upright on the ocean floor. This may aid efforts to recover the ship's voyage data recorder. Representatives for some of the Republican candidates gathered in Virginia overnight to discuss the rules for the next debate. ABC's Tom Yamas has the details.
The Republican National Committee, which was not invited to the meeting, said it is appointing their COO to oversee the debates, which essentially creates a debate czar for the RNC. But it's unclear if the candidates will even listen to this person since they want to call the shots.
Toddlers and tablets left to their own devices. A new study finds 3/4 of kids as young as 3 have their own smartphones or tablets and often use them unsupervised. Researchers say it's more evidence that the use of electronic devices has become deeply woven into the experience of childhood. They also say they don't know what the long-term impact will be of kids sitting by themselves glued to digital candy. Former President Jimmy Carter admits he hasn't kept his promise to his doctors to scale back on work since his cancer diagnosis. He's still helping build Habitat for Humanity's housing. Dance Mom star Abigail Lee Miller is due in court in Pittsburgh today to face charges of allegedly hiding over $700,000 in income from the show during her bankruptcy proceedings. This is ABC News.
Kate, look at you. I've never seen you so calm and self-assured.
It's all about karma.
Didn't know you were into that new age stuff.
No, it's my new business. I'm making a ton of money while giving people a healthy choice when they want a snack or drink. I always thought vending machines could be profitable, but I wasn't comfortable selling the junk most machines offer. Then I found Urban Vendor's Karma Boxes. It's not your traditional vending company. Now I have the business I've always wanted, and I feel great about what I'm selling. I set my own hours, so no more stress-filled commutes.
Wow, that's amazing. Was it hard to get started?
No, the initial investment was very reasonable. Plus, they got me the best locations for my machines at schools, health clubs, offices, hotels, and they offer ongoing training. So when I have a question, I get answers. I tell you, healthy snacks are what people are looking for.
How do I get Karma Boxes?
Call Urban Vendor now at 855 Karma Box. There's good karma and big profits in healthy vending. That's 855 Karma Box or visit myurbanvendor.com. That's 855 KARMABOX. 855 KARMABOX.
Enrollment is once again open for Obamacare, the third season since the health law took effect. ABC's Bazi Kanani tells us what to expect.
A person logging on to healthcare.gov to re-enroll for their healthcare plan under Obamacare is, on average, met with a 7.5% increase in premiums for the most popular plans. Federal officials say consumers need to shop around in the insurance marketplace to keep costs down. This year, there are far fewer people signing up for Obamacare coverage than previously expected. Federal officials acknowledge it's a challenge to reach those holdouts, the consumers that don't want to pay for health insurance because they rarely go to the doctor. Bazi Kanani, ABC News, Washington.
Walmart, Target, and other stores may not sell T-shirts emblazoned with Bob Marley's face. The Supreme Court rejected an appeal from companies that argued they didn't have to get his family's permission. A 73-year-old Las Vegas man will make you feel like a slacker. He's now run a marathon in each of the 50 states. Karen Chase, ABC News.
Local news is brought to you by Shelton Health and Rehabilitation Center. Find them online at sheltonhealthandrehab.com.
You're listening to KMAS News Radio, a Maryland Foster. The Shelton School District's Community Open Forum last week focused on school safety and security. Police Chief Darren Moody and Superintendent Alex Apostle led a discussion on best practices to keep schools and the community safe. Dr. Apostle joined Daybreak to share more about that discussion.
We're in the process of continuing to refine our system. The first threat that we had at Shelton High School, I think we could have done a better job. But the second what was going on. So there's some internal and external issues that we're focusing upon to make sure that we're doing everything possible to protect our students, our staff,
The second safety threat Dr. Apostle referred to happened last week. He says communication is key.
We have what's a robocall, where we can communicate with our parents, but there's other ways that might even be better, and we're looking at all options as we move forward. Again, this is a process that's under constant refinement.
The date for the next open forum this month hasn't yet been set, but we'll let you know as soon as it's announced. 5 lakes in Thurston County are under health advisories for toxic blue-green algae. The advisory affects Black, Deep, Long, Pattison, and Scott lakes. The county health department advises people to stay out of the water, and anglers are asked to practice catch and release until the advisories are lifted. Warning signs are posted at community access points on each lake. The lakes will be monitored weekly until algae levels are at or below the state standard, and the advisories can be lifted. After consecutive years of record wildfire damage, the Washington State Department of Natural Resources is asking legislators for help controlling future wildfires. The agency is asking the legislature for an additional $24,279,000 to equip and train more in-state wildland firefighters and make forests and communities more resistant to the mega blazes that have swept Washington. DNR is responsible for preventing and fighting wildfires on 13 million acres of private, state, and tribal-owned forest lands. Commissioner of Public Lands, Peter Goldmark, said we must confront the reality of a longer, more difficult fire season, adding that we will not let the evergreen state become the wildfire state. The funding package would provide aid to local fire districts, modernize communication equipment, add aviation experts to dispatch helicopters and airplanes, and train local, tribal, state, and contracted firefighters to work together. More than 1,500 wildfires burned over 1 million acres in Washington this summer. I'm Mary Lynn Foster, your local news at AM 1030 and FM 103.3, and always on KMAS.com.
The Dave Ramsey Show, where common sense meets dollars and cents.
Thomas is on Twitter. How do you decide how much to save each month for Christmas? Simple division. That's what I would do. It depends on how many months you have till Christmas. Right now, you haven't got many. I mean, September, October, November, you got 3 months to get ready, right? And so figure out what you're going to spend on Christmas, and you got 3 months to do that. If you're going to spend $900, you need to save $300 a month. Simple division. Hi, this is Dave Ramsey. Tune into my show weekdays from noon to 3 here on KMAS.
Snow melts. Rain falls. Rivers form. This happens all over the world. But when it happens here, something wonderful unfolds. A renewable source of energy, created without releasing even an ounce of CO2 into the Earth's atmosphere.
Mason PUD 3. Clean, renewable, and reliable energy every day.
The Royals are champs. Bronx and Bengals win again. Hi, everybody. Todd Ant reporting on sports.
Davis comes to the plate. Strike 3 called. It's over. They've done it.
On KCSP in Kansas City, the Royals are champions of baseball, and they did it. And what's become their MO in the postseason, a 7-2 comeback victory, trailing 2-0 heading into the ninth. The Royals went to work, tied the game, and that set up
the pitch and a breaking ball lined into left field. That's a base hit. Colon has driven in the go-ahead run. Dyson has scored.
On ESPN Radio, the Royals would add 4 more for the 7-2 victory, taking the series. Royals manager Ned Yost says this is much sweeter after last year's World Series loss.
Last year was such a hard defeat for us in Game 7, and everybody came to spring training as determined of a group that I've ever seen.
Mets manager Terry Collins.
Tremendous season, tremendous guys to be around. I'm very, very proud of them.
Too many fielding errors cost the Mets. Catcher Salvatore Perez named MVP. The parade is set for Tuesday in Kansas City. Week 8 in the NFL, and the Broncos totally outplayed the Packers Sunday night.
They run it left for C.J. Anderson with a huge hole. 20, 15, Anderson 10, 5, touchdown Denver. Through the heart of the Packer defense.
On KOA, Denver smacks Green Bay 29-10 to remain undefeated, while the Pack suffered its first loss. The Bengals find some late-game magic to remain undefeated.
Quick throw, caught by Green. It is a touchdown!
Jeremiah Green, and the Bengals have the lead with 2:57 to go.
On 700 WLW, Bengals over the Steelers 16-10. NFL.com reporting that Steelers running back Le'Veon Bell expected to be lost for the season with a badly torn MCL. A career game for Saints quarterback Drew Brees, 7 touchdown passes, 511 passing yards, yet it still took a game-winning field goal to beat the Giants 52-49 in New Orleans. NASCAR's chase for the Cup, Jeff Gordon wins at Martinsville. He secures a spot in the final race in Miami. Todd Ant, ABC Sports.
Yes, it was a career game for Eli Manning as well.
That was amazing.
The first quarterback in NFL history to throw 6 touchdown passes and lose.
Wow. That's
only
impressive.
The second time in the entire history of the National Football League that a team has scored 49 or more points and lost. So, wow. You never know. You just never know how many points are enough. So score as many as you can. Okay, good morning for Newsradio 1030 KMAS Shelton, FM 103.3 and KMAS.com. I'm Dale Hubbard, 10 past 8 here on our Monday gathering. You heard a brief mention of the Las Vegas man who fulfilled his quest to run marathons in all 50 states. Here's the rest of the story. He's 73 years old. He didn't even start this quest until he was 60. So in 13 years, he managed to cross the finish line in every marathon in every state. Not every marathon, but in a state in every state in a marathon. Did I do that right? Okay. 4 hours, 9 minutes, 15 seconds. Is that good?
That's what mine was.
Was it? So you run as good as a 73-year-old then?
Yep.
That's awesome, Jeff.
And that was 4 years ago. I think that's exactly what it was. 4 hours and 9 minutes or 4 hours and 7 minutes, something like that.
Okay. Right there. He's right in there with you youngsters, you young whippersnappers. All right. Tonight, the Monday night game, Indianapolis taking on undefeated Carolina in Carolina. Come on, Colts. Stanford, 30-28 winners over the Cougs. Tough loss for the Cougars. Had a shot at a field goal, sailed wide right as the last few seconds ticked away. In the Palouse this weekend, the Cougs stay home to host Arizona State. Huskies rolled over Arizona 49-3 on Saturday night, and also Seattle now with their 4-4 record earn themselves a mid-season bye.
Yeah, probably a good time.
Very good time, and they can heal up, recharge, and get set for the second half of the season that they open with 3 home games in a row. That's very good. So that's sports this time around. Oh, by the way, we're going to have Thursday night high school football for you this week as the High Climbers are on the road taking on the Tornadoes of
Yelma.
There it is. Not Yelma.
Yelma.
Because that sounds too much like, where.
Yelma.
Now, sports, here's Jeff with the weather.
It's not that bad, actually. I'm looking out the windows here at KMAS.
It's not Las Vegas.
Certainly not Las Vegas. 47 currently with some clouds and rain likely at around 1 or so. About a tenth of an inch at about 1. Tomorrow, 51. And Friday, we're likely to see a half inch of rain. But until then, not too bad around here. 47 right now.
It's Daybreak with Jeff and Dale on KMAS News Radio. Join the guys as they talk with neighbors, newsmakers, and each other, getting your day off to the absolute best possible start in the history of mornings. Connect with Jeff and Dale through the KMAS listener line by email or Facebook. Now, from the southernmost tide pool of Puget Sound, Daybreak with Jeff and Dale.
All right, good morning to you. It's 8:14 here at KMAS. Lynn Longden will be in about a half an hour.
I heard a statistic earlier this morning, Jeff. Yesterday was a significant sports day. First time since the 70s or something. Really makes sense. But anyway, there was professional football, professional baseball, professional hockey, and professional basketball all played on the same day.
Yeah. First time in history that they also played a soccer game There was another 2 sports that were played yesterday.
Wow.
I saw that too.
But
I cannot think of the other ones. First time ever. I mean, that's just, I was going to ask you about that.
Yeah.
Because it's just way too much sports.
Yeah.
For one day.
Too many collisions.
There's too many. I mean,
well, maybe motor racing was the other
that was it, motor racing.
Yeah. Yeah, the quest for the cup.
First time
still alive.
Ever. All of those sports. It's November and we're still playing baseball.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah. It's
pitchers and catchers show
November
up in 2
for
months.
Car racing. Yes. Yeah, they do in February. There you go.
Yeah. 3 months.
That's great. It's incredible. But somehow there's the resources to support all this.
Amazing. Wouldn't the groups get together themselves and say, listen, if we scatter this a bit better, we could build our respective fan bases a little more. Right now, people have to choose.
Mm-hmm. It's true. It only makes sense, but there'll be a decrease in revenue somehow, some way, if you back it off a little.
The other thing I was thinking about, speaking of revenue, and you think that these people care about you in the NFL and stuff like that. Well, they don't, because here's why. They're going to do, for the next 10, 15 years, at least 1 or 2 games in London.
Yeah.
Who does that help?
3 or 4.
I mean, there's no sports teams in London. There's no football teams in London.
Well, they want to.
I know that, but right now, they're just going over there to make more revenue.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It just doesn't make sense. So the Tottenham Hotspurs, I think, their stadium's going to be ready in 2018, and they're going to have 2 games a year at that stadium.
There you go.
Starting next year, they're going to do another 2 games a year through 2020 at Wembley.
Well, I was going to call you Saturday because you were quite prolific last week telling me, I was saying, they should, football should be a man's sport, take the helmets off or blah, blah. And you go, they've got a sport like that. It's called rugby.
Rugby.
They had the Rugby World Cup 2015 on Saturday. I watched it.
I watched it too. I didn't understand what I was watching.
No, but I do know this. They have a football and they don't have helmets.
Yeah.
They don't have any padding.
No, it's tough.
And they collide and tackle and throw and I
went to a store and
that's a man's sport right there.
I was watching it, and then I went to a store, and at the store they were watching it.
It's incredible.
And I looked at the guy and go, "You even understand what this is?" He goes, "Oh yeah." Maybe he played at Evergreen or something.
I don't know. I don't know how they score or what the I don't know what the strategy is.
And I get that they're trying to bring new viewers here.
Mm-hmm.
But, just sending people over to London doesn't help the average casual American fan get to see their favorite team.
No.
And over there, you can wear the advertisement laws are a little less. So you can put sponsors on
Toyota
the jerseys.
Tag on your jersey.
You know how their practice jerseys have a sponsorship?
Mm-hmm.
They haven't been able to do that in regular season, but they can do it over there.
Yeah, you can't
Just another ad revenue.
Can't even add eye black to your face with a message.
Yeah, didn't some guy get 2 people now have gotten in trouble? Some
guy did a
his dad
salute to his dad. Yeah.
Well, and then the other thing was this guy got in trouble for celebrating Breast Cancer Awareness Month, October. The whole NFL goes pink.
Yeah.
And this one guy wears pink or purple, and he gets in trouble.
Well, it's just a little nonprofit trying to make its way in this big world. Yeah.
Trying to make a mark. 8:19 at KMAS. Good morning to you. We'll take a break here in just a second. We'll come back and talk about some other news story.
Was a good game.
Wow, it was a good game.
And I felt so bad for the Cougars and the Cougar faithful who were right there to the very end. And the game started late.
Yeah.
So,
I don't think I turned it on, but were there a lot of costumes? Had to have been.
There wasn't that many. I mean, just a whole lot of Cougar colors. There was, I'm not going to say there weren't, but for Halloween night, you would have thought like the whole stands would have been all Darth Vader or something, but no.
Vader. Interesting. All right, it's 8:20 KMAS. We'll take a break. We'll come back after this to have some more stories for you.
A lot of guys look like Mike Leach.
Was there a couple of those costumes? Dressed up as pirates?
Maybe it was my favorite. I'm not sure.
All right, we'll be right back after this. Good morning.
You're listening to Daybreak with Jeff and Dale on KMAS News Radio.
Are you tired of commuting to a job that makes someone else rich, working harder than ever, but getting nowhere? Do you hate spending hundreds of dollars every week on daycare, having someone else raise your children? With our opportunities, you can start earning money as soon as next week. You get to be the boss, work from home, and live a happier life. At Be the Boss Network, you'll find hundreds of work-from-home opportunities that you can literally start today and be earning money as soon as next week. Go to freedom31.com and start earning money as soon as next week. You get to be the boss. Get out of the rat race. Work from home. Go to freedom31.com right now and change your life today. That's freedom31.com. Go to freedom31.com and start earning money as soon as next week. You be the boss. Go to freedom31.com.
Hi, this is Tom Hartman, host of the Tom Hartman Program. Join me 9 to noon on News Radio 1030 KMAS. The next president is going to nominate at least 3 and probably 4 or 5 members of the United States Supreme Court. That president has to be a Democrat. Even if it's a middle-of-the-road Democrat, even if it's a conservative Democrat, trust me, you do not want a Republican appointing 4 members of the United States Supreme Court. This country will go so far backwards, so fast, and in such a destructive and perhaps irreparable way.
Get ready. It's time to tee it up with Keith Jones.
Are you going to hit the shot that you need to hit? Or are you going to be trying something new just because it looks fancy? So one of, the basic truths, the self-evident truths that we have in the book is that you always choose functional over fancy.
Tee it up with Keith Jones.
This is Secretary of State Kim Wyman reminding you to vote in this fall's general election. This year, voters like you will decide many local races and ballot measures affecting our families. The ballot also includes 2 statewide initiatives and 4 statewide advisory votes. Ballots will be mailed to voters starting October 16. Return your ballot promptly by mail or use a drop box until 8 p.m. on November 3rd. Be an informed voter. Learn more by reading your voter's pamphlet or visit vote.wa.gov. Sponsored by the Office of the Secretary of State as provided by law.
Hi, this is Brad Miller from Splash, and you're listening to Daybreak with Jeff and Dale on KMAS News Radio.
8:22 Monday morning. Brian LaFlame, our radio resource, real estate resource program was suspended again today. This time, not the kids, Mama.
Yeah, some jerk driver rear-ended her.
So she's hurting for certain, and somebody's got to pull kid duty. Guess who?
Yep.
All right. Well, we understand, and it's not easy raising a family, Jeff, right? Woof. You can just go woof. There you go. All right. Dateline Bremerton. We're digging deep for some news stories for everybody this morning. This is kind of fun if you know the players, I think. Bremerton police are investigating possible incidents of misdemeanor assault after responding to an altercation involving the current and former mayors of Port Orchard and some other community leaders. Bremerton Police Chief Steve Strachan says no arrests were made during Friday's incident at a restaurant. A police report will be forwarded to the city prosecutor, though. See what he wants to do with it, or she. The Kitsap Sun says the dispute arose from a meeting over documents related to Port Orchard Mayor Tim Mathis's re-election campaign. The police chief said Teresa Osinski with the Home Builders Association of Kitsap County wanted to photograph the documents, but the mayor wouldn't allow her to do so. Former Mayor Larry Coppola said was there, and he was there as a member of the group's board. Witnesses say Osinski hurt her hand and Mathis got a cut on his finger. Police said a glass was broken.
Wow.
Coppola did not return a call seeking comment. Mathis says he wasn't happy with what happened, but declined comment after the incident. So there you go. a heated exchange in a restaurant.
Yeah, I would say so.
The former and the current and the possible future and the.
Well, the election cycle brings out folks from all ilks, and it is your chance to have your voice heard. The election day is tomorrow. Tomorrow night, we'll have some results for you on KMAS.com. The mayoral race is happening tomorrow for the city of Shelton. Also, the commissioner of finance race in the port. If you're in the port district, there's a port race going on. Other various initiatives and different approval referendum type things happening. Not a lot though, but these are the important races. A lot of people fluff on these. They don't vote on these ones, and they are just, if not more important, because next year is a big presidential year, and so everybody comes out. They want to say they voted in the presidential. That's fine. We get that, but up until then, we got to have people that are in the seats representing us.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to get out and vote. And these races, even though they're not on the backs of a major campaign or on the backs of a major nationwide push to get people voting, very important. And these are the votes where it's like 25 people can swing these things.
Somebody put in an editorial, actually, just addressing that very topic. Speaking of a primary race this last spring, where the race was a tie, and literally a flip of the coin decided who was going to advance in the election.
Yeah,
literally a flip of a coin, whereby if one other person had voted, then there would have been a directive there. So that's how important one vote is.
Yeah, and these small races. Now, next year's presidential, I mean, it'll be millions, 45 million to 46 million. I mean, those numbers are impressive, but still, even there, 1 million voters is a doable swing for people.
Yeah,
and, so it's important to get your voice out there, make it heard. You know, these are the races where your voice does matter. These small city races.
Even more impactful than a national, perhaps. So, yeah, very important. And we encourage you to get the vote out. And if you're registered and you've got under your pile of bills and other junk mail in your kitchen, on your kitchen counter, dig through there. Oh, there's the ballot.
There it is. Get it done.
Get it done and get it in by tomorrow night at 8, please. Thank you. A convicted man has been convicted by a jury of stabbing a Domino's pizza delivery guy in January. The attack by Christopher Cohen was a case of random violence when the driver went to confront Cohen while he was prowling his car. Well, fortunately, the driver survived. It was a near-fatal attack, though, but he was able to make it back to the Domino's pizza store, and that saved his life. So, but just a random act of violence. And if you, by the way, stumble across somebody burglarizing your car, it's probably not a good idea to confront them at that particular moment, but rather try to call 911. And you should know your license plate number and description of your car, and maybe just stand back a block, of 100 feet and see which way the person runs and what kind of clothes they're wearing, and give them a good description, and justice will prevail.
I saw a cute video online. It was one of those, nondescript gym rooms, and it was how to protect yourself against an attacker was the headline. Mm-hmm. So you click on it, or attacker wielding a knife. How do you protect yourself? And it's kind of one of those videos where a guy will show you the techniques you do to take him down.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this video it showed a guy with a knife, and it showed another guy, and the guy ran. That was it.
That's one way to keep getting attacked by a knife.
Yeah. It's probably one of, like you were saying, one of the smart things.
Smart things to do. You want, your impulse is to confront him.
Right.
But number one, they're a little bit crazy anyway. They're on edge. They're a little bit, maybe anxious. Got a little angst going there.
Yeah.
Because they're robbing you.
You not be in the right mindset.
They don't want to have a conversation.
No.
So it's hard to talk them out of anything. So.
All right. Let's say good morning here, Karen Shade, Edward Jones.
Good morning. Happy Monday.
How was Halloween?
Monday to you.
Was it?
It was
wet,
soggy.
Yeah.
No, we don't have anyone, so we went out to dinner and visited a winery at Medicine Creek Winery.
I could not believe the amounts of rain.
No, and then yesterday I thought, oh my gosh, it has to be hailing or raining rocks because it was coming down so hard.
Yeah, no, it was bad.
Yeah, and then of course with the tides, because I'm on Little Skookum, and so the high tide is blowing, going over the banks.
Eh?
Oh yeah, it was high, going over the banks everywhere. So I'm just thankful to have a nice, calm morning.
A little bit of snow in the mountains over
I know. Oh, I can't wait to see the Olympics with snow.
Yeah, we're getting there. It's going to be, hopefully this will be a good year.
I hope and pray we can't have any more fires.
No. What are we at with Wall Street? Good year, good day there?
Yes, it is. U.S. stocks are trading higher after their best monthly gain in 4 years. In earning news, HSBC's third quarter profit exceeded expectations, driven by lower regulatory costs and resilient credit quality. In economic news, U.S. manufacturers expanded at the slowest pace in more than 2 years in October. Treasuries are off in early trading as a rally in equities is dampening the haven appeal of government debt. So far this morning in the S&P 500, the best performing sector is healthcare, while the worst performing sector is utilities. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is up 99 points at 17,763. The Standard & Poor's 500 Index is up 12 points at 2,091, and the NASDAQ Composite Index is up 42 points at 5,096. This morning, volume on the New York Stock Exchange is moderate, with 222 million shares being traded, and advancers are outnumbering decliners by roughly 5-2 margin. In the commodity markets, the spot price of gold is down $6.07 to $1,136.10. The spot price of silver is down 20 cents to $15.35, and crude oil prices are down 39 cents to $46.20. In the bond markets, the 30-year Treasury yield is currently 2.96%, and the 10-year Treasury yield is 2.18%. Stocks of local interest. Amazon is down $3.17. Costco is up 21 cents. Boeing is up 40 cents. Starbucks is down 20 cents, and Microsoft is up 28 cents. This is Karen Shade of Everett Jones, member SIPC, serving in. I'm located at 1051 Southeast State Route 3 in Shelton. And if you'd like additional information, you can contact me at 426-4590. And daily commentary is also located on our website at edwardjones.com. Have a great Monday, everyone.
You're listening to Daybreak with Jeff and Dale on KMAS News Radio.
Local news is brought to you by Fred Holmes Tree Service. FredHolmesTreeService.com, 427-4489.
You're listening to KMAS News Radio. I'm Marilyn Foster. The Shelton School District's Community Open Forum last week focused on school safety and security. Police Chief Darren Moody and Superintendent Alex Apostle led a discussion on best practices to keep schools and the community safe. Dr. Apostle joined Daybreak to share more about that discussion.
We're in the process of continuing to refine our system. The first threat that we had at Shelton High School, I think we could have done a better job. But the second threat that we've had, we reacted very nicely and communicated through various channels what was going on. So there's some internal and external issues that we're focusing upon to make sure that we're doing everything possible to protect our students, our staff.
The second safety threat Dr. Apostle referred to happened last week. He says communication is key.
We have what's a robocall, where we can communicate with our parents, but there's other ways that might even be better, and we're looking at all options as we move forward. Again, this is a process that's under constant refinement.
The date for the next open forum this month hasn't yet been set, but we'll let you know as soon as it's announced. 5 lakes in Thurston County are under health advisories for toxic blue-green algae. The advisory affects Black, Deep, Long, Pattison, and Scott Lakes. The county health department advises people to stay out of the water, and anglers are asked to practice catch and release until the advisories are lifted. Warning signs are posted at community access points on each lake. The lakes will be monitored weekly until algae levels are at or below the state standard, and the advisories can be lifted. After consecutive years of record wildfire damage, the Washington State Department of Natural Resources is asking legislators for help controlling future wildfires. The agency is asking the legislature for an additional $24,279,000 to equip and train more in-state wildland firefighters and make forests and communities more resistant to the mega blazes that have swept Washington. DNR is responsible for preventing and fighting wildfires on 13 million acres of private, state, and tribal-owned forest lands. Commissioner of Public Lands, Peter Goldmark, said we must confront the reality of a longer, more difficult fire season, adding that we will not let the evergreen state become the wildfire state. The funding package would provide aid to local fire districts, modernize communication equipment, add aviation experts to dispatch helicopters and airplanes, and train local, tribal, state, and contracted firefighters to work together. More than 1,500 wildfires burned over 1 million acres in Washington this summer. I'm Mary Lynn Foster, your local news at AM 1030 and FM 103.3, and always on KMAS.com.
Hi, I'm Ken Slater, the Roof Doctor. If you're like me, your family's important, so make sure that they're well taken care of. One of the best ways to do that is to provide a safe and warm home to live in. For over 50 years, the Roof Doctor has been helping families stay safe and warm by building roofs that last for generations. Our teams have some of the most experienced roofers in the area, and we only use the highest quality materials to keep your family safe, warm, and dry. That's the Roof Doctor. Give us a call.
Hi, this is Tom Hartman, host of the Tom Hartman Program. Join me 9 to noon on News Radio 1030 KMAS. And this is the thing that isn't said often enough. Racism is one of the principal pillars of maintaining white privilege and white power in the United States. It's really that simple. Our institutions were created by white men for white men. And what we've seen over the last 240 years is a steady, slow history of the erosion of that power by white men. Racism is, at its core, it's really about power.
For News Radio 1030 KMAS Shelton FM 103.3 and online audio and video KMAS.com. Good morning. I'm Dale Hubbard. It is 8:37 here on your Monday, and tough loss for the Cougars over the weekend. Stanford had a chance to tie for first place in the Pac-12, but lose, had a shot, kicked a field goal that went errant to the right after getting 5 field goals on the day. I felt bad for the Cougar kicker. 30-28 the final there. Stanford prevails. Huskies had no problem with Arizona in Montlake. 49-3 was the final on Saturday. Capital Cougars got by the High Climbers this last Friday night, last home game of the season for Shelton. They will be on the road this Thursday night. We've got the game for you as they take on the Yelm Tornadoes. Hopefully there won't be a tornado on Thursday night. When
you
we
never
have
know. Yikes.
Tonight, Indianapolis Colts going to try to even their record against an undefeated Carolina Panther team in Carolina. Our coverage begins at 4:45. Seahawks earn a bye with their big win, 13-12 in Dallas yesterday. And they won't play again until 2 weeks from yesterday when they begin a 3-game home set. And that is sports news. It's 8:38. Jeff Slakey's got the weather.
Yeah, south forecast here this morning. It's a little cloudy right now, but not too bad. And we're going to see maybe some rain this afternoon, about 2 or so, and just 1/10 of an inch. So much different than yesterday, where it was 1.5 inches yesterday. Tomorrow's Tuesday, 51, no rain. No real rain on Wednesday or Thursday either. 1/2 inch comes back on Friday. It is 48 right now.
It's Daybreak with Jeff and Dale on KMAS News Radio. Join the guys as they talk with neighbors, newsmakers, and each other, getting your day off to the absolute best possible start in the history of mornings. Connect with Jeff and Dale through the KMAS listener line, by email or Facebook. Now, from the artesian waters of South Puget Sound, Daybreak with Jeff and Dale.
All right, good morning to you. It's 8:38 here at KMAS, and time now to say hello to Lynn Lonkin from Mason County's EDC. And, well, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Hi, Lynn.
Hi.
I was just thinking back. I saw you on Wednesday, you and Jennifer and Karen.
Yes.
All three of you there in Belfair.
Yes.
Hello to our new friends in Belfair.
Yeah, that's for sure. Very exciting.
So I and Kat went to the North Mason Chamber Luncheon. It was just a regular monthly membership luncheon, and I wanted to announce our new frequency to everybody up there. And lo and behold, there's my friends from the EDC, front and center. Yeah. And then all of a sudden, Stephanie is talking about how, you just don't even know. Just sometimes just people out of the blue, they're not, they just come, they just say, we'll help. And I just couldn't believe the help I got from the EDC. And he singles them out. She singles them all out. And then, Lynn, you got to accept.
She gave us an award for the Member of the Month.
They're members of the month of the North Mason Chamber.
For October.
That's cool.
For their help at Oyster Fest. They were helping with Harry's Oysters. They did a show.
Oh, I see.
Volunteered.
Yeah.
Their time.
Well,
and energy.
It was very nice of Stephanie to recognize us for that. That's not why we did it. We just, we have to keep remembering that North Mason is part of our county too. And the EDC covers the whole county. And, so
yes,
any opportunity. I mean, if you have listeners out there in Belfair and they're going, we want the EDC here for this, give us a call.
Yeah.
I would welcome that opportunity to get up there and
it's fun.
Not that, I have to wait for them to call, because I'm making efforts. We are making efforts. We're trying to visit with businesses up there, make sure that everything's okay. And, But
yeah. Well, it's kind of cool.
Yeah.
It was a lot of fun.
It was fun.
So that was the last time I saw you. And she was saying, I told her about that while you're doing the weather.
Yeah.
Where did I see you Wednesday?
You did have to remind me.
So far ago. And then
last week.
It was last week, for crying in the night, 5 days ago or so. Seemed like a long time ago.
See, that's the hard part about doing Monday mornings, guys. You have to get kick-started and remember.
You gotta, put yourself engaged back into gear.
Right. Preaching to the choir over here, Lynn.
Back to work mode.
So what's going on with you guys this week moving forward?
Well, we're meeting with the county this morning to approve our RFPs that are going out, our requests for proposals. So we're looking for those, a couple of them. One to a consultant or someone who can update our business demographic study. And another one to facilitate and to write work plans for our industries and facilitate the roundtables.
Okay, good.
So we got both of those going out, and hopefully we can agree on how that's going to work. And
then how does that process go from there? Then the county searches out on your behalf, or
we both will. I think that we'll go through both processes, because I think that we want to reach as many people as we can. So by having them doing it at the same time that we are, but the RFPs will come back to the EDC, and then I'll go and meet, with those, go meet with the county again and
select.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we're going to do it in partnership. Yeah.
Nice.
Cool. Yeah. So that's pretty exciting.
Yeah. So that's how you start the week this week.
That's how we start the week this week. Okay. It is.
Well, that's good.
It's a good thing.
And then you're taking Tuesday through Friday off, or?
Yeah.
And we'll come back and do it all again.
No. I think that was just the week before last I did, right?
I think that was it. You probably lost all track.
Oh, man.
Yeah, you're randomly traveling all over the globe.
So we have an expo coming up, a 5-county expo, innovation expo that's held at the Great Wolf Lodge on December 10th.
Is this an annual event?
It is.
Okay.
I think we've been doing it since before I was here, but it's been about 7 years.
Okay.
And the 5 economic development councils for Thurston, Lewis, Pacific, Grace Harbor, and Mason.
The PAC.
Yes, the PAC 5, we call ourselves. They've been putting this on every year. I think last year we had about 350 people.
Nice.
It's a great event.
Yeah.
We have good speakers. Every year, it's one of the things that we've heard from businesses is, well, we wanted to be involved. How do we get involved? And you can be a business sponsor, and we have an actual part of it where you can have a table.
Oh, good.
And so we have a mini trade show as part of it. Yeah. And we build time into the agenda to get people back there. And so they get a lot of traffic back there to promote their business. And
there is going to be Is it Wednesday at the high school?
Yes, that's the expo.
That's
I'll
the
be
Career
there.
Expo. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll be there.
Yeah. Good.
So that's a
the
big
EDC
deal.
will have a table.
Good.
I'm going to be on a business panel speaking with our students. I
Yeah.
was last year.
Mm-hmm.
I'll do it again.
Very exciting. Very
It is.
worthwhile. Yeah.
It is. Yeah, so we, even though you kind of think November, December, things will start slowing down, the holidays are coming, not. Things aren't slowing down.
They are not. They are not.
No.
Nope.
And then Facebook. I wanted to put a shout out for our Facebook page. We've got, I think this morning we had 73 likes. And
well, look at you.
Well, that's not enough. We need more.
Okay.
So if you want to know what's going on in the EDC, like us on Facebook. And Jennifer's going to be spending some time updating the website this week and getting some great things on there for business resources and that type of stuff. And so
that's good.
Go to Mason EDC.
Making EDC more accessible all the time.
We're really making an effort. The board, when I started, I asked the board if that was a direction they wanted the organization to go, and they absolutely said yes.
Yeah.
And so we've really put a lot of effort into doing that.
Not that you were perceived as a secret society, but
well, I don't know whether we were or not.
Kind of a quiet entity.
Right.
That people were aware of, but didn't seem like you were out stirring it up with everybody.
Right. Well, I've lived in this community my whole life.
Sure.
And I had friends going, "You're working for the EDC. What's the EDC?"
See, there you go.
And so that really is what started sparking a lot of us going, wow, it's amazing how many people don't know that the EDC is there. They don't know what we do. They don't know our purpose.
Yeah.
A lot of people still confuse the EDC with the chamber and the roles. And that's really easy to do, especially as we're moving forward and things are changing with technology and everything, and things are changing in the business world.
Yeah.
A lot of economic development councils, especially in rural counties, they do a lot more community building. So to do economic development, to do business recruitment, for example, you have to have a really strong community foundation to do that. You have to have something to sell. And so I think more of the EDCs are getting more involved with that. And that's where there becomes more and more confusion about, well, whose role? And with me, I'm like, well, I don't know whose role it's supposed to be, but if there's a need, let's do it.
Yeah, let's fill that.
Get it done.
Yeah, you're ready to step in.
Yeah. And I work really closely with both of the chambers as much as we can. We partner so that we're not wasting efforts.
Why wouldn't you? Because that is the existing business community right now.
There's enough work for all of us. So, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Very good. Well, sounds like you've got a pretty busy week planned ahead.
I do.
Yeah, put a smile on and go get them.
Okay.
Lynn Longen.
Lynn, I'm going to share this page on our Facebook page right now.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Economic Development Council of Mason County is now going to be on shared, so it'll be easy access to our however many folks we have liking us.
Good.
So we're good to
Thank you.
Yeah.
You are welcome. And we'll see you next Monday if we don't see you like at the school on Wednesday. Or. And when is that other pack?
It's December 10th.
Okay. All right. Very good. 8:48. Lynn Longen, Executive Director of the Economic Development Council of Mason County.
You're listening to Daybreak with Jeff and Dale on KMAS News Radio.
iFiber Communications, the fastest internet provider in Washington State, has just opened their doors here in Mason County and got their first local customers signed up. James, tell me about your experience.
From the first time I learned of iFiber to the day I got hooked up, even now, I felt that my fiber connection and the service given to me have been the #1 most important job to every member of the iFiber team. And not just because I was first in line with my nose pressed up to the glass waiting for a company to take my money.
What differences have you noticed?
I get what I pay for. With non-fiber solutions, you're paying up to the top and never get a constant number anywhere near that top. With fiber, you certainly do. With iFiber, you get it at a competitive and affordable price.
Why should others sign up for iFiber Internet?
Well, iFiber has made a commitment to Mason County. They're working hard to bring fast speeds to everyone at an affordable price. And now with phones and television, your bill will be all in one place with no hidden fees or sudden price changes to surprise you month to month like other all-in-one service providers.
Get signed up for iFiber Communications today by calling 360-427-4000 or visit iFiber.tv for more information.
What's a lever action? What's a pump? What's an automatic? What's a bolt action? How do these things work? What's a magazine? What are all these terms everybody's using? Hi, folks. I'm Tom Gresham, and I invite you to join me as we answer these and other questions on Gun Talk. Gun Talk is the only show out there about gun rights, collecting, personal defense, sport, and recreational shooting. And of course, we never forget about safety on Gun Talk.
Sundays, noon to 3 on KMAS News Radio.
Tune in all season long to NFL Insider on Westwood One. Hi, this is Mark Malone. Join me each week as we whip around the league and break down the NFL. We'll hear from today's stars and yesterday's heroes as James Lofton sits down with a fellow member of the Hall of Fame. We'll also check in with former greats Rod Woodson and Donovan McNabb to help us break down all the latest NFL news. That's NFL Insider right here.
Sunday morning at 6:30 on KMAS.
Hi, this is Terry Allen with a look at the community calendar on KMAS. Nonprofits post your events on KMAS.com. The Smile Mobile is a fully equipped mobile dental clinic staffed with dentists and hygienists who provide exams and treatments to kids who have no regular dentist. They accept state medical coupons or a small cash payment based on income. To make an appointment for an initial exam, check our November community calendar and look for dental care for kids. For KMAS News Radio, I'm Terry Allen.
Good morning, this is Under Sheriff Jim Barrett, and you're listening to Daybreak with Jeff and Dale on KMAS.
All right, good morning to you. It's about 10 to 9 here at KMAS. The Old Farmer's still coming up, and then ABC News, Marilyn Foster, Tom Hartman. After that, Dave Ramsey and Chad Benson till 4:45 tonight. Then we'll jump over to a little Monday Night Football for you.
Little Monday Night Football. Let's go Indy.
Whoa. You're choosing Indy tonight, huh?
Well, I'm not tipping my hand on who I'm choosing since I'm in the running for a weekly prize here, which I haven't been even sniffing close to lately. I have to go look and see.
And I mean, lately, you're talking about years.
Yeah, maybe.
I will say, though, I didn't choose this week. Stephanie again chose, and again, Stephanie at the top of the heap.
Yeah. I don't know if there's something in the bylaws about this. I'm going to have to disqualify.
Yeah, check it.
Especially if she beats me tonight.
Good luck getting a letter back from the commission.
Yeah, where is the commission, by the way? He's out of state,
last time I
right?
checked, he was in Fort Lauderdale.
Yeah, great. Okay.
International waters.
Yeah, so he can't make any decisions. I'm clear of this. New movies out?
Boy, do we need to make sure that the people who go watch movies are aware that still new movies are released, right?
Apparently.
Nobody's going to see things.
Nobody's going to the movies.
It's Halloween, we get it. But still, some of those movies came out. Nobody went and saw nothing. What do you think of that Sandra Bullock deal?
Well, what happened? It was, her new movie, it was a big flop, and Bradley Cooper's I'm a Cook.
Yeah, there was that Cook one. So
Sandra Bullock's was Our Brand is Crisis,
that
right?
wasn't, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, 8th.
And so she was like a TV news producer or something?
No, I think she's an elections person.
Oh, that's it. Okay, there it is.
And her and Billy Bob are on differing elections.
Jeez, and Billy Bob looked like he was about 108 years old. I don't know what that was.
And 108 pounds.
Yeah.
Soaking wet.
What happened?
He was on Ellen sitting in betwixt two other celebrities, and he was wearing a tank top, showing his arms.
Yeah.
And he is just a tiny guy. I don't know if in general he is, or they had him sitting.
I don't remember him being so small, so skinny,
small looking. So the newest movie that came out, what? Burnt? Is
Bradley Cooper's?
So that was 5th with $5 million. The Martian still rocking the Casbah there at 11.4.
Rocking the Casbah's not.
Speaking of that, rocking Casbah's not even in the top 10 anymore. Goosebumps. Makes sense, I suppose, for Halloween, 10.2, and it's a good for kids. Bridge of Spies, that'll be Tom Hanks's next Oscar, 8.1. Hotel Transylvania 2, another kids movie, 5.8.
Yeah, for the season.
The newest of the releases, Burnt, $5 million.
Yeah,
and
horrible.
Then Our Brand is Crisis down at 8.
3.4 million. That's barely even getting out of the door. So Steve Jobs hangs on at number 10. But it didn't do as well as they wanted to. Scout's Guide to the Zombie Apocalypse didn't even crack the top 10. 1.8 million its first weekend.
I did read, though, Dale, that we are talking about Spectre, which comes out this weekend.
Yes. Is that what everybody's saving their money to go see the 007?
I think so, and I believe it got its release over on the other side of the pond.
Yeah, last week.
And it has been making some pretty good money.
Yeah.
Some 90 million
and
bucks.
It sounds like it's really good.
Rotten Tomatoes gave it a 77%. That's not too bad.
Did you hear? So they had the big interview with Leah
Remini.
Yeah. And her break with the Church of Scientology. And she mentions Tom Cruise and all kinds of things.
Who was she? Who was she being interviewed by? That wasn't 60 Minutes, was it?
No, it wasn't 60 Minutes. So I'm thinking, was it the 20? Do they even do 2020 anymore?
Oh, I was watching some of those Sunday shows yesterday, and they had a fill-in for George Stephanopoulos on ABC.
Uh-huh.
That show is a mess. It really was. I just didn't. It seemed they were talking. It was so funny too because they were talking about the CNBC debate that we had here on KMAS.
And didn't I text you and say it's now officially chaos?
Oh yeah, we were texting back and forth right at the beginning of the whole deal, and so it was appropriate because this moderator who was fill-in for George Stephanopoulos had a pretty good panel. They were talking about the debates, and this segment was as poorly run as the debates were.
Oh, man.
And I don't know if that's how ABC usually is, or maybe because George had the day off, or
I don't know.
It was weird.
I think there's too many news sources, and it's all watered down now. And there's no. The one thing about only having 2 or 3 or 4 is that the best journalists in the land came to 2 or 3 or 4 places to get a job.
Mm-hmm.
Now there's 100 choices to work. And if you fancy yourself good and your ego says you're the best, whether you are or you aren't, you start your own little path.
Yeah, and even if you don't, and if mainstream doesn't like you, you just do your own thing now.
Yeah, and you still keep plowing on, and you get the ear of somebody or the eyes or something or whatever. So pretty strange. So we got to be careful. What was the knock on our form? We had questions that were.
It was. I mean, essentially, they were asked questions that the school board they couldn't really do anything about. I don't necessarily buy that.
Yeah. Vague. We had vague questions. That was it.
Vague, and not many people.
Now, this is vague enough for you. Goodbye. See you tomorrow.
You're listening to Daybreak with Jeff and Dale on KMAS News Radio.
Is nature sending us signals about the winter ahead? We'll investigate some old-time November weather lore on the Old Farmer's Almanac radio report.
If you're diabetic, this message could change your life. Is your blood sugar out of control even when you do all the right stuff? Are you afraid of diabetic blindness and the risk of amputation, as well as all those other side effects? Well, you should be. Is there anything that could help manage your blood sugar? Nobetes is a natural supplement that may quickly and dramatically lower your blood sugar.
My name is Bob Corder. I've been using Nobetes for about 3.5 to 4 months now. And in the first 3 months, I've actually lowered my blood sugars from 500s down to 139, and then it dropped to 88 to 93.
My name is Kirsten. I'm a type 1 diabetic, and while taking Nobetes, my blood sugar levels dropped from 295 to 115 in just 1 day.
The FDA hasn't evaluated these statements, and Nobetes isn't intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. But for many, it's helped drop their blood sugar. So if you've been evaluated with high blood sugar, don't delay. Evaluate Nobetes now. Call 800-478-9631 and get your free bottle. Just cover shipping and handling. Call 800-478-9631. That's 800-478-9631.
With more practical tips and useful advice, this is the Old Farmer's Almanac radio report for Monday, November 2nd, the 306th day of the year. Frontiersman Daniel Boone was born on this day in 1834, and the Space Goose, the world's largest airplane, made its first and only flight in 1947. Weather legends and lore were the accepted way of forecasting. Here's what a 16th century weatherman's predictions might have sounded like. Ice in November brings mud in December, or a heavy November snow will last till April. A nice November doesn't get us off the hook either. Flowers still in bloom, they said, indicate a hard winter ahead. And keep an eye on the pond. If there's ice in November that will bear a duck, there'll be nothing after but sludge and muck. There is your Old Farmer's Almanac radio report. Find your local weather predictions online at almanac.com.
Art Bell has returned to radio with Midnight in the Desert, overnights during the week on KMAS Shelton, AM 1030, FM 103.3, and KMAS.com.
Here's the latest from ABC News. I'm Joan Bennett. The U.S., Germany, and Britain all had flight warnings in place for Egypt's Sinai Peninsula, where a Russian passenger jet plane went down this weekend, killing all 224 people on board. Warnings advise airlines to avoid flying over the Sinai below 26,000 feet. ABC's Alex Marquardt in Egypt.
The executives of the airline that crashed in the Sinai Peninsula, Metrojet, said Monday there was no technical malfunction or pilot error. Instead, they blamed, quote, external influence. As Russian investigators wrap up at the crash site, the Kremlin said they were not ruling out terrorism, but officials have said it's too soon to tell. Alex Marquardt, ABC News, Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt.
Chipotle Mexican Grill closing all of its restaurants in 2 states, Washington and Oregon, due to a reported outbreak of E. coli bacteria. Maria D'Angeli with the Washington State Department of Health.
We could potentially have more severe cases, and we can't predict what the future is going to hold.
It's the 3rd outbreak of food contamination at Chipotle restaurants since August. In the race for the White House, Republican Jeb Bush trying to restart his struggling campaign by touting his record. Bush launching his Jeb Can Fix It tour in Tampa this morning.
We need a president who fixes America's standing abroad. I can fix it.
Former President Jimmy Carter not slowing down as he battles cancer, putting on a hard hat today to build homes with Habitat for Humanity in Memphis. Carter talked to ABC News about the growing popularity of political outsiders in the presidential campaign. When he was running for the White House, Carter says competent people were running.
There wasn't as much attraction then for someone who didn't have any government experience like there is now.
President Obama calling for a break in the cycle of incarceration by helping former inmates successfully re-enter society. This is ABC News.
Are you working so hard to make a living you can't take time to make any real money? Is every day the same boring routine going nowhere and money runs out before the month? Well, my name is Ron LeGrand, and for over 30 years now, I've been helping clients take their life back by buying and selling houses with no money, credit, experience, or licenses. If you call 800-350-0255, 24 hours, and leave a message, I'll send you my new book and CD absolutely free so you can see how. I've bought hundreds of houses and trained thousands to do the same. Call 800-350-0255 to get your free starter kit until 500 are given away. You'll learn how to make a full-time income on a part-time basis without risk, largely tax-free, and get 90% of the work done for you for pennies. That's 800-350-0255. Again, 800-350-0255. Call now and take your life back.
You're listening to KMAS News Radio. I'm Marilyn Foster. The Shelton School District's Community Open Forum last week focused on school safety and security. Police Chief Darren Moody and Superintendent Alex Apostle led a discussion on best practices to keep schools and the community safe. Dr. Apostle joined Daybreak to share more about that discussion.
We're in the process of continuing to refine our system. The first threat that we had at Shelton High School, I think we could have done a better job. But the second threat that we've had, we reacted very nicely and communicated through various channels what was going on. So there's some internal and external issues that we're focusing upon to make sure that we're doing everything possible to protect our students, our staff.
The second safety threat Dr. Apostle referred to happened last week. He says communication is key.
We have what's a robocall, where we can communicate with our parents, but there's other ways that might even be better, and we're looking at all options as we move forward. Again, process that's under constant refinement.
The date for the next open forum this month hasn't yet been set, but we'll let you know as soon as it's announced. 5 lakes in Thurston County are under health advisories for toxic blue-green algae. The advisory affects Black, Deep, Long, Pattison, and Scott Lakes. The county health department advises people to stay out of the water, and anglers are asked to practice catch and release until the advisories are lifted. Warning signs are posted at community access points on each lake. The lakes will be monitored weekly until algae levels are at or below the state standard, and the advisories can be lifted. After consecutive years of record wildfire damage, the Washington State Department of Natural Resources is asking legislators for help controlling future wildfires. The agency is asking the legislature for an additional $24,279,000 to equip and train more in-state wildland firefighters and make forests and communities more resistant to the mega blazes that have swept Washington. DNR is responsible for preventing and fighting wildfires on 13 million acres of private, state, and tribal-owned forest lands. Commissioner of Public Lands, Peter Goldmark, said we must confront the reality of a longer, more difficult fire season, adding that we will not let the evergreen state become the wildfire state. The funding package would provide aid to local fire districts, modernize communication equipment, and aviation experts to dispatch helicopters and airplanes, and train local, tribal, state, and contracted firefighters to work together. More than 1,500 wildfires burned over 1 million acres in Washington this summer. I'm Mary Lynn Foster, your local news at AM 1030 and FM 103.3, and always on KMAS.com. It's 9:06, and now, The Thom Hartmann Show.
This is the Thom Hartmann Program.
And greetings, my friends, patriots, lovers of democracy, truth, and justice, believers in peace, freedom, and the American way. Thom Hartmann here with you. And, wow, I have got such a stack of stuff here of things that I wanted to share with you today, from science to psychology to politics. But let's start with politics. Neil McCabe is in the studio with us, our friend from One America News, OANN.com, political reporter. His Twitter feed is Neil W. McCabe, MCCABE, Neil, Neil, W. McCabe. It's at with an at sign at the front. Hi, Neil.
Tom, I'm just weeping for all the homeless owls because of all this paper that you've printed off.
Yes.
Yeah. I hope you used inkjet because you can't, it's very difficult to recycle laser contaminated paper.
Really?
Yeah. You can't get because it's burnt, the ink is burned in. But with inkjet, you can actually use a detergent to get the white out. There's basically anything there's actually.
So I'm diminishing the Koch brothers' profit in their recycling operation over at Georgia Pacific.
There's actually commodity prices specifically for it. It's called laser contaminated paper, and all it's good for is pizza boxes.
Well, not surprising. Neil, I got a proposition I want to put before you.
Yes, sir.
And see if we can make some sense of this. We're seeing the Republican political candidates coming to, actually it was Arlington, Virginia. They were in a Hilton over the weekend on Sunday.
Yes.
A 1 hour Hyatt or whatever it was.
A posh Hilton.
Yeah, it's a fancy hotel. And, it seems that what they're, well, I don't know, you saw the ransom note? This is hysterical. Dear liberal media, here are our demands. 1, no more Trump hair jokes. 2, pretend like Rubio is a grown-up. 3, refer to Bush as action Jeb. 4, say, Mr. Christie, you lost weight. Number 5, pretend Cruz is Reagan. Number 5, assume Carson is awake. Tell Fiorina she was a great CEO. Acknowledge existence of Santorum. Kasich Huckabee. Anyway, it's kind of funny, but it seems to me that, well, first of all, I don't know how the CNBC debate was different from the Fox debate. In both cases, the moderators called out these so-called presidential candidates.
Yeah, and you remember that people had issue with a lot of the stuff that was done at the Fox debate.
Yeah,
also.
it led to a 3-week-long fight between Trump and
I think
what's her name?
I think what it really comes down to is sometimes growing up, I would say the thing I was supposed to say to my mother, and my mother would say, "But I don't like your tone."
Yeah. Well, that's
and I think
the CNBC did sound snarkier, and it was more like we're going to revel in the gotchas, and the Fox was more like, "Hey, here's the record." Okay, I'll give you that, but here's my point. I am rapidly coming to the conclusion. I've actually been holding this conclusion for some time that the modern day Republican Party, and I'm not talking about the Republican Party that my dad was a member of.
Okay.
That Republican Party, Eisenhower's party, Barry Goldwater's party, had integrity and a set of principles. The modern day Republican Party, in my opinion, is nothing more than a scam. It is a scam run for the benefit of billionaires and transnational corporations. It's a scam, and they've got a bunch of well-paid shills in this scam, and among those people are all the people running for president. And this whole running for president of the Republican ticket thing is a scam. You and I both know at least half and probably 2/3 of those people have zero chance of ever becoming president of the United States, and they're only there to increase their brand. It's like, hey, everybody's in this thing for the money, so let's get a bunch of people in it for the money.
There is something of an audition for your next talk show or your next book.
Right.
It's sort of this national audition tour.
Right. But none of this has to do with governing the United States.
You're correct with the problems that you see in the Republican Party, but I would suggest to you that the Republican Party is at least a three-legged stool, and that's why there's a war in the GOP right now when a Freedom Caucus congressman, not for an interview, but just standing in the hallway, can tell me, I'm really tired of having to raise money for the Republican Party. I'm really tired of the Chamber of Commerce telling us what to do.
Well, they're tired of that because the Koch Freedom Caucus, if you read Politico, all of those guys got more than half their money. I mean, literally all of the Freedom Caucus guys got more than half of their money from either Koch Industries or from Americans for Prosperity.
But what they're trying to do is get the government out of our lives.
No, they're not. They're trying to insert Koch Industries and the other billionaires into our lives. They're trying to replace government with corporations, and that's called fascism.
Well, maybe it's not fascism.
It is fascism. That's the definition. Mussolini in 1938 dissolved the parliament in Italy, replaced it with the Comune di Fascizio Corporaciones.
I just think there's some unfortunate things associated with fascism, so I don't want to
This is not Nazism. Nazism is not fascism. Nazism is a death cult. Fascism is what Mussolini was doing in Italy. He stopped.
But the linking of the big corporate state and the government.
Right, that's fascism.
Okay, well.
And that's what these guys are all advocating.
That's what we had in the New Deal.
No, it's not. You had the corporate state being controlled by government during the New Deal. Right now, you've got government being controlled by the corporate state. Tell me that the Koch Freedom Caucus, they got most of their money from Koch Industries and affiliated groups, are not dancing to the tune of fossil fuel interests. They all deny that there's even basic science on climate change.
Well, listen, some of us sincerely believe that we should have cheap gas. And I think some of us sincerely believe that there should be fewer regulations involved with running businesses and farms. I think people
You don't believe that, Neil.
Say again?
Well, actually, I don't want to personalize this, but I don't believe that any of these guys actually believe
I
that.
do. And I think
Monsanto came to George Herbert Walker Bush when he was president and said, we've just invented this thing called GMOs. But we want you to regulate them to make it harder for small companies to get into the business.
George Herbert Walker Bush was not Freedom Caucus. I mean, he also cut that deal where he outlawed Freon because the patent ran out for DuPont. So they came up with a new thing.
The Koch Freedom Caucus wants to reduce regulations for what? They want to reduce regulations on banks. They want to reduce regulations on oil companies.
Yes.
They want to reduce regulations on paper mills. This is Koch Industries. Georgia Pacific is owned by Koch Industries. This is a scam. They are representing corporate interests for their own profit.
Or you could refigure it as if you see America as competing elites, that there are some corporate interests that are tied to the Democrats. Some corporate interests were tied to the Republican, and now we're just sort of switching chairs.
If you're talking Bill Clinton's Democratic Party, the DLC, the Third Way Democrats, I don't disagree. I think that's fascistic too. My point is that this is not how, when my dad was still alive, his knock on the Democratic Party was they're shills for the unions. And my dad, who was a union member, and
my dad was a union president.
Yeah, okay. Two brothers who were union shop stewards.
Sure.
So, my response to that was fine. I don't mind having a party that's a shill for the unions. The unions are democracies within the workplace. But the Republican Party has become a shill for big business, and I don't understand how that's a good thing, either for America or for the Republican Party.
I really think that the Chamber of Commerce corporate sort of wing of the Republican Party is actually going to flip. In another generation, those types of people and lobbyists are just going to sign over the Democrats. And I would point to the XM Bank vote as sort of that critical pivot where there's a group of Republicans who are standing away from that.
So what you're predicting is that the Democratic Party is going to become institutionally more corporate friendly, and the Republican Party is...
and then you'll see Obamacare more fully integrated, and so that like these large corporations will be able to pass off all of their health care plans and just give it to the feds to figure out. And then you'll see the regulations to squeeze out the small businesses and the small farms. That sort of thing will continue.
So we're agreeing that fascism is basically sweeping over America. It's in a big way in the Republican Party and in a much smaller way, but very real way in the Democratic Party.
I'm nervous about saying fascism, but I do think that what you're...
Corporatism.
Let's replace the word corporatism is absolutely correct. And I find myself on the other side of that as a Republican.
Meaning what?
Well, the guys that I sit with are against that sort of that combination of the Chamber of Commerce and the Republican Party.
Then why do they take all this money from you?
Well, I'm not sure that the Koch interest, the libertarian interest is what attracts them. And perhaps the Kochs are sincerely looking out for America and trying to leave this country a better place.
This is the Thom Hartmann Program.
Neil McCabe, political reporter with One America News, OANN.com. Thank you, Neil.
Sure.
We'll be back.
KMAS wants to make sure your voice is heard. Vote! Election Day is this Tuesday.
What would an extra $250 a month mean to you? For some, it's a little financial breathing room. For others, it's a car payment, a home repair, or help with college tuition. Hi, I'm Jay Farner, president of Quicken Loans, and I've got some great news if you're looking to save money on your mortgage. All it takes is a simple phone call to Quicken Loans at 800-QUICKEN to see if you qualify for the government's Home Affordable Refinance Program, or HARP. Folks who refinance with HARP can save an average of $250 a month. That's $3,000 a year. Our home loan experts fully understand the HARP guidelines, and they'll walk you through our streamlined process. And for 5 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction. And for the second year in a row, they've also ranked us highest in mortgage servicing. Call 800-QUICKEN or visit QuickenLoans.com.
Visit jdpower.com for award information. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender, licensed in all 50 states, NMLSconsumeraccess.org, number 3030.
It is one of the most powerful books you'll ever read, full of the wisdom of ancient cultures and the directed hope of modern thinkers. The Last Hours of Ancient Sunlight, The Fate of the World and What We Can Do Before It's Too Late by Thom Hartmann. Discover how we're made of sunlight and what this has to do with the impact of fossil fuels on civilization. Read about the coming new ice age and what must be done soon. Understand how ancient cultures valued community and cooperation and what we can learn from them. Get in touch with the secret of enough, the meaning of wealth, and the wealth of security. The Last Hours of Ancient Sunlight helps us understand and heal our relationship to the world, to each other, and to our natural resources. We have much to learn and even more to remember. Here is your guide, The Last Hours of Ancient Sunlight, The Fate of the World and What We Can Do Before It's Too Late by Thom Hartmann, in bookstores everywhere.
The American middle class is on its deathbed. Ordinary folks who put in a solid day's work can no longer afford to buy a house, send their kids to college, or even get sick. If you're not a CEO, you're probably screwed. In his latest book, Screwed, The Undeclared War Against the Middle Class and What We Can Do About It by Thom Hartmann, Air America host Thom Hartmann shows how the middle class, a product of democracy that was so carefully put together by our country's founding fathers, has been systematically dismantled over the past quarter century and, under the guise of freeing the market, replaced by an anti-democratic system designed to line the pockets of the super rich and corporations. Hartmann shows that it's not too late to return to the America our founders envisioned. Democracy requires a fair playing field. It will survive only if we the people stand up, speak out, and reclaim our democracy. To find out more about Thom's book tour, or to get an audio sneak peek of Screwed, The Undeclared War Against the Middle Class and What We Can Do About It, visit ThomHartmann.com. Get Screwed by Thom Hartmann, available in all fine bookstores now.
Hey, Thom Hartmann here. In my new book, Threshold, The Crisis of Western Culture, I'm looking at the deteriorating state of our planet where the dynamics of environmental, economic, and population change are boiling over the limits within which society can function. I'll be busting the myths and ideologies of religious fundamentalism, capitalism run amok, male domination and hierarchy, and militarism that are draining our world of its natural and human resources and engendering the suffering of millions for the benefit of a few. Threshold examines cultures that have thrived, from the mother city of Corral, Peru to modern Denmark, and targets 5 areas of policy: national, religious, economic, corporate, and environmental, for specific and immediate reform. Radical in scope and boldness, but simple in its common sense logic, my book Threshold illustrates the mistakes we have made as a culture, as a country, and as individuals, and provides the inspiration and motivation that you're looking for to build a better, more sustainable world for all. It's available in fine bookstores everywhere. Threshold.
Okay, let me go through some of this stuff here. It's just, there's a Paul Blumenthal wrote a piece for the Huffington Post. The headline is, "Your state and local elections are now a super PAC playground." And it shows a picture of David Vitter walking down the hall, and the caption says, "Senator David Vitter, Republican Louisiana, candidate for Louisiana governor, is one of the biggest recipients of super PAC support for state, local, city and local elections in 2015. David Vitter, who was famously busted for hiring a prostitute, is now playing the role of a prostitute. Only he's a political rather than a sexual prostitute. But it's, it's the same thing. In fact, I would argue it's a little less respectable, because he's essentially lying about what he's doing to the people that he's doing it to. I mean, this is okay. I've got a piece published over at Alternet this morning. It's titled "The Sad Truth of Our Politics." It's basically turned into a competition among oligarchs to own everything, with a subhead, "It Could Still Happen Here," a reference to Sinclair Lewis's 1935 book. And in this article, I'm quoting Henry Wallace, Vice President Henry Wallace, in April 9th, 1944. He published an op-ed in the New York Times in answer to a question. He was vice president under Franklin Roosevelt. FDR's first vice president was John Nace Garner, then Henry Wallace, then Harry Truman, and then, of course, FDR died in office and Harry Truman became president. And then was reelected. But in early 1944, in April of 1944, Henry Wallace was asked to write a piece for the New York Times answering 3 questions. What is a fascist? How many fascists do we have in the United States? And how dangerous are they? Now, keep in mind, this is while we were fighting Germany, Italy, and Spain in Europe. We were fighting 3 countries that claimed to be fascist. The Nazis arguably were fascist with a death cult. Franco and Mussolini, straightforward fascists. And here's what Henry Wallace said. He said, "The really dangerous American fascists are not those who are hooked up directly or indirectly with the Axis, with Germany and Japan. The FBI has its finger on those. The dangerous fascist is the man who wants to do in the United States in an American way what Hitler did in Germany in a Prussian way. The American fascist would prefer not to use violence. His method is to poison the channels of public information. With a fascist, the problem is never how best to present the truth to the public, but how best to use the news to deceive the public into giving the fascist and his group more money and more power." By the way, did you notice this weekend? I was home all weekend. Louise picked up a god-awful cold here at the office last week, and so we just sat around the boat all weekend, and basically, the TV was on in the background, and all I could see on CNN and MSNBC, but particularly MSNBC all weekend, was Republicans. It was like, and this morning, the MSNBC was carrying Jeb Bush's speech live. I didn't see Hillary Clinton. I didn't see Bernie Sanders. I didn't see Martin O'Malley. I didn't see them in any of the, I didn't see them on Meet the Press. I didn't see that. It was just Republicans. Back to Henry Wallace. In 1944, April 9, 1944, writing the New York Times, "For the fascist, the problem is never how best to present the truth to the public, but how to best use the news to deceive the public into giving the fascist and his group more money and more power. If we define an American fascist as one who, in case of conflict, puts money and power ahead of human beings, then there are undoubtedly several million fascists in the United States. Henry Wallace writes for the New York Times. Vice President Henry Wallace. There are probably several 100,000 if we narrow the definition to include only those who, in their search for money and power, are ruthless and deceitful. They are patriotic in time of war because it is in their interest to be so, but in time of peace, they follow power and the dollar wherever they may lead. Henry Wallace continued, Vice President of the United States. And can you imagine a Vice President of the United States today talking about like this? Listen, this is the Vice President of the United States. In this era, this would only happen in a Bernie Sanders administration, in my opinion. Vice President Henry Wallace said, and I quote, American fascism will not be really dangerous until there is a purposeful coalition among the cartelists or however you say that, you know, the owners of the cartels. In other words, the giant industries. American fascism will not be really dangerous until there is a purposeful coalition among the cartelists, the deliberate poisoners of public information. Fascism is a worldwide disease, but the greatest threat to the United States will come after the war and will manifest within the United States itself. He writes, still another danger is represented. This is the Vice President of the United States. This is my piece that's on alternet.org right now. The sad truth of our politics. Still another danger is represented by those who pay lip service to democracy and the common welfare. In their insatiable greed for money and the power which money gives, do not hesitate surreptitiously to evade the laws designed to safeguard the public from monopolistic extortion. Now, keep in mind, in 82, Reagan didn't do this with an executive order or anything. I mean, the Justice Department decides which antitrust cases to prosecute, and they do that with the advice of the president. The Justice Department works for the president, and Reagan basically just stopped prosecuting Sherman antitrust cases. The AT&T case, oddly enough, was resolved during the Reagan presidency. I think it was 83. But that was it. Anyhow, Henry Wallace, Vice President of the United States, American fascists of this stamp were clandestinely aligned with their German counterparts before the war, and even now they're preparing to resume where they left off after the present unpleasantness ceases. Monopolists who fear competition and who distrust democracy because it stands for equal opportunity would like to secure their position against small and energetic companies. In an effort to eliminate the possibility of any rival growing up, some monopolists would sacrifice democracy itself. He says the American fascists are most easily recognized by their deliberate perversion of truth and fact. Their newspapers and propaganda carefully cultivate every fissure of disunity, every crack in the common front. They use every opportunity to impugn democracy. Have you heard that? You know, hate the government. It's terrible. It should be made smaller. They claim to be super patriots, he said, but they would destroy every liberty guaranteed by the Constitution.
You're listening to the Thom Hartmann Program. Call 202-536-2370.
Henry Wallace. They demand free enterprise, but they're the spokesman for monopoly and vested interest. Their final objective is to capture political power.
Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell, live weeknights.
Men, if you're like me, you appreciate the feeling of a clean, smooth shave from a quality blade. The sort of shave that cuts clean, without the burn. So why are you messing around with generic razors that cost $32 for an 8-pack, when you can shave with Harry's high-quality German-engineered blades for half the price? And if saving money and a clean shave isn't incentive enough, Harry's will give you their starter set, complete with a razor, 3 of their world-famous blades, and shaving cream for just $15. And shipping is always free. We'll also give you $5 off your first order. Our way of saying thank you for trying us. How are we able to save you all this money and still give you the best shave you'll ever enjoy? By owning the factory that manufactures them. That's how. So go to harrys.com right now and enter code 4444 at checkout. That's harrys.com, code 4444.
Any Joe Schmo knows Geico will work to save you money on car insurance. But since money talks, why not just ask the savings?
That's me, Joe Savings. I'm not literally $1 million, but I feel like it. Why? Because when Joe switched his car insurance at geico.com, his monthly rate went down and the savings went up. Now he uses the handy Geico mobile app anytime to check out his policy perks. Talk about a win-win. And 2 thumbs up. Man, I wish I had thumbs.
Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Why? Because I love it when America works. We become great, like the American president who forged peace between enemies, the president and the speaker who saved Social Security, the president who brought us health care. Because it's not the purists and the postures who get things done, it's the leaders. That's our pride. And they don't speak for us. No, they roar like lions. Those are the ones for me. They keep me going nonstop.
Hardball with Chris Matthews, weeknights at 7 Eastern, only on MSNBC.
You're listening to KMAS News Radio. I'm Marilyn Foster. The Shelton School District's Community Open Forum last week focused on school safety and security. Police Chief Darren Moody and Superintendent Alex Apostle led a discussion on best practices to keep schools and the community safe. Dr. Apostle joined Daybreak to share more about that discussion.
We're in the process of continuing to refine our system. The first threat that we had at Shelton High School, I think we could have done a better job. But the second threat that we've had, we reacted very nicely and communicated through various channels what was going on. So there's some internal and external issues that we're focusing upon to make sure that we're doing everything possible to protect our students, our staff.
The second safety threat Dr. Apostle referred to happened last week. He says communication is key.
We have what's a robocall, where we can communicate with our parents, but there's other ways that might even be better. And we're looking at all options as we move forward. Again, this is a process that's under constant refinement.
The date for the next open forum this month hasn't yet been set, but we'll let you know as soon as it's announced. 5 lakes in Thurston County are under health advisories for toxic blue-green algae. The advisory affects Black, Deep, Long, Pattison, and Scott Lakes. The county health department advises people to stay out of the water, and anglers are asked to practice catch and release until the advisories are lifted. Warning signs are posted at community access points on each lake. The lakes will be monitored weekly until algae levels are at or below the state standard, and the advisories can be lifted. After consecutive years of record wildfire damage, the Washington State Department of Natural Resources is asking legislators for help controlling future wildfires. The agency is asking the legislature for an additional $24,279,000 to equip and train more in-state wildland firefighters and make forests and communities more resistant to the mega blazes that have swept Washington. DNR is responsible for preventing and fighting wildfires on 13 million acres of private, state, and tribal-owned forest lands. Commissioner of Public Lands, Peter Goldmark, said, "We must confront the reality of a longer, more difficult fire season," adding that we will not let the evergreen state become the wildfire state. The funding package would provide aid to local fire districts, modernize communication equipment, and aviation experts to dispatch helicopters and airplanes, and train local, tribal, state, and contracted firefighters to work together. More than 1,500 wildfires burned over 1 million acres in Washington this summer. I'm Marilyn Foster, your local news at AM 1030 and FM 103.3, and always on KMAS.com.
This is Secretary of State Kim Wyman reminding you to vote in this fall's general election. This year, voters like you will decide many local races and ballot measures affecting our families. The ballot also includes 2 statewide initiatives and 4 statewide advisory votes. Ballots will be mailed to voters starting October 16. Return your ballot promptly by mail or use a drop box until 8 p.m. on November 3rd. Be an informed voter. Learn more by reading your voter's pamphlet or visit vote.wa.gov. Sponsored by the Office of the Secretary of State as provided by law.
Cloudy day today, maybe a little rain. Hi, Jeff Slakey taking a look at the South Sound forecast on KMAS News Radio, AM 1030 and FM 103.3. Low 50s throughout the day today and maybe some rain later in the afternoon. Tomorrow looks good though, 51 and clouds, 53 on Wednesday. Coming up on KMAS, Monday Night Football tonight, pregame at 4:45 right here on KMAS. KMAS wants to make sure your voice is heard. Vote! Election Day is this Tuesday.
Welcome back. Tom Hartman here with you. Okay, here's my premise. Oh, and you know, I ran out of time in the last segment. Let me just finish. Let me reread this the end of Henry Wallace's piece. This is the end of his piece that was published on April 9th, 1944 in the New York Times. He said, they claim to be super patriots, but they would destroy every liberty guaranteed by the Constitution. They demand free enterprise, but they are the spokesman for monopoly and vested interest. Their final objective, toward which all of their deceit is directed, is to capture political power, so that, using the power of the state and the power of the markets simultaneously, they may keep the common man in eternal subjection. It's over at alternate.org, just as an FYI. Chris in Opelika, Florida, or Charles in Opelika, Florida. Hey, Charles, what's up?
How you doing, Tom?
Good
afternoon. You got my attention right off the bat when you started your intro. And I'll be honest with you, I can remember telling you before that I believe conservatism is nothing but a gimmick, or to be actually a con.
Mm-hmm.
You know, right now, if you look at people that's in power right now, both the House and the Senate, they're blaming Washington, but it's Republicans and conservatives that's running the House and the Senate.
Right.
They're not doing anything. Well, they haven't proposed any jobs programs that I know of. They haven't fixed any problems with Obamacare, you know, so-called problems, because there is none. You know, it's a racket. Everything that they do is just to promote business. And if they can cut spending,
it's not even to promote business, Charles. It's not even to promote business. I mean, Robert Reich has a brilliant piece today on Huffington Post. I'm sure it was originally on his blog over at robertreich.com, in which he points out that Americans are paying the highest costs in the world for everything from pharmaceuticals to airline tickets to food. Because in every single case, what's happened is that these industries have gotten concentrated to the point where there's only 3 or 4 or 5 major players, and therefore they set prices. And you know, so there's this massive redistribution of money from the middle class to the top 1% through this cartelism, or however the word is pronounced, that Henry Wallace talks about.
Well, I mean, once you got rid of Glass-Steagall,
yeah,
and you have all of these monopolies that's being formed right now.
Yeah,
and I hate to say it, but once you start taking away from education and start spending it on the military and making the whole population more dumber, and they feel like they can't stand up and fight, or they can't even recognize, the process of the way that the right and the conservatives are destroying this country, then they have carte blanche. They can just roll right over us. And, you know, they don't care. This whole Republican thing where they were saying CNBC disrespected them in such a way that now they don't want to deal with their own party. They'll run amok, and they're trying to run us in the ground with them. Yeah. But it's just millionaires and billionaires that's controlling everything. You can see that Citizens United has actually backfired on the Republican Party itself, because now the crazies, the yahoos, are taking over, and people like Donald Trump, who has millions, can say, well, Donald Trump, who has billions, can say, well, I'm not taking money from outside forces. I'm going to, run this campaign by myself. But you can see with this type of thinking, they're only going to destroy this country even more.
Yeah, it sure seems that way to me, Charles. It sure seems that way to me. Thank you for the call. Margot in Erie, Colorado. Hey, Margot, what's up?
Hi, Tom. Actually, it's Estes Park, Colorado.
Okay.
But, the way that the Republicans and these corporations seem to worship money, I think maybe the new name should be cashism.
Cashism.
And they're all a bunch of cashists. I mean, it's like that's what their bottom line is. It doesn't matter, but as long as you've got the money, they just seem to worship it.
Yeah.
And so I thought cashism might be a good name that you would like.
Very, very interesting, Margot. Maybe we should run a contest to come up with better name for fascism? Cashism, oligarchy, corporatism.
Right. I mean, I don't know, but the way that they worship money, it's scary beyond belief.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I tell you what, all of your information about Vice President Wallace has been very intriguing. And I'm going to go to the library and do some free search.
Yeah.
Go look up some more things.
Oh, he was an outspoken Democratic Socialist, and they worked so hard to take him down and smeared him so badly during Roosevelt's third term that Roosevelt, going into the convention, was basically forced by the Democratic Party to pick Harry Truman, who was a conservative Democrat at the time, whereas Wallace was, an uber liberal kind of socialist. And Harry Truman became a conservative Democrat for 1944, for that era, or 45, or I guess it was 45 when FDR died. 44 was the election. But a conservative Democrat back then was way to the left of, frankly, Bernie Sanders right now. I mean, it's amazing. It's just amazing. Margot, thank you for the call. Joyce in Killarnock, Virginia. Hey, Joyce, what's up?
Yeah. Hi, Tom. I've been enjoying a rereading after many years of Mark Twain's Life on the Mississippi. And half of it takes place, after the Civil War.
Right.
And he discusses the infiltration of money into the managing of the Mississippi River and the land around it. After all, the slaves were the ones who maintained the levees and supported the towns. And now they didn't have that anymore. And he uses a term, I've been looking for it, I can't find it, but instead of integrating, he uses the word infiltration of our government. And it refers to the amounts of money and the way money was gained through schemes of buying land and renting it out to Negroes to raise cotton, and then capture practically everything that they earned from it.
Right, sharecropping, and I'm assuming that was the word that Mark Twain used. Yeah. It's fascinating. So I've never read that. You've piqued my curiosity, Joyce. Thank you for that, and interesting, fascinating point. Thank you, Jeffrey in Santa Fe, New Mexico. Hey, Jeffrey.
Hi, Tom. Thanks for answering my call. I'd like to read a letter to the editor from the Santa Fe New Mexican on October 13th.
If it's fewer than 2 or 3 sentences, fine. But if it's more than that, no. You can paraphrase it for us.
Well, okay. The adults in this country have proven incompetent in dealing with the violence that is directed at our school children. It is time for the students of this country to unite and demand an end to the threats that they face every day from madmen with guns.
Right.
A nationwide movement can begin right here. This could be the answer to the moral rot that is paralyzing the so-called grown-ups.
Yeah, I agree, and I think it has to be done through the political parties, and the Democratic Party is the logical place, since the Republican Party is wholly owned by the NRA. But yeah, I agree. I think we have a real gun crisis. In fact, one of the stories that I wanted to get to today, I've got a big stack for the next hour. Next hours is the whole not just the gun fail thing, but also the police fail thing. Police killed, I think, 95 people last month or this month. So last month, and over 600 this year, as I recall. I'll have to dig out the article. But it's like, we've got some serious problems, both with gun culture and just trigger happiness. Jeffrey, thank you for the call. Dave in Sacramento. Hey, Dave, what's up?
Hey,
You're on the air, Dave.
How you doing? Good. So, here's the problem that I've been having. Have you been noticing that MSNBC have actually been changing their platform from liberal to conservative? They got rid of Ed Schultz. They put Al Sharpton on the weekend. Who else? Keith Olbermann's gone. And then also you got Rachel Maddow, which is probably hanging on a thread right now. They're so damn worried about nobody. Don't say nothing to our sponsors, because they're the ones that bring in money. corporations are trying to run the government. They're trying to change the Constitution. They're trying to make laws for the government when government's supposed to make laws for corporations. That's how it should be. And and I'm getting sick and tired that these MSNBC has changed their platform. Now I don't watch it anymore.
Yeah.
Because they're trying to sell stupidity so people can buy into it.
Yeah.
Not me.
Yeah, I'm down to the point where 2 or 3 days a week, if I'm home and if I turn the TV on, I'll watch Rachel Maddow's show. But even that's frustrating because she will not discuss international trade. She will not discuss the TPP. She will not discuss TTIP. She will not discuss net neutrality because these are all things that Comcast is very unhappy about, and or would be unhappy if she were to discuss. In my opinion, I can't directly indict her for that or complain, but I just never see any discussion of these topics on the network. It's the safe topics, are black people being beat up. I mean, it's something that's not safe. That's not safe on Fox, but talking about race is a nice start, but what's driving racial oppression in this country? To a large extent, it's white supremacy, and what's feeding white supremacy in this country? To a large extent, it's corporatism. It's pitting one race of people against another to split them apart so that you can dominate. We'll be right back. I got to tell you what Anonymous is up to, too.
You're listening to Thom Hartmann. Visit ThomHartmann.com for audio and video archive.
4 Republicans were just outed by Anonymous as being members of the Klan. They are names you will recognize when we come back.
Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Live weeknights, 9 to midnight on KMAS.
Meet Rachel. She's making serious money on her own schedule driving with Uber.
I was looking for something that was convenient and something that would help me to reach my financial goals. A friend suggested Uber, and I liked it. I love the convenience of it. So I log on when I'm available and log off when I'm not. And it's very, very easy to do. Just get in your car and you drive. And I like driving my car.
Thanks, Rachel. To start making great money with your car, sign up to drive today at drivewithuber.com. That's drivewithuber.com.
Geico presents Kathy, the Candid Realtor.
Okay, and right around here is the kitchen. Gas range, granite countertops, all those gadgets you registered for will look great up here until that toaster overheats and takes out everything in a 2-foot radius.
It's hard to know all that comes with renting a home or apartment. That's why the Geico Insurance Agency makes getting covered for personal property loss and damage quick and easy. Visit geico.com and see how affordable renter's insurance can be.
Financial advice you can understand on the Dave Ramsey Show.
I got out of college at 22 years old. You know what the interest rates were then? This is 1982, baby. 15% fixed rate. I mean, you're sitting here on 3.5% fixed rate 15-year money. This is ridiculous. And some of you are sitting around with a 5% mortgage, and you're just too intellectually lazy to refinance. What are you sitting there for? That's stupid. Hi, this is Dave Ramsey. Tune into my show weekdays from noon to 3 here on KMAS.
This is Tom Wallner, and I approve this ad.
I am Norm Eveleth, and I am speaking to you for one reason, to urge those of you who live in the Port of Shelton District to vote for the re-election of Commissioner Tom Wallner. It has been my pleasure to come to know Tom and watch him serve as commissioner these past 4 years. Tom is always there with the right attitude, willing to listen and cooperate with his fellow commissioners. And Tom is a well-versed business person, very capable of managing the sizable business enterprise the port is. With the loss of our wood products industry, the Port of Shelton is our best hope of providing growth of family wage jobs. The management team at the port today is ideally suited to do the job. This is not a time for change. I urge all voters in the Port District to keep Tom Wallner right where he is for another 4 years.
Paid for by the committee to elect Tom Wallner, Port Commissioner.
Are you tired of commuting to a job that makes someone else rich, working harder than ever, but getting nowhere? Do you hate spending hundreds of dollars every week on daycare, having someone else raise your children? With our opportunities, you can start earning money as soon as next week. You get to be the boss, work from home, and live a happier life.
At Be the Boss Network, you'll find hundreds of work-from-home opportunities that you can literally start today and be earning money as soon as next week. Go to freedom31.com and start earning money as soon as next week. You get to be the boss. Get out of the rat race. Work from home. Go to freedom31.com right now and change your life today. That's freedom31.com. Go to freedom31.com and start earning money as soon as next week. You be the boss. Go to freedom31.com.
Hi, this is Terry Allen with a look at the community calendar on KMAS. Nonprofits post your events on KMAS.com. Are you thinking about owning your own business? You want to learn how to grow your small business? A representative from the Service Corps of Retired Executives will offer free counseling and mentoring for small business owners at Olympic College, Shelton. To schedule an appointment, call 360-432-5400. For KMAS News Radio, I'm Terry Allen.
.com, enter Tom. Welcome back. Tom Hartman here with you. It is 10 minutes before the hour. Well, Shano tells me that the original diary on Daily Co's about Occupy outing Anonymous outing these 4 Republicans as members of the KKK has been taken down. I'm going through codes right now. Yeah, very interesting. And so I'll hold off on publicly stating these names because all I have is the anonymous Twitter feed, and I don't know that that's there's no backup. They're just allegations. But they say November 5th is the day. Remove the hood. They're doing this. Occupy's doing this whole thing where they say Operation KKK is beginning to unmask hate groups. Hoods off. I'm sorry. Hoods off is their thing, and they're going after the Klan. So we'll keep you up to date on this. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. What comes out. Back to your calls. Wayne, listening in Northampton, Massachusetts at WHMP. Hey, Wayne, what's up?
Hi, good afternoon, Tom. Your first caller this morning made me want to stand up and cheer because he was the one who said about dumbing down America, in the schools. It was the inference that it was what he was trying to say, I think. I'm an old history major and an old substitute teacher, and I can't imagine if the Republicans are successful in privatizing the schools and having control over what is taught. Are we going to have anybody in this country in 20 years who's going to remember anything about our history or our civics or our government?
It's a good question. I mean, there's a major effort underway to rewrite our history, and it's made its way into Wikipedia. It's made its way into our textbooks.
Wikipedia is a thing you can just go in and change it on your own, right?
Right. Yeah. And there are think tanks in this town who, just have armies of people, just changing Wikipedia entries, on a wholesale. And it's typically fairly subtle stuff, like suggesting that Smoot Hawley, for example, was one of the things that perpetuated or lengthened the Great Depression. It's around the edges, but it's always with a conservative tinge to it or a corporatist tinge. We really need to stop using this word conservative because these are corporatists; they're not conservatives. And but yeah, it's happening. It's happening all over the place, and it's very concerning. And then on top of that, you got people like David Barton literally making up quotes from the founders to the point where his book on Jefferson was recalled by the publisher because it was so full of made up quotes. And it's just going on and on. I'm with you, Wayne. Thanks for the call. Alicia in Eureka, Montana. Hey, Alicia, what's on your mind today? Thanks for listening on TuneIn.
Happy Monday, Tom. I was actually calling about the anonymous release, and I'm going to assume you don't want me to rattle off the names I'm looking at.
Yeah, I'd rather you didn't because it looks like people are backing off from that. And, I'd like to know that there's actually some evidence of those names.
I'm reading it from U.S. Uncut.
Yeah.
There are tweets from one of the mayors who's denying it.
Right.
So since we can't talk about it really, I guess there was really no point in my call.
Okay. Well, we can talk about it. We just did, Alicia. I'm concerned that naming these people may put this program at some kind of legal risk if, because this is a pretty big charge.
I'll respect that.
Okay.
And I will say the names I'm looking at, however, are high-ranking members.
Yes, of the Republican Party.
And they're in charge.
Yeah, and none of them are surprising
right now. And, this notion of post-racial America, there's no such thing as post-racial America. And if this is true, and these people are genuinely currently active members of this organization, we don't need any more proof than that.
Yeah. Let me take it a step beyond that, though, Alicia. Even if none of those 4 men are members of the Klan, their policies and the policies of their entire political party are rooted in trying to suppress the black vote in this country, and have been
and you can
since the 70s.
Where they're coming from.
Yeah. Well, I actually have been since the 60s. And that's, with or without the Klan, that is not respecting of small d democracy and a small r republic. So
there are also listed southern region of the country.
Right.
Several mayors, about 10 of them.
There you go.
All Republican.
We'll let this cook for a few hours, Alicia, and see what happens. But thank you for the call. And a lot of people are now going to go out and check it out and figure out what's going on, and they'll see those names. And then we'll find out if it's true or not. Who knows? If it's not true, it's unfortunate. That's why I don't want to publicize these names. If it is true, I'd like to see the evidence. Marty in Denver. Hey, Marty, what's on your mind today?
Yes. Good morning, Tom. Tom, I just want to give you a brief call here. I just finished reading a book, actually about a month ago. The title of it is Fascism and Big Business by Daniel Guerin, spelled Guerin. And after reading this and the accounts that he has here, this was written back before World War II. It's been updated back in the 70s, early 70s, when I got this copy. And but I didn't really read it. It wasn't the right time for me to read it. I was too young and I guess naive. But I read this book, and the correlation between the New Deal, what transpired there, and then right after World War II, how the Western democracies, so to speak, rose, and how the United States in particular had a huge hand in the reconstruction of Europe and Japan also. And what it strikes here, and what this author has pointed out to, that what we have today, the democratic socialism of Scandinavia, although we like to debunk it a lot, is what was the bridge, or the other end of the bridge, as to what happened in the New Deal, how we approached the reconstruction of Europe after World War II, and how Europe has ascended.
Right.
And here we are stuck in what he says was, the Gilded Age, the uber capitalist,
Marty, we're out of time, but you're spot on. Spot on. Thanks for sharing that with us. I appreciate it. We'll be back.
You're listening to Tom Hartman.
The smarter way to manage business expenses, presented by Concur.
After my conference, I checked out of the hotel and the bill was automatically added to my expense report. Then I hopped into a taxi. I snapped a photo of the receipt using Concur, and bam, there it was on my expense report. Then I used my corporate card to buy the client's lunch. Another charge added to my expense report.
Expense reports that write themselves. Just one of the many ways Concur helps manage your company's spend so you can focus on the big picture. Take a free test drive today at tryconcur.com.
Any Joe Schmo knows Geico will work to save you money on car insurance. But since money talks, why not just ask the savings?
That's me, Joe Savings. I'm not literally $1 million, but I feel like it. Why? Because when Joe switched his car insurance at Geico.com, his monthly rate went down and the savings went up. Now he uses the handy Geico mobile app anytime to check out his policy perks. Talk about a win-win. And 2 thumbs up. Man, I wish I had thumbs.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Hi, I'm Marlo Brown, the new owner of Vanderwall's Garage. We want to get your car ready for this season's weather. Rain and snow can do a number on your vehicle. We know it needs to be reliable for whatever life throws your way. We do tire replacements to brake installation, oil changes, and more. Vanderwalls is your one-stop shop for the repairs your vehicle needs to keep on going. Call us today at 426-8208 and get $20 off your next service. Thank you.
Attention casino goers, the Lucky Eagle Casino Players Club is now better than ever with more levels and reward options and great new ways to earn discounts on hotel rooms, meals, concert tickets, and more. Plus, you can now download your free play and points right at your favorite machine. Not a club member? It's free to join, so hurry in today to launch your rewards. Lucky Eagle Casino and Hotel, I-5 to exit 88 Rochester, Washington, and LuckyEagle.com, where you belong.
Your South Sound home for NFL primetime football is KMAS Shelton, Monday, Thursday, and Sunday nights, AM 1030 and FM 1033.
From ABC News, I'm Joan Bennett. Equipment failure or something more sinister? What took down a Russian passenger jet in Egypt's Sinai Peninsula this weekend, killing all 224 on board? ABC's Aaron Katersky with what one U.S. official is saying.
The director of national intelligence said he cannot rule out the possibility Islamic State militants have the ability to shoot down an airliner. James Clapper said the U.S. has no direct evidence of any terrorist involvement in the crash that killed 224 people, but he said we really don't know. ISIS has an active presence in the Sinai Desert, and while Clapper said it's unlikely those militants have a way to shoot down a passenger jet, he told reporters, I wouldn't rule it out.
Gruesome details of the Halloween shootings of 3 people in Colorado Springs this weekend. ABC's Kana Whitworth.
A normally quiet neighborhood transformed into a crime scene after 3 people were gunned down by a man who they think lived in the neighborhood. Police still searching for a motive. 33-year-old Christy Galea, Jennifer Vasquez, and a yet-to-be-identified man killed Saturday morning. But police telling ABC News all the victims were shot in less than 30 minutes.
President Obama has signed a 2-year budget deal on the eve of a default deadline. The president says the deal puts the government on a responsible path.
My hope is now that they build on this agreement with spending bills that also invest in America's priorities without getting sidetracked by a whole bunch of ideological issues that have nothing to do with our budget.
The reboot for Jeb Bush's stalled presidential campaign in Tampa this morning. A GOP candidate talked about his e-book, Reply All, out today.
To tell about the work to turn one of America's largest states into an economic engine where people could live, work, and raise their family in safety and security.
A Nebraska meat processor recalling more than 160,000 pounds of ground beef over fears of E. coli. All American Meats of Omaha. This is ABC News.
Attention business owners. We know that owning a business means getting things done right now. So if your right now list includes a new building, call the Right Now Company. General Steel. We can design a building for your business quickly and save you thousands of dollars. That's right, thousands. You may think General Steel only builds large projects or that you can't afford General Steel quality. Well, check these prices. How about a 40 by 60 foot building for under $22,000 or even a 50 by 100 for under $35,000? That's right, a 5,000 square foot building for under $35,000. And these buildings all have General Steel quality. Best of all, you can still order a building and have it delivered in time to build this year. How's that for right now? So don't delay. Call General Steel today at 888-98-STEEL. That's 888-98-STEEL. Need more planning? No problem. General Steel can help you with that right now. Call General Steel and be in your new building this year. 888-98-STEEL. That's 888-987-8335.
Many toddlers.
You're listening to KMAS News Radio. I'm Marilyn Foster. The Shelton School District's Community Open Forum last week focused on school safety and security. Police Chief Darren Moody and Superintendent Alex Apostle led a discussion on best practices to keep schools and the community safe. Dr. Apostle joined Daybreak to share more about that discussion.
We're in the process of continuing to refine our system. The first threat that we had at Shelton High School, I think we could have done a better job. But the second threat that we've had, we reacted very nicely and communicated through various channels what was going on. So there's some internal and external issues that we're focusing upon to make sure that we're doing everything possible to protect our students, our staff,
The second safety threat Dr. Apostle referred to happened last week. He says communication is key.
We have what's a robocall, where we can communicate with our parents, but there's other ways that might even be better, and we're looking at all options as we move forward. Again, this is a process that's under constant refinement.
The date for the next open forum this month hasn't yet been set, but we'll let you know as soon as it's announced. 5 lakes in Thurston County are under health advisories for toxic blue-green algae. The advisory affects Black, Deep, Long, Pattison, and Scott Lakes. The county health department advises people to stay out of the water, and anglers are asked to practice catch and release until the advisories are lifted. Warning signs are posted at community access points on each lake. The lakes will be monitored weekly until algae levels are at or below the state standard, and the advisories can be lifted. After consecutive years of record wildfire damage, the Washington State Department of Natural Resources is asking legislators for help controlling future wildfires. The agency is asking the legislature for an additional $24,279,000 to equip and train more in-state wildland firefighters and make forests and communities more resistant to the mega blazes that have swept Washington. DNR is responsible for preventing and fighting wildfires on 13 million acres of private, state, and tribal-owned forest lands. Commissioner of Public Lands, Peter Goldmark, said, "We must confront the reality of a longer, more difficult fire season," adding that we will not let the evergreen state become the wildfire state. The funding package would provide aid to local fire districts, modernize communication equipment and aviation experts to dispatch helicopters and airplanes, and train local, tribal, state, and contracted firefighters to work together. More than 1,500 wildfires burned over 1 million acres in Washington this summer. I'm Marilyn Foster, your local news at AM 1030 and FM 103.3, and always on KMAS.com. It's 9:06, and now, The Thom Hartmann Show.
This is the Thom Hartmann Program.
I wanted to share with you a few posts from other people that, including a couple of emails that I've gotten and other things, comments on our message boards and whatnot, that it's just a whole series of fascinating things going on that I think are really worth mentioning. First of all, there was a big tree posted over on Democratic Underground. A great post is titled "Remember Speaker Ryan?" And it's from Stephen B.C. He's a cannabis law blogger at Bitter Lawyer, former legislative director with the city of Long Beach. He wrote, "Remember the time you walked into a soup kitchen without an invitation and washed clean dishes for a photo op?" And then Michael Curry adds in his tweet, "And the soup kitchen was harassed afterwards and lost donations because of your photo op?" There's another, "Remember when you asked for paternity leave as a condition of being speaker after nuking paid leave for other federal workers?" Speaker Ryan, remember when you voted to privatize and cut Social Security despite Social Security death benefits from your dad to go to college? Speaker Ryan, remember when you killed alternative energy funding and gave massive subsidies to the oil industry despite the record profits? Speaker Ryan, remember when you spent $700 of lobbyist money on wine in the same session you voted to cut WIC and food stamps? Speaker Ryan, remember when you banned your staff from accepting private travel but kept flying private jets courtesy of Pfizer? Speaker Ryan, remember when you bragged about your workouts while listening to RATM before @Timorello dunked on you? I'm not sure what that means. Speaker Ryan, remember when you forced your staff to read Ayn Rand, the ardent defender of capitalism and child murderers? Whew. It just goes on and on. Speaker Ryan, remember when you voted to ban stem cell research despite a direct plea from Nancy Reagan as she cared for her dying husband? Speaker Ryan, remember when you killed a food safety bill the same year that 500 million eggs were recalled after giving 2,000 people salmonella? Speaker Ryan, remember when you voted to give restaurants legal immunity from suits if they sold meat that gave a customer mad cow disease? Speaker Ryan, remember when you doubled the interest rates on student loans after making them non-dischargeable in bankruptcy? Speaker Ryan, remember when you lied about running a several sub-3-hour marathon and blaming the reporters at Runner's World when you got caught? Speaker Ryan, remember when you tried to exclude LGBT Indians and immigrants from the protections afforded by the Violence Against Women Act? Speaker Ryan, remember when you voted to allow the FBI to seize library records of individuals without a warrant? Speaker Ryan, remember when you voted with Hillary Clinton for a constitutional amendment to criminalize the burning of the American flag? Speaker Ryan, remember when you tried to stop the FDA from regulating tobacco despite your own father dying from a smoking-related heart attack? Speaker Ryan, remember when you prayed to your friend at Gabby Giffords after she was shot and then voted against background checks for guns? Good one. See, the thing that got me thinking about this over the weekend was Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio has had a billionaire basically in his back pocket his entire political career. He portrays himself as a bootstraps, up from poverty. Dad was a bartender kind of story. Dad was a Cuban immigrant, and little Marco brought himself up by his bootstraps. And I have some familiarity with this. My dad was, for a while, the president of the Horatio Algiers Society. Now, this was not people who believed in Horatio Algiers' sales pitch, but rather book collectors. My dad was a book collector. He had 20,000 books in his basement. And he had first editions of virtually every Horatio Algiers book when he died. And it was a bunch of mostly men who got together, once a year. And they most of them collected multiple books. Dad collected first editions of Rex Stout, the Nero Wolfe series of P.G. Wodehouse. But anyhow, the up from your bootstraps story that is told in those books, oddly enough, always involves a young man meeting, as in like a teenage young man, sometimes younger than teenage, meeting an older, wealthy man who takes this young man under his, this is the Horatio Algiers story. You could read it, and it starts out with Dick the Boot Black, and you can read it in book after book after book. I've read these books. I grew up with them. And this older man takes this younger man under his arm and, under his wing and helps make him successful and rich. It is, and we all talk about the Horatio Algiers story. Like, it's like, yeah. Well, that's literally what has happened to Marco Rubio. He was a relatively middle-class young man who found a billionaire who took him under his arm. Now, a few years before my dad died, it came out that Horatio Algiers was also apparently a gay pedophile. He was a gay man who liked young boys. And when that story hit the news, my dad was still alive, and I talked to Dad, and I said, in the context of these Horatio Algiers stories, does this make sense? And he was like, yeah, unfortunately. He did not want to believe it, but, there it is. And I'm not suggesting that Marco Rubio and the billionaire who has funded him since he was a young man are getting it on or anything like that. And besides that, they would be consenting adults. But the point is that story was the story that Horatio Algiers was writing during the last Gilded Age, right, in the 1920s. And that story of coming up, being brought up by your bootstraps, and so anyhow, Marco Rubio's had this billionaire from the beginning. And now he's got a couple more billionaires. It looks like Sheldon Adelson is going to give him money. And Paul Singer came out and said, yeah, here, I'm going to not only endorse you, but Paul Singer also wrote a letter to his fellow billionaires saying Marco Rubio's our guy. Paul Singer, the guy who's in the process of trying to take down the country of Argentina. You've heard Greg Palast go off about him at length. He's got a chapter about him in his book, what was it? Vultures and Ballot Buzzards or whatever. Anyhow, gregpalast.com. You can read the whole thing. Ballot Bandits and yeah. And I don't know if Paul Singer was a funder of the Swift boats, although I've read that in several places. I can't say that for a fact, but he has funded, interestingly, and this was a piece published over on Breitbart. Paul Singer, as Politico reported at the time, quote, Singer quietly got involved in the fight for immigration reform, making a six-figure donation to the National Immigration Reform, a George Soros-backed organization that lobbied for Rubio's legislation to issue 33 million green cards to foreign nationals in the span of a single decade. Now, Donald Trump has this to say about it. He says, lobbyists write the rules to benefit the rich and powerful. They buy off senators like Marco Rubio to get them rich at the expense, to help them get rich at the expense of working Americans by using H-1B visas, so-called high-tech visas, to replace American workers in all sorts of solid middle-class jobs. Senator Rubio works for the lobbyists, not for Americans. That is why he is receiving more money from Silicon Valley than any other candidate in this race. He is their puppet. End of quote from Donald Trump. Back to the story in Breitbart by Julia, I can't read this last name. It's unfortunate. Breitbart had put her name in color, and when you print it out in black and white, it's just so faint you can't read it. Anyhow, she writes, according to Open Secrets, Goldman Sachs has been one of Rubio's biggest financial boosters. Interestingly, Goldman Sachs is among the top 50 corporate users of the H-1B visas, which labor experts call an indentured servitude program. Computer World's Patrick Thibodeau says Goldman Sachs is ranked number 33 among the biggest users of the H-1B program. Behind Goldman Sachs, Microsoft is the second largest contributor to Rubio's campaign committee since 2011. Similarly, Microsoft is the 12th biggest user of the H-1B program. Last year, Microsoft announced its plans to lay off 18,000 workers at the same time the company was lobbying to increase the H-1B program. Morgan Stanley has also been one of Rubio's top financial contributors. They rank 66th among biggest H-1B users. And it goes on.
This is the Thom Hartmann Program.
What we're seeing, and we're seeing it quite vividly in this Republican primary, is the power of corporate money to buy politicians who then buy legislation.
KMAS wants to make sure your voice is heard. Vote! Election Day is this Tuesday.
Two days ago, Jeff McDonald posted the following. Just watched the sunrise from above the clouds. So stoked. Jeff got 19 likes and 7 comments. Not bad, Jeff. Geico has a comment to add that may make you even more stoked. In just 15 minutes, you could save hundreds of dollars on car insurance by switching to Geico. And if that doesn't put your head above the clouds, you'll have the extra money to scale a peak that will. Hashtag on cloud 9, hashtag savings.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
America's small businesses are the backbone of our economy. They are the heart of Main Street. They speak to our spirit, our passion, our commitment to hard work. On my show, The Profit, I've invested millions of my own dollars into small businesses because I believe in the people. Join me and find out why America's most important asset isn't money in the bank. It's the people on the team.
Marcus Lemonis is The Profit. All new episodes Tuesdays at 10 Eastern and Pacific on CNBC.
Racing legend Richard Petty.
After over 1,100 races, you could say I've been through the ringer. To help me keep feeling my best, I use odor-free Blue MU made with real MU oil. Blue MU continuous pain relief spray makes it perfect for all those hard-to-reach places. And now there's the new Blue MU Maximum Arthritis Pain Relief Cream. Perfect for hard-hitting arthritis pain. Thanks to Blue MU, nothing slows down the king. Use what I use. Blue MU. It works fast and you won't stink.
Available at Walmart, Walgreens, and other fine retailers.
How do most people discover the blends of tea they like? Trial and error. But at Twinings of London, we believe in just trial. That's because we have 9 master blenders traveling the world to find the best teas, spices, and herbs for the perfect balance of taste, flavor, and aroma. With over 50 great tasting varieties, we wouldn't mind if you tried them all. Twinings of London. Teas that fit your every mood. Available at a store near you or twiningsusa.com.
Peninsula Credit Union presents PHIL. PHIL stands for Peninsula Home Improvement Loan. Designed to help you get things done around the house, PHIL can help you a little or a lot. This is not a second mortgage. With a Peninsula Home Improvement Loan, you can get 7.24% APR on a 60-month loan or 7.49% APR for 120 months. From replacing the roof to new flooring and everything home-related in between, take advantage of a Peninsula Home Improvement Loan and PHIL will help you get the job done. Call Peninsula Credit Union today 800-426-1601. That's 800-426-1601. Or apply online at pcfcu.org. OAC. See representatives for details. Limited time offer. Additional terms and conditions may apply. Annual percentage rate is effective as of June 11th, 2014. Loan amounts from $500 to $15,000. Terms available from 60 months up to 120 months. For payment examples, call 800-426-1601.
There's a lot you're planning for in retirement, like spending more time with family.
Hi, Grandpa.
And fun adventures.
Oh, Bob, I can't believe we're finally in Hawaii.
But as you plan for retirement, remember Medicare doesn't cover dental. So it's important to floss, brush, and get regular dental checkups. Take care of your oral health, or there's something you might not have when you retire. Your teeth. Oral health is essential to overall health. A message from AARP, Mighty Mouth, and WDS Foundation.
Get ready. It's time to tee it up with Keith Jones.
If we really want to talk about, where you want to have, short-term, long-term improvement, it's that 6-inch fairway that Bobby Jones said is the most important fairway of golf. That's the fairway between your ears, and the expectations that people have coming into the new season and really what they would like to accomplish.
Tee it up with Keith Jones.
All right.
Big up.
Hey, Tom Hartman with the Tom Hartman Program. If you haven't received your free canister of Super Beets, the circulation superfood that you drink, here's your chance. I'm willing to bet that at least 80% of my listeners right now feel sluggish and mentally drained. For most people, it's their circulation. Might be for you, too. Being dietary nitrate deficient keeps your body from producing enough nitric oxide, the molecule responsible for healthy circulation. Super Beets is loaded with dietary nitrates that boost nitric oxide for more energy. It's 10 times more effective than other beet powders and works 3 times faster because of the patented light drying process. It's a delicious way to naturally support healthy blood pressure, energy, stamina, and mental sharpness. You'll love the taste of Super Beets and feel results in as little as 20 minutes. Guaranteed you won't pay. Plus, Super Beets now comes in black cherry flavor, so if taste was holding you back before, then now is the time to try it. Get a bonus 30-day supply free with your first order. Plus, get the book Beat the Odds free with free shipping, too. It's guaranteed your money back. Call 800-568-9889. That's 800-568-9889. Or log on to tomsbeats.com. That's tomsbeats.com. It's 20 minutes past the hour. Tom Hartman here with you. And let me get back and let me finish on this rant here. The H-1B visa thing that Marco Rubio, this is a conservative website pointing out Larry Ellison, the founder and executive chairman of the Oracle Corporation, another one of Rubio's financial boosters. In July, the Wall Street Journal reported that Ellison gave $3 million to a pro-Rubio super PAC. In June, Ellison hosted a fundraiser for Rubio. Oracle is the 20th biggest user of H-1B visas in the United States. So we're seeing our politicians purchased literally right in front of us by billionaires who are bragging about their purchase of the politicians and encouraging other billionaires to get in on the game, which is what Paul Singer did last week. Is this America? Jeremy Schumangler, a nice little pseudonym. It's over at the balloon-juice.com. True Life Tales of Terror. This guy writes, it's a personal blog. This was KP posted it over Democratic Underground a couple of days ago, Saturday morning, in fact. He writes, this is Jeremy Schumangler writes, it was 1979. I was 21 years old. I was working full-time in a publishing company. We were busy, but we weren't overworked. Company regularly posted job openings on a bulletin board. That's how I got my first promotion. I'd seen a job in a different department I was interested in and applied for it. Company offered to help me pay for college tuition so I could get even better at my job. There was no balloon juice back then, no crooks and liars, no lawyers, guns, and money blog, no Matt Taibbi column. But I read other progressive writers and found out that an actor I remembered from some corny old B movies was running for president. This is 1979, remember? I remembered him because the National Lampoon used to mock him as the worst and silliest governor of California that state had ever seen. I knew he spoke out against Medicare, and he was a spokesman for GE, a major polluter. A chill ran up my spine as I opened the morning newspaper the day after the election. That was November 1980. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. he had been elected president of the United States. Soon after that, the publishing company changed. The tuition assistance disappeared. There were layoffs. We were all told to work 110%. But that's mathematically impossible, I remember thinking. Some coworkers in my department tried to form a union. Next thing I knew, the ringleaders of that movement were laid off. And the rest of our department was physically moved to a different building 100 miles away. They wanted to cut out the cancer, someone told me. After I was finally laid off from that job, I worked in a series of other companies that treated employees the same way. Lower pay, work 110%, no unions, longer hours, more mean and nasty BS. Sometimes on dark nights, I can see the ghostly figure of John Mitchell. He was Richard Nixon's campaign manager and then attorney general. I can see the ghostly figure of John Mitchell climbing into a ghostly limo. Before he closes the door, he tells a ghostly reporter, "This country's going so far to the right, you won't recognize it." I got to check out this balloon-juice.com blog. And this is, again, this was also a post over at, this was not posted at DU. This is an email I got from a listener in Germany. And I verified the email address. It actually is a German email address. He says, "Hi, Tom, I'm a German and I live in the north." His name, by the way, is Jens. I'm not going to put his last name out. I don't know that he would want me to, but he lives in Horst in Schleswig-Holstein, Germany. And my apologies if I'm mangling that pronunciation, Jens. He says, "I'm a German and live in the north of Germany. I watch your show on YouTube and the rise of Bernie Sanders. I believe if anyone believes Bernie Sanders' social ideas are utopian, he is wrong. I'll tell you something about Germany, which has an excellent social security system. Germany has one of the strongest economies in the world. The high standard social security does not break our economics. These high social standards are created in the 1950s and expanded. I'll list some German achievements thereof. Social system, medical care for all, heavily restricted drug costs, maximum $5 to $15 per euro per package of pharmaceuticals. Maximum. Paid parental leave, 12 months. Long-term care insurance in Germany, lifetime." He says, "My very ill woman," presumably his wife, Uta, had got 1,600 euros a month from this insurance. Paid vacation time from employer, 3 to 4 weeks, 21 to 30 days. Paid sick time, 6 weeks from employer, later from German healthcare insurance. Very high hospital standard treatment for all. The most you pay if you go to a hospital in Germany is 280 euros for your stay, for your entire stay. Unemployment benefits for a year. Social insurance for long-time jobless and low-income people. Extra money, extra program for low-income seniors. Strong pension insurance. Endless other smaller social benefit systems. Progressive taxation for rich and inheritance tax. Germany has a very low poverty rate, and all poor can afford help from our social system. Justice. In Germany, justice is absolutely independent from your income. Everyone's treated the same way. The German justice has many social aspects, and the maximum punishment in Germany is 15 years, regardless of your crime. The aim of the German justice is to avoid fast prison. Social programs for offender are very important. Many social programs are used for ex-convicts. Labor unions. Germany has very strong labor unions and labor laws. Strikes in Germany are rare. This system guarantees a very stable and social society. Military. Germany has reduced the military budget over the last years, denies the Iraq War and the Libya adventure. Diplomatic solutions are the ways to avoid wars. Energy reform. Germany is one of the most radical countries that will change its energy systems. All nuclear power stations will close by 2020. More than 30% of our energy right now is wind, solar, binary, water, or geothermal energy. He says, so Bernie Sanders is absolutely right. And USA needs this political revolution. If anybody tells this high standard of Social Security kills the economics, he's wrong. Tell everybody about Germany's, Norway's, or Sweden's social system. These are strong economies with very high social standards. Hopefully Bernie can transform USA.
You're listening to the Thom Hartmann Program. Call 202-536-2370.
Thank you for the note, Jens. We'll be back. Your calls. Right?
Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Live weeknights, 9 to midnight on KMAS.
Thom Hartmann here with the president of ITM Trading, Craig Griffin. Craig, I wrote a book, The Crash of 2016. Are there any signs in the stock market today that could indicate a crash might be near?
Yes, there are. Right now, one of the key stock market barometers that forecast the bear markets of 2000 and 2008 are again signaling trouble ahead. And just like in 2000 and 2008, people didn't know what to look for, and they were blindsided.
Do you think this is the major crash some analysts have been talking about?
We will only look back in history and know that for sure. But we feel, like many analysts do, that something big is on the horizon.
What should my listeners do now?
Don't wait until the crisis hits again and gold is racing higher. Call and get our free exclusive report, Stock Market Barometer Signals Trouble Ahead. We have people standing by to answer all of their questions.
Friends, call ITM today, 1-888-OWN-GOLD. That's 1-888-OWN-GOLD, and get your free report. Stock Market Barometer Signals Trouble Ahead.
Why? Because I love it when America works. We become great, like the American president who forged peace between enemies, the president and the speaker who saved Social Security, the president who brought us health care. Because it's not the purists and the postures who get things done, it's the leaders. That's our pride. And they don't speak for us. No, they roar like lions. Those are the ones for me. They keep me going nonstop.
Hardball with Chris Matthews, weeknights at 7 Eastern, only on MSNBC.
At Geico, we've been innovating car insurance for over 75 years with forward-thinking ideas like online quotes and the Geico mobile app. And to prove it, we'll play one of our first radio commercials from 75 years ago.
By Jiminy, Geico could save you money on your car insurance, which is what we'll be doing over 75 years from now. Who knows? Maybe with some sort of application that's accessible on a futuristic handheld device. We'll call them online quotes.
See? Forward thinking.
Geico, saving people money for over 75 years.
You're listening to KMAS News Radio. I'm Marilyn Foster. The Shelton School District's Community Open Forum last week focused on school safety and security. Police Chief Darren Moody and Superintendent Alex Apostle led a discussion on best practices to keep schools and the community safe. Dr. Apostle joined Daybreak to share more about that discussion.
We're in the process of continuing to refine our system. The first threat that we had at Shelton High School, I think we could have done a better job. But the second threat that we've had, we reacted very nicely and communicated through various channels what was going on. So there's some internal and external issues that we're focusing upon to make sure that we're doing everything possible to protect our students, our staff.
The Dr. Apostle referred to happened last week. He says communication is key.
We have a robocall, where we can communicate with our parents, but there's other ways that might even be better, and we're looking at all options as we move forward. Again, this is a process that's under constant refinement.
The date for the next open forum this month hasn't yet been set, but we'll let you know as soon as it's announced. 5 lakes in Thurston County are under health advisories for toxic blue-green algae. The advisory affects Black, Deep, Long, Pattison, and Scott Lakes. The county health department advises people to stay out of the water, and anglers are asked to practice catch and release until the advisories are lifted. Warning signs are posted at community access points on each lake. The lakes will be monitored weekly until algae levels are at or below the state standard, and the advisories can be lifted. After consecutive years of record wildfire damage, the Washington State Department of Natural Resources is asking legislators for help controlling future wildfires. The agency is asking the legislature for an additional $24,279,000 to equip and train more in-state wildland firefighters and make forests and communities more resistant to the mega blazes that have swept Washington. DNR is responsible for preventing and fighting wildfires on 13 million acres of private, state, and tribal-owned forest lands. Commissioner of Public Lands, Peter Goldmark, said we must confront the reality of a longer, more difficult fire season, adding that we will not let the evergreen state become the wildfire state. The funding package would provide aid to local fire districts, modernize communication equipment, and aviation experts to dispatch helicopters and airplanes, and train local, tribal, state, and contracted firefighters to work together. More than 1,500 wildfires burned over 1 million acres in Washington this summer. I'm Marilyn Foster, your local news at AM 1030 and FM 103.3, and always on KMAS.com.
Habitat for Humanity of Mason County invites you to shop their local retail stores in Belfair and in Shelton. Construction volunteers are needed. Whether you're a construction professional or novice, Habitat for Humanity needs you. Give them a call or visit their website, and when you shop Habitat for Humanity, your dollars are put to work helping to improve, build, and maintain affordable housing right here in Mason County. Habitat for Humanity. Let's build a strong community together.
Cloudy day today, maybe a little rain. Hi, Jeff Slakey taking a look at the South Sound forecast on KMAS News Radio, AM 1030 and FM 1033. Low 50s throughout the day today and maybe some rain later in the afternoon. Tomorrow looks good though, 51 and clouds, 53 on Wednesday. Coming up on KMAS, Monday Night Football tonight, pregame at 4:45 right here on KMAS.
Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Live weeknights, 9 to midnight on KMAS.
Welcome back. Tom Hartman here with you. And Jared in Downingtown, Pennsylvania. Hey, Jared, what's up?
Hey, Tom, how you doing?
Good. What's on your mind?
Pretty good. I'm here to talk about the elections tomorrow. Most people seem to forget about that.
Yep. Big ones in Ohio, Tennessee, I think Kentucky. Is there an election in Pennsylvania?
Actually, yes, there is. There is a Supreme Court elections. It's really important, actually, because these are going to determine until like 2020, I believe. That's when the next one will be. So it's really good to go out and vote. But the good news is that Democrats have spent three-fourths of the money so far. So we really have the money advantage in this election. So that's good. And we can get 3 on the Supreme Court. So that way when redistricting comes up, we can have the advantage as opposed to the Republicans.
You know, it shouldn't be this way. It should be when redistricting comes up, everybody gets treated equally.
Yeah, it's crazy like that. There's a ballot measure in Ohio, though, with redistricting for to make redistricting like in California with
nonpartisan commission.
Yeah. So that's what it's very important to go out to vote for that.
Right.
To vote no on issue 2 in Ohio, to vote yes on issue 3, which is the marijuana law.
Right. That has a lot of people conflicted. You know, there are some pro-marijuana people against it, although they seem to be in the minority, some pro-marijuana people in favor of it, because it's setting up these 10 monopolies or oligopoly, this oligopoly of 10 growers. And these very wealthy people came in. We had, Mr. Taft on this program last week from the famous, Republican Taft family, President Taft and all that, who is one of the rich people who is going to own one of those growers, one of those growing operations. On the one hand, it's like, okay, we want to decriminalize pot. It's the best thing for society. It's good in on a whole bunch of levels. On the other hand, do we want to make 10 more people rich doing it? I'm of the opinion that if that's the price, then, let's do it. And let's at least get rid of these awful laws that are destroying lives, particularly the lives of poor people and people of color. Let's get rid of those laws, even if it means a couple of white billionaires get richer or millionaires get richer. And then over time, we can figure out a way to undo the monopolies. But good point, Jared. There are elections tomorrow. Tomorrow is election day. It's an off-year election, so most people are not going to show up. You're going to have a lot of wealthier white Republicans showing up, and that's really going to skew the elections all over the country, as it always does on non-presidential and even non-interstitial dates. So, yeah.
There's an LGBT ordinance in Houston that they're going to be voting on as well.
Right, that's really the so-called bathroom thing. Yep.
Yes, and the governor races, statewide races in Kentucky and Mississippi as well. I don't think Louisiana, they actually do that November 21st, I believe. But the Kentucky race is very close, so it's really important to get out to vote for that one as well.
Yep.
So
all great points.
A bunch of races.
Great. Jared, thanks for the reminder, and thanks for the call. Morris in Long Beach, California, listening on KPFK. Hey, Morris, what's up?
Hey, yes, Professor. I was listening to one of my favorite right-wing radio stations, and that's right, I listen to them too. And
that's about all you got, other than KPFK and anywhere in the country,
Yeah, You told the truth. You told the truth. Anyway, they have a black officer there, and he's on there saying that the Black Lives Matter people are communists and that they're here to overthrow the United States government. And I really, really thought that was a stretch because, I mean, come on, fellas, overthrow the U.S. government. Come on, man, that's really a stretch in your articulation. And but it's unfortunate that that's what we are now. And before I get off the air, I want to remind you, the book, The Devil's Chessboard, you got to read it. That's right up your alley. You'll love the part about the president's assassination and one of your favorite guys, Richard Nixon. Okay.
The Devil's Chessboard.
The Devil's Chessboard, written by David Talbot. I think it's got something to do with Salon.
Not David Talbot.
But David Talbot, right. And actually, the full title is Allen Dulles, the CIA, and the Rise of America's Secret Government. Now, it's 700.
It's got to be a different David Talbot than the guy who makes up quotes about how the founders were all right-wingers and religious.
But this guy right here, I mean, I can't put the thing down. It's unbelievable, our country's history, and no one's even aware of it. And I'm with Ralph Nader. The biggest problem we got in this country is we got 6 sources of information, and they're not telling us anything, but they're selling us everything.
Yeah, you're right. Morris, thank you. Yeah, well said. Thank you very much. Let me just share, apropos of what Morris just said. First of all, a cartoon. I saw this over. This is The Modern World by Tom Tomorrow. I saw it over Daily Kos, but it's all over. Part 1, in which wingnuts discuss the right to keep and bear arms. And you can see 2 guys holding guns. And one says, the only thing stopping a potential tyrant like Obama from sending all his opponents to FEMA camps, and the other says, is the knowledge that citizen patriots such as ourselves are armed and ready to fight back. The first one says, that's why we stand with Cliven Bundy and anyone else who refuses to back down in the face of government overreach. The other one says, just because someone is wearing a uniform, it doesn't mean they're entitled to unquestioning obedience. The first guy says, this is America after all. We are not sheeple, mindlessly submitting to some functionary with a badge. The other guy with his gun, he says, we are prepared to take whatever it takes. Use of state power. Part 2, in which they discuss the black teenager manhandled by a school cop in South Carolina. The first guy with the gun says, hey, she disobeyed a police officer's direct command. What'd she expect? The other one says, some people have no respect for law and order, if you know who we mean. And the other one says, yeah, and we think you do. So anyhow, there's that. And then piece over at Think Progress today, Jess Colarossi, noting drummer Corey Jones was killed by police in October. During the month of October, police killed 95 people, according to the Killed by Police database. At least 71 of them were shot and killed. The Guardian also reports that 950 American people have been killed by police in the United States this year. 950. There's still 2 months to go until the end of the year. So it looks like we're going to have more than 1,000 people in the United States killed by police this year. A dozen officers have been charged with murder or manslaughter this year, up from an average of about 5 a year between 25 and 2014. But still, that's, the smallest drop in the bucket. The South Carolina cop who shot unarmed teenager Zachary Hammond ducked criminal charges last week, despite video appearing to show him open fire on Hammond's car after it passed him. And then they go through 6 of the really egregious cases. This is amazing. This is amazing. Donna in Minneapolis. Hey, Donna, what's up?
Hey, thanks so much for everything you do, Tom. I really appreciate you.
Thank you, Donna.
I have a question. Back in 2008, we talked about the Supreme Court and how some of the Supreme Court justices might retire during the Obama term and how important it was to get Obama in. Have you heard anything about any of the Supreme Court justices possibly retiring prior to him leaving?
No, I haven't. And in fact, Ruth Bader Ginsburg has all but said, I ain't leaving until they carry me out of here. 2 people did retire, David Souter and who else? Who was the other one? But that made the space for Elena Kagan and for Sonia Sotomayor, who were both appointed by Obama. But
Ruth Ginsburg, she really, you would think that she would understand the bigger picture.
Well, you never know. I mean, she might live to 95 or 100. You just never know.
We're going to have to just.
The woman can do 20 push-ups. I can't do 20 push-ups. So,
I get it. Neither can I.
yeah. So, yeah, pray for RGB or BG, but mostly get out there and make sure that we have a Democrat in the White House in 2016, whether it is Bernie Sanders or whether it's Hillary Clinton. We have to have a Democrat in the White House, or Martin O'Malley, which is pretty unlikely. But, hey, he's better than any of the Republicans. Donna, thank you for the call. Brenda in Carborough, North Carolina. Hey, Brenda, what's on your mind today?
Hi, Tom. I love your program. I so love your program.
Thank you, Brenda.
Thank you for taking my call. I'm calling because I think Fox News is so hypocritical. They usually invite people on their show that only agree with their agenda. And Hannity, when Hannity was caught with drunk driving, it was very little talk about that. Had it been anybody else, they would have been talking about it for weeks. But I know
Sean Hannity got arrested for drunk driving?
Yeah, a few months ago. I think it was like earlier this year. His picture was on. You didn't see it on the news?
I did not. No.
Yeah, he got arrested, but DW.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
DWI. Yeah.
If it's true, it's unfortunate.
But they're so quick to point out what the Democrats do or the liberals do.
Right.
But when it comes to Republicans or somebody in their camp, you don't hear anything about it. And they bashed CNBC for asking tough questions. What do they expect? Now the Republicans want to be asked the questions that they want the people to ask. That's not right.
Right. The Republicans want to have an infomercial. That's what they want. They want a 2-hour infomercial for themselves rather than a debate and rather than any kind of, adversarial process with anybody. Well said, Brenda. Thank you very much for the call, and we'll be right back.
You're listening to Thom Hartmann. Visit ThomHartmann.com for audio and video archives.
For the record, by the way, Shano just did a Google search and can't find any reference to Sean Hannity being busted for drunk driving. So we'll be back.
Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Live weeknights, 9 to midnight on KMAS.
Why? Because I love it when America works. We become great, like the American president who forged peace between enemies, the president and the speaker who saved Social Security, the president who brought us health care. Because it's not the purists and the postures who get things done, it's the leaders. That's our pride. And they don't speak for us. No, they roar like lions. Those are the ones for me. They keep me going nonstop.
Hardball with Chris Matthews, weeknights at 7 Eastern, only on MSNBC.
Geico applauds your inner journey seeker.
Geico gives a hearty pat on the back to the part of you that just wants to get out and ride your motorcycle, to take to the open road, and let the wind and bugs fly your way. In fact, bring on the bugs. They can't stop your quest for highway enlightenment. Geico insures not only your car, but also that fine-looking bike of yours, with a custom-tailored policy and the best rates for you. So next time you suit up for adventure, make sure to take Geico along for the ride.
Geico Motorcycle. See how much you could save.
The mammography team at Mason General Hospital have a message to women about breast cancer. A mammogram can save your life. Early detection is key. And if you're a woman over 40 or a younger woman at a higher risk for breast cancer, the American College of Radiology recommends annual mammogram screenings. Don't wait any longer if you are past due for a mammogram. The next one could save your life. So schedule your mammogram today by calling Mason General Hospital's Diagnostic Imaging Department at 427-9590.
Mason General Hospital and family of clinics. Equal opportunity provider. Translation services provided.
Mason General and family of clinics.
Take KMAS wherever you go with our new free KMAS mobile app. It's a free download from either your Apple or Android device. Check out the latest news and even listen wherever you have a signal. Search KMAS in your app store and download our free KMAS app today.
Hi, I'm Jenna, the Rehabilitation Director at Shelton Health and Rehabilitation here in Shelton. We want you to know that we offer inpatient and outpatient therapy. We have flexible outpatient scheduling abilities and can also offer weekend appointments. We provide outpatient therapy for folks 18 and up. Did you know that Shelton Health and Rehabilitation can help with sports injuries, work injuries, chronic pain, shoulder and hand injuries? We also can help improve balance and help you prevent falls. After surgery, Shelton Health and Rehabilitation has 2 doctors of physical therapy to help you recover after hip, knee, or back surgery. Our speech, language, and swallowing therapists can help you improve your memory, speak clearer, and help you with any swallowing problems you might have with food or liquids. These are the ways we can help you and your loved ones at Shelton Health and Rehabilitation. We are here when you need us. Let Shelton Health and Rehabilitation take care of your loved ones during their times of life changes. We are a 100% employee-owned company and recognize that our people are our most valuable asset.
Get your Plenty card at Exxon or Mobil and start earning points at lots of places.
So I get points for filling up at Exxon?
You sure do.
What about getting coffee at Mobil?
Points.
Streaming TV shows on Hulu?
Definitely.
Points on my AT&T wireless bill?
Yep.
Buying soap?
At Rite Aid.
Buying you a birthday present?
Points at Macy's.
Visiting your parents?
No. You get marriage points.
Oh.
Exxon and Mobil are the only fuel brands that are part of Plenty, the rewards program that lets you earn points at one place and use them at another. Join Plenty for free through a participating Exxon or Mobil station today. Terms and limitations apply. See plenty.com/partners for details.
Lumber Liquidators wants to help you get a beautiful hardwood floor quickly, easily, and for less. Like customer favorite wide plank gunstock oak pre-finished hardwood. We've got it for just 99 cents. Or save on all easy to install top quality Kensington Manor laminate. This week, gorgeous Bristol County cherry is more than 20% off. And it's your last chance to save 20% on new wood look tile and 15% on complete Morningstar bamboo flooring packages. Plus more deals from 69 cents and get 12-month special financing. Hurry, get beautiful hardwood floors for less today. Go to lumberliquidators.com to find a store near you.
Welcome back. 10 minutes before the hour. Tom Hartman here with you. It's let's check in with the Talk Radio News Service, talkradionews.com, and find out what's going on in the world. Brought to you by Goats for the Old, goat.com and free-don.org. Victoria Jones on the line with us. Hey, Victoria.
Hey, Tom.
So what's up in the world today?
Well, President Obama this afternoon is going to announce a series of executive actions to help current and former prisoners re-enter society. He's visiting New Jersey, and this is part of his campaign to wind down the war on drugs and reform a broken criminal justice system. Now, his plans include millions of dollars in education grants for current prisoners, new policies to help former inmates find housing, a clean slate clearinghouse to help former prisoners clear their records where possible, and also a call to Congress to ban the box, the space on a job application that asks about criminal background.
Okay.
So he's going to be doing all those things this afternoon.
Good stuff.
Yes. So we'll see how that goes. Also, I know you've been following with some interest the Chilcot inquiry in the United Kingdom, the inquiry into the run-up to the Iraq War.
Yeah, I haven't. I printed out a piece in the Daily Mail, I think it was today, about that.
Yeah.
You know, the burn them, but I haven't had an opportunity to talk about it on the air yet. So please lay it out.
Well, it's really quite fascinating. Basically, what appears to have happened, according to the Mail on Sunday, the Attorney General, Lord Goldsmith, told then Prime Minister Tony Blair just a few days before the Iraq War that the war was illegal because it didn't have support of the international community and it could be challenged under international law. And this freaked Tony Blair out, and he was apparently told to burn it and destroy it.
Wow.
And,
now, was that, by the way, was Attorney General Goldsmith the son of Sir James Goldsmith, the financier?
I don't know, but I think there was I believe that there is a connection, but I'm not absolutely certain about this.
He wrote an amazing book. It just, so helped wake me up politically in many ways back about 10, 15 years ago. Yeah. Yeah, it's just Sir James Goldsmith. I forget the title of the book now. It's basically an interview. It's a question and answer, and about how does the economy work, how does politics work, how does the world work, and he was absolutely brutally honest. It was amazing.
Oh, that's fascinating.
Yeah.
So anyway, all ministers who had received it, not all of them had, were told to burn it and destroy it. Defense Secretary Jeff Hoon flatly ignored the order. Now, Goldsmith, the Attorney General, then revised this opinion, came up with a different opinion, which he then released. It was only a one-page opinion produced 10 days later, 3 days before war broke out, stripped out all his previous reservations and declared the war to be legal. And this version was discussed in cabinet and cited in Parliament. And which is very interesting. Now, of course, Jeff Hoon, the defense secretary, had kept his version that said that it was illegal. Later, of course, Jeff Hoon was demoted, taken out of the cabinet and made the Europe minister, which is not a cabinet position. Interestingly, though, he was allowed to attend cabinet meetings, even though he wasn't a member of the cabinet. Some people say it's because he knew where the Iraq bodies were buried.
Remarkable.
So that is very interesting. Also, the Daily Mail reports that as of October the 21st, it has finally received a response to a 2009 request to the United States for documents, communications, confidential ones between Tony Blair and George Bush in the run-up to the Iraq invasion. 2009 request. Of 13 pages released, 4 are little more than blank pages, save for the word unclassified. Most are basically blank.
Yeah, not surprising, I suppose. By the way, the book by Sir James Goldsmith is called The Trap, and it's no longer in print, but I just ordered a used copy that will be coming to your office, this office, in the next few days, should you have any interest in looking it over.
Oh, wow. Wonderful. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
The Supreme Court appeared troubled today by the actions of a Georgia prosecutor in disqualifying all the black prospective jurors from the death penalty trial of a black teenager who was accused of killing an elderly white woman. At least 6 of the 9 justices indicated during arguments that black people were improperly singled out and kept off the jury.
This has been going on. The New York Times has been doing some really good reporting on this. This has been going on for probably for centuries. Well, certainly since blacks could serve on juries after the Civil War. And it's, they've also been reporting how redlining is still going on. Banks are still denying people of color mortgages. It's astonishing.
Yeah, very interesting. Well, it seems that if 6 of the 9 are asking questions, including Justice Alito, this could go in an interesting direction. The hacking group Anonymous is starting to leak the names and data of alleged Ku Klux Klan members.
Now, we started with that story. I started to talk about it on the air, and I had the names of the 4 Republicans who were named, and then the diary, the post on that over at Daily Kos got taken down, and I thought, geez, and I looked at an Anonymous's share file. And they name those guys, and they name the KKK group they're part of, but they don't provide any links with evidence of that. Do you know how solid this is?
Well, at the moment, today and yesterday, it's apparently a preview of what's to come. It's just initial data through the text sharing site Pastebin.
Right.
They're going to start giving a lot more. On November the 4th, we'll be having a Twitter storm spreading awareness about the operation. And on the 5th, we shall release more than 1,000 members' names and websites, new and old.
Fascinating.
So today's just the beginning, they say.
Yeah. Okay.
Meanwhile, the networks are expected in the next few days to receive a letter from the Republican candidates of their debate demands.
Is it going to be cut out of a newspaper with, funny letters glued together and pasted onto a piece of paper?
Yes, exactly, with no fingerprints.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Makes perfect sense. All right. Victoria Jones of the Talk Radio News Service, talkradionews.com. Thank you, Victoria.
Thank you so much.
Happy Monday. And don't forget the book, The Trap by James Goldsmith. Will be waiting for you here.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Talk to you later. We'll be back. Stick around.
You're listening to Thom Hartmann.
If you're a man over 40 and can't stop going to the bathroom during the night, if your urine flow is weak, if you're using the bathroom more than your coworkers, then you have all the signs of an aging prostate. Prostate problems affect the majority of us men as we age, and often we ignore waking up 1, 2, or 3 times a night to go to the bathroom until either you or your wife had enough. I urge you to call for your risk-free bottle of GoFlow Prostate Formula. GoFlow Prostate is non-prescription and contains clinically studied natural ingredients that help to reduce waking at night to urinate. GoFlow helps to increase urine flow when you go and helps to stop it when you sleep. Best of all, GoFlow Prostate was developed by medical doctor Mitchell Fleischer. Call now, try it risk-free, and you'll even get free shipping and handling. Call 1-800-667-8218. That's 1-800-667-8218. This offer is available for a limited time in response to this ad. Call now. Don't wait. Call 1-800-667-8218. That's 1-800-667-8218.
This is Tom Wallitner, and I approve this ad.
This is Dan Robbins, Bellingham Port Commissioner, asking you to vote for and re-elect my colleague, Tom Wallitner, to the Port of Shelton. Tom is a dedicated commissioner, always putting the Port of Shelton first. Open communication, sound decisions, and job creation are qualities that Tom has demonstrated in the past and will continue to in the future as your Port Commissioner. Tom Wallitner has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help lead the Port of Shelton in their important work for the residents of Mason County. Tom Wallitner is as rock solid as they come. His commitment to his family and wife of 55 years and to his community for the past 35 years are second to none. A vote to re-elect Tom Wallitner as your Port Commissioner is a positive vote for the Port of Shelton and future jobs in Mason County.
Paid for by the Committee to elect Tom Wallitner, Port Commissioner.
Start your mornings live and local with Daybreak on KMAS Shelton. Join Jeff and Dale weekdays from 6 to 9 on AM 1030 or FM 1033.
Here's the latest from ABC News. I'm Joan Bennett. The GOP presidential campaigns are putting their complaints about the presidential debates in writing, sending letters to TV networks suggesting new ground rules. More from ABC's Mark Remillard.
The various campaigns met yesterday in D.C. to hammer out what they'd like to see changed in future debates. And now ABC News has obtained a working draft of a letter that will be sent to the TV networks. The letter asks various questions about the debate format, particularly the issues candidates have been upset about, such as whether there will be opening and closing statements, equal number of questions to each candidate, all the way down to minute details like whether the temperature will be below 67 degrees and whether candidates will take social media questions. Mark Remillard, ABC News.
A Russian Metrojet exec says an external impact brought down its plane in Egypt's Sinai Saturday. 224 people on board the Russian jet were killed. ABC's Alex Marquardt in Egypt.
The black boxes from the Russian flight that crashed in the Sinai Peninsula have been recovered. They're in good condition and have been sent to Cairo for analysis by Egyptian, Russian, and international teams and are expected to shed the most light on the reasons for the crash. But a spokesman for Egypt's aviation authorities said the results could take weeks, months, even a year. Alex Marquardt, ABC News, Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt.
An E. coli outbreak linked to Chipotle restaurants in Washington state and Oregon has sickened nearly 24 people. The third outbreak of foodborne illness at the popular chain this year. Chipotle has closed all of its restaurants in those two states as a precaution. ABC News Chief Health and Medical Editor Dr. Richard Besser.
There have been outbreaks from all kinds of fresh produce, from lettuce, from sprouts, and some outbreaks from salsa. And salsa can be really tough. You got tomatoes and parsley and cilantro, and sometimes you can only narrow it down. It was a salsa and not the key ingredient.
Wall Street, the Dow's up 116. This is ABC News.
Do you suffer from anxiety, depression, chronic pain? I'm going to tell you about a breakthrough program built on over 100 years of therapies used with America's returning veterans to help them successfully overcome PTSD, anxiety attacks, pain, and depression. The secret proven in study after study, music therapy. The effects of music are nothing short of amazing. From strokes to PTSD, music has been shown to improve the quality of life. Now, one of the latest music therapy programs can be yours to
experience for free to help with your own anxiety, pain, and depression. It's called Whole Tones. It takes music therapy to a new level. This revolutionary program makes use of specially designed frequencies that have been shown to stimulate your body's natural healing power down to the cellular level. If it works for battle-scarred vets, can it work for you? Experience it for yourself for free at 22wholetones.com. That's 22wholetones.com. 22 WHOLE tones.com. 22wholetones.com.
You're listening to KMAS News Radio. I'm Marilyn Foster. The Shelton School District's Community Open Forum last week focused on school safety and security. Police Chief Darren Moody and Superintendent Alex Apostle led a discussion on best practices to keep schools and the community safe. Dr. Apostle joined Daybreak to share more about that discussion.
We're in the process of continuing to refine our system. The first threat that we had at Shelton High School, I think we could have done a better job. But the second threat that we've had, we reacted very nicely and communicated through various channels what was going on. So there's some internal and external issues that we're focusing upon to make sure that we're doing everything possible to protect our students, our staff.
The second safety threat Dr. Apostle referred to happened last week. He says communication is key.
We have what's a robocall, where we can communicate with our parents, but there's other ways that might even be better, and we're looking at all options as we move forward. Again, this is a process that's under constant refinement.
The date for the next open forum this month hasn't yet been set, but we'll let you know as soon as it's announced. 5 lakes in Thurston County are under health advisories for toxic blue-green algae. The advisory affects Black, Deep, Long, Pattison, and Scott Lakes. The county health department advises people to stay out of the water, and anglers are asked to practice catch and release until the advisories are lifted. Warning signs are posted at community access points on each lake. The lakes will be monitored weekly until algae levels are at or below the state standard, and the advisories can be lifted. After consecutive years of record wildfire damage, the Washington State Department of Natural Resources is asking legislators for help controlling future wildfires. The agency is asking the legislature for an additional $24,279,000 to equip and train more in-state wildland firefighters and make forests and communities more resistant to the mega blazes that have swept Washington. DNR is responsible for preventing and fighting wildfires on 13 million acres of private, state, and tribal-owned forest lands. Commissioner of Public Lands, Peter Goldmark, said we must confront the reality of a longer, more difficult fire season, adding that we will not let the evergreen state become the wildfire state. The funding package would provide aid to local fire districts, modernize communication equipment, add aviation experts to dispatch helicopters and airplanes, and train local, tribal, state, and contracted firefighters to work together. More than 1,500 wildfires burned over 1 million acres in Washington this summer. I'm Marilyn Foster, your local news at AM 1030 and FM 103.3, and always on KMAS.com. It's 9:06, and now the Tom Hartman Show.
This is the Tom Hartman Program.
And welcome back to the third hour of our program. Tom Hartman here with you. Just a reminder, next week I'll be in Chicago. This next week, right? Yeah, next Wednesday. If you can't make it to the live broadcast, I'll be speaking and signing books the evening of November 11th at Paisan's Pizzeria and Bar in Berwyn. Barber's Bookstore is going to be on hand to sell all of my books. You can pick up a few copies. Tickets and details for both events are available at chicagosprogressivetalk.com. So we will be doing this show live from Chicago next Wednesday, and I'm very much looking forward to it. It's going to be a lot of fun. chicagosprogressivetalk.com for all the information. A bunch of stuff here that I wanted to go through. First of all, David Barton. I think somebody called and pushed a book by David Barton. If it's the same David Barton, you got to be very, very. David Barton is America's conservatives' favorite fake historian. Say what? Oh, he's a Talbot. Oh, great. Okay, I got them mixed up. Barton and Talbot sounds. They both have B's and T's sound the same. Thank you, Shano. So this is David Barton. He has recently claimed, according to PoliticusUSA.com, this article over there, courtesy of Right Wing Watch, that retirement is a pagan concept based on his reading of the Bible. There's proof that he didn't lie about these founders' quotes because of a lawsuit that actually didn't ever happen. That evangelical voters have been ignored by both parties. Oh, really? That the founding fathers did not grant women the right to vote. In fact, they did. They didn't specifically exclude women from voting. They left it up to the states. And in fact, there were women who were voting after the American Revolution, after the Constitution was signed. There were women and there were people of color who were voting as well. Mostly in the North, but there it was. It's not in the Constitution. That the Bible rules out the alleged existence of PTSD. That the due process clause comes from the Bible. Sorry, it really started with the, 1099, the Magna Carta with the sign. No, that was 1215, wasn't it? The Magna Carta, 1215, King John in Runnymede. And that the founding fathers settled the evolution debate even before there was a debate. Yeah, right. Oh, and he says that the Bible was opposed to slavery. Actually, the Bible legitimizes slavery. Very strange stuff. Paul Mason is writing in The Guardian yesterday. The headline is "Apocalypse Now. Has the next giant financial crash already begun?" Now, there were a couple of people, one of them, Martin Armstrong. He's an economic forecaster who had accurately predicted the 1987 crash and used the same model to suggest that there would be an economic crash last month, the month of October, starting October 1st. But Paul Mason then looks at the statistics and says, well, maybe it did. He says, since 2007, the pile of debt in the world has grown by $57 trillion. That's a compound annual growth rate of 5.3%, which is significantly greater than GDP. In other words, debt is piling up. Both government debt and private debt is piling up at a much greater rate than the growth of domestic product, of GDP, the growth of economies around the world, which is not a good thing, especially private market debt. Debts have doubled in the so-called emerging markets while rising by just over a third in the developed world, he writes. And then he points to the Bank of International Settlements. This is who I was quoting back in 2007, 2008 about the derivatives market. Bank of International Settlements back then was saying that there was $800 trillion in derivatives running around, in the gray and black markets, the unregulated markets. He writes, this summer, the Bank for International Settlements, the BIS, pointed out that certain major economies were seeing a sharp rise in debt to GDP ratios, which were well outside historic norms. In China, the rest of Asia, and Brazil, private sector borrowing has risen so quickly that the Bank of International Settlements' dashboard of risk is flashing red. In 2/3 of all cases, red warnings such as this are followed by a major banking crisis within 3 years. The underlying cause of this debt glut is the $12 trillion of free or cheap money created by central banks since 2009, combined with nearly zero interest rates. Meanwhile, the price of real things is collapsing. He cites oil, he cites copper. He talks about deflation stalking the southern Eurozone. Japan just revised its growth projections down, despite being in the middle of a massive money printing program. The Eurozone is stagnant. In short, as the Bank of International Settlements economist put it, Paul Mason writes, this is, quote, a world in which debt levels are too high, productivity growth too weak, and financial risks too threatening. So here's what's going on. And I've been saying this since 2008. I wrote a book about this called The Crash of 2016, that neoliberal economic policies, which is not liberal. Neoliberal means basically right-wing, Milton Friedman, Reaganomics is neoliberalism. Right? So-called free market capitalism, unregulated libertarianism is neoliberalism. That these guys have pretty much ruled the roost since the ascendance of Ronald Reagan and Reaganomics and trickle-down economics and supply-side economics and all this stuff that George Herbert Walker Bush in the 1980 primary correctly referred to as voodoo economics. Make the rich richer, cut taxes on the rich, and somehow the economy will grow. No, it has been absolutely, positively, totally disproven. But nobody's willing to admit that. I mean, there's a few Democrats, but even the Bill Clinton Democrats, the Robert Rubins, the Larry Summerses of the world. Robert Reich has a piece pointing this out. Well, actually, there's several. They're still in the neoliberal thing. These guys, the big banksters who are funding many Democrats, are still, they keep inflating that bubble, keep our $1 million paychecks coming. And it's going to burst. It's going to burst, and it's going to end badly. Sheldon Wolin and Inverted Totalitarianism. This is by Chris Hedges. It was a truthdig.com. Chris Hedges writes, inverted totalitarianism is different from classical forms of totalitarianism. It does not find its expression in a demagogue or charismatic leader, but in the faceless anonymity of the corporate state. Back to my our one theme here. Our inverted totalitarianism pays outward fealty to the facade of electoral politics, the Constitution, civil liberties, freedom of the press, the independence of the judiciary, and the iconography, traditions, and language of American patriotism, but it has effectively seized all the mechanisms of power to render the citizen impotent. And in that context, Robert Reich, in this new piece, I referenced it this an hour or so ago, but here at more length, he talks about Americans pay more for pharmaceuticals than citizens of any other developed nation because it's perfectly legal in the U.S., but illegal in every other country. For the makers of branded drugs to pay the makers of generic drugs to delay introducing cheaper unbranded equivalents after patents on the brands have expired. This costs you and me an estimated $3.5 billion a year. We also pay more for internet service than people in any other developed nation. The average cable bill in the U.S. rose 5% in 2012, latest year that we've got numbers available, nearly triple the rate of inflation. Why? Because 80% of us have no choice of internet service provider. So they can charge more. It costs 3.5 times more to get the internet here than in France. 3.5 times, 350% more. The interest we pay on home mortgages or college loans is higher than it would be if the big banks that now dominate the financial industry had worked harder to get our business. In 2000, America's five largest banks held 25% of all U.S. assets. Now they hold 44%. He talks about the airlines. We've gone from 9 major carriers 10 years ago to just 4 now. And airline prices have gone up 2.5% over the past year. Highest level since the government began tracking them. Fuel prices are historic lows. It's monopolies.
This is the Thom Hartmann Program.
Same thing with food and big ag. Same thing with health insurance. We are being screwed, basically, by big corporations in this country.
Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Live weeknights, 9 to midnight on KMAS.
Call Quicken Loans now at 800-QUICKEN to see if you qualify for the government's Home Affordable Refinance Program, or HARP. And for 5 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction. And for the second year in a row, they've also ranked us highest in mortgage servicing. Call 800-QUICKEN or visit QuickenLoans.com.
Visit jdpower.com for award information. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender, licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
An important message from Medicare.
I found a better deal on prescriptions.
I found a new plan with lower costs. It's Medicare open enrollment. Have you compared plans yet? Who knows what you might find?
Check out your options at Medicare.gov or call 1-800-MEDICARE.
You never know unless you go.
Medicare open enrollment, October 15th through December 7th. Brought to you by the Department of Health and Human Services.
The Chad Benson Show.
Look, I've said all along, Obamacare is here to stay. You knew I didn't like it because I don't like the government being involved in anything. But I also knew that once it got involved, it was never going away. And this was eventually going to lead to a system that became a single-payer system. We will have a single-payer system in the next decade.
The Chad Benson Show.
Hi, this is Chad Benson. Please check out my show this afternoon from 3 to 6 on KMAS Newsradio.
In the time you've spent listening to this radio spot, you could have completed and submitted an entire expense report with a simple picture of your receipt. That's all it takes for you to get back to work and for your business to run more efficiently. To learn more and discover all the ways Concur helps manage your company's expenses, just go to tryconcur.com for a free test drive.
Somebody called Classified has tempted me to answer. That's an interesting, plus there's a big picture of the gray on this guy's Skype. So Classified, hello.
Mr. Bell, can you hear me?
I can.
I have to keep this very brief, so I'll get to the point. I was involved with an organization that hacked into classified NSA servers, top secret.
Seriously?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, seriously?
Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell, live weeknights 9 to midnight on KMAS.
Tune in all season long to NFL Insider on Westwood One. Hi, this is Mark Malone. Join me each week as we whip around the league and break down the NFL. We'll hear from today's stars and yesterday's heroes as James Lofton sits down with a fellow member of the Hall of Fame. We'll also check in with former greats Rod Woodson and Donovan McNabb to help us break down all the latest NFL news. That's NFL Insider right here.
Sunday morning at 6:30 on KMAS.
Are you tired of commuting to a job that makes someone else rich, working harder than ever, but getting nowhere? Do you hate spending hundreds of dollars every week on daycare, having someone else raise your children? With our opportunities, you can start earning money as soon as next week. You get to be the boss, work from home, and live a happier life. At Be the Boss Network, you'll find hundreds of work-from-home opportunities that you can literally start today and be earning money as soon as next week. Go to freedom31.com and start earning money as soon as next week. You get to be the boss. Get out of the rat race. Work from home. Go to freedom31.com right now and change your life today. That's freedom31.com. Go to freedom31.com and start earning money as soon as next week. You be the boss. Go to freedom31.com.
It's 20 minutes past the hour. Welcome back. Tom Hartman here with you. And John Schwartz is on the line. He's the president, director, and founder of Vocal, VOQAL.org. Just a bit of disclosure here. I am on the board of directors of Vocal and have been for many years. But John is the guy who started this whole thing. John, welcome to the program.
Thanks for having me on, Tom.
It's great to have you with us. Sprint is involved in a dispute. There's something going on with Sprint that's going to impact or could impact low-income people. Tell us about this.
Yeah, this is a big deal. One of Vocal's principal projects is known as Mobile Citizen, and it provides unlimited high-speed mobile broadband service to many thousands of people through educational institutions and also through nonprofit organizations. And one of the types of nonprofits that we've worked with extensively bridges the digital divide, as they say in telecom speak, meaning that it provides broadband service to people who couldn't afford it otherwise. We've got one nonprofit in the Twin Cities that says that in their user base, the average using family has about $12,000 in annual income. We've estimated that between the school enrollments and the nonprofits and everybody concerned, there are about 300,000 people that are affected. Now, we provide service through a contractual arrangement with a subsidiary of Sprint, and they operate an older mobile broadband network that runs on what's called WiMAX technology. And WiMAX is being phased out. It hasn't been a hit globally. And Sprint is switching to a network based on LTE, which you probably see advertised. The WiMAX network is scheduled for shutdown in less than a week. and we have not been able to migrate our users over to the LTE network. And I can get down in the weeds and tell you about the details if you want to hear it. But this is Sprint's fault. We built this whole project, and we badly want to continue it, and yet we're stuck. So we have sued Sprint. Vocal and another company that's on the same contract with us went to court and said that Sprint was violating the agreement. And of course, this is not just a dry legal dispute. This affects an awful lot of real people who really depend on this service. And there is a hearing scheduled in Boston tomorrow. And we've asked the judge to keep the WiMAX network going so that we can take these users, switch them over to the LTE network. We're right on the knife's edge as we're talking today.
Is this entirely, we're talking with John Schwartz, the founder and director of Vocal. It's spelled VOQAL.org is the website. And as I mentioned, I'm on the board of Vocal. John, although I'm not all that familiar with all the details of this, although I've, at the last board meeting, I heard you talking about it and I've read the stuff on it, but you're the guy who really knows this stuff. Is this going to be played out entirely in the courts, John, or is there anything that our viewers and listeners could do to help encourage Sprint to postpone the deletion of this WiMAX network so that the poor people that Vocal, or the low-income people that Vocal is providing, cheap or in some cases free broadband internet access to, can continue to do so?
Well, we don't want this to go down quietly. I mean, we want everybody to know, and we want Sprint to know that people care about it. Mm-hmm. So there is something that folks can do. I know you have a very active audience of people who get involved, and you can go to the Mobile Citizen website. I'm going to look this just so I get this right. It's mobilecitizen.org, and that's all one word, mobilecitizen.org, and then, the slash, and stop Sprint. And stop Sprint is all one word. Mm-hmm. And that's got the details on what's happening and what your listeners and viewers can do.
Okay, and what can they do? Do they have to go to the website and click links, or is there a phone number, or is there,
Yeah, that's why we put it all there in the website. We have a petition. There has been an awful lot of Twitter traffic about this, mm-hmm. Including a lot of Twitter that's been sent to Marcelo Claure, who's the chief executive of Sprint. Marcelo talks a lot about, caring about the digital divide and low-income people and the charitable purposes of Sprint. We want him and we want Sprint to stand behind that rhetoric. And they need to know that people expect it.
Right. So the website, I'm looking at it right now, John. Thank you for that. Mm-hmm. The hashtag is Stop Sprint also.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, so tweet this out. It's mobile, MOBILE, citizen, CITIZEN.org / Stop Sprint. And actually that redirects me to /LTE /
Yep, that's right, because it has to do with the transition to LTE.
Yeah. So you can sign the petition. 300,000 Americans, low-income Americans.
Yes, if you add up the schools and the nonprofits and the libraries, 300,000 Americans
are going to lose their internet access next week.
Less than a week if nothing happens. Nothing stops it.
Wow. Now, is there any kind of legislative intervention? I mean, is this the sort of thing that people should call Congress about, or is it entirely, the battle between, us little, you and me and Sprint?
Well, the reason we were able to do this is we signed a contract with Clearwire, which a company that Sprint acquired. Things went very well under Clearwire, and they've gone poorly under Sprint. So I don't think that this is a matter of legislation, but obviously the more people that are focused on this, and the more that Sprint hears from people that they expect Sprint to do the right thing, the easier this is going to be.
Yeah.
We did not want to take this to court. I want to tell you, we tried to work this out, and it didn't work. Of course, as human affairs often are, everybody blames everybody when stuff goes wrong, and Sprint's trying to blame us. But I was there. I'm a witness, and I can tell you that we tried to put this through, and we were not able to, and Sprint's the reason.
John Schwartz, the founder and director of Vocal, VOQAL, the website, mobilecitizen.org, facebook.org/stopsprint. The hashtag #StopSprint. John, thanks for dropping by today.
Oh, thanks for having me, Tom.
And we will tweet this out too as soon as we get off the air here. Thanks a lot, John. We'll be right back.
You're listening to the Tom Hartman program. Call 202-536-2370.
That is mobilecitizen.org/stopsprint. We'll be right back.
KMAS wants to make sure your voice is heard. Vote! Election Day is this Tuesday.
Hey, Tom Hartman here with the Tom Hartman program. If you haven't received your free canister of Super Beets, the circulation superfood that you drink, here's your chance. I'm willing to bet that at least 80% of y'all right now feel sluggish or mentally drained. For many people, it's their circulation, and I'm betting it is for you too. Being dietary nitrate deficient keeps your body from producing enough nitric oxide, the molecule responsible for healthy circulation. Super Beets is loaded with dietary nitrates that boost nitric oxide for more energy. It's 10 times more effective than other beet powders and works 3 times faster because of the patented light drying process. It's a delicious way to naturally support healthy blood pressure, energy, stamina, and mental sharpness. You'll love the taste of Super Beets and feel results in as little as 20 minutes, guaranteed, or you don't pay. Plus, Super Beets now comes in black cherry flavor, so if taste was holding you back before, then now is the time to try it. Get a bonus 30-day supply free with your first order, plus get the book Beat the Odds free with free shipping, too. It's guaranteed your money back. Call 800-568-9889. That's 800-568-9889, or log on to tomsbeats.com. That's tomsbeats.com.
Are you ready to take your diabetes management to the next level? Put the Contour Next meter to the test and challenge your meter. The Contour Next meter makes testing easy and highly accurate with close to lab level results. And Contour Next gives you a second chance, allowing you to reapply to the same strip when the first sample is not enough, saving you time and money. So take the challenge. Go to ContourNextChallenge.com, get a free meter, and enter to win free test strips. Find Contour Next at your local Good Neighbor pharmacy.
And now, a touching moment. Well, staying in touch with Geico.
I remember it like it was yesterday. As I downloaded the Geico app, a bluebird landed on my finger. I said, "Hey, Mr. Bluebird, did you know you can add a car to your Geico policy with just a tap of your finger? Just scan the VIN number. It's so easy." After that, we watched the sunset together and ate birdseed. The birdseed tasted super weird, but the sunset was nice.
VIN scanning to add a car. Just a few taps away on the Geico app.
You're listening to KMAS News Radio. I'm Marilyn Foster. The Shelton School District's Community Open Forum last week focused on school safety and security. Police Chief Darren Moody and Superintendent Alex Apostle led a discussion on best practices to keep schools and the community safe. Dr. Apostle joined Daybreak to share more about that discussion.
We're in the process of continuing to refine our system. The first threat that we had at Shelton High School, I think we could have done a better job. But the second threat that we've had, we reacted very nicely and communicated through various channels what was going on. So there's some internal and external issues that we're focusing upon to make sure that we're doing everything possible to protect our students, our staff.
The second safety threat Dr. Apostle referred to happened last week. He says communication is key.
We have a robocall, where we can communicate with our parents, but there's other ways that might even be better, and we're looking at all options as we move forward. Again, this is a process that's under constant refinement.
The date for the next open forum this month hasn't yet been set, but we'll let you know as soon as it's announced. 5 lakes in Thurston County are under health advisories for toxic blue-green algae. The advisory affects Black, Deep, Long, Pattison, and Scott Lakes. The county health department advises people to stay out of the water, and anglers are asked to practice catch and release until the advisories are lifted. Warning signs are posted at community access points on each lake. The lakes will be monitored weekly until algae levels are at or below the state standard, and the advisories can be lifted. After consecutive years of record wildfire damage, the Washington State Department of Natural Resources is asking legislators for help controlling future wildfires. The agency is asking the legislature for an additional $24,279,000 to equip and train more in-state wildland firefighters and make forests and communities more resistant to the mega blazes that have swept Washington. DNR is responsible for preventing and fighting wildfires on 13 million acres of private, state, and tribal-owned forest lands. Commissioner of Public Lands, Peter Goldmark, said we must confront the reality of a longer, more difficult fire season, adding that we will not let the evergreen state become the wildfire state. The funding package would provide aid to local fire districts, modernize communication equipment, and aviation experts to dispatch helicopters and airplanes, and train local, tribal, state, and contracted firefighters to work together. More than 1,500 wildfires burned over 1 million acres in Washington this summer. I'm Mary Lynn Foster, your local news at AM 1030 and FM 103.3, and always on KMAS.com.
This is Secretary of State Kim Wyman reminding you to vote in this fall's general election. This year, voters like you will decide many local races and ballot measures affecting our families. The ballot also includes 2 statewide initiatives and 4 statewide advisory votes. Ballots will be mailed to voters starting October 16. Return your ballot promptly by mail or use a drop box until 8 p.m. on November 3rd. Be an informed voter. Learn more by reading your voter's pamphlet or visit vote.wa.gov. Sponsored by the Office of the Secretary of State as provided by law.
Cloudy day today, maybe a little rain. Hi, Jeff Slakey taking a look at the South Sound forecast on KMAS News Radio, AM 1030 and FM 103.3. Low 50s throughout the day today and maybe some rain later in the afternoon. Tomorrow looks good though, 51 and clouds, 53 on Wednesday. Coming up on KMAS, Monday Night Football tonight, pregame at 4:45 right here on KMAS. Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell, live weeknights, 9 to midnight on KMAS.
Welcome back. Tom Hutton here with you. It's 28 minutes before the hour. And Kenyatta in Redlands, California. Kenyatta, what's on your mind today?
Hey, Tom, I wanted to first, let me just say this. You know that I'm neither fearful enough nor do I have sense enough to be politically correct. Okay. So I'm not going to be true to my form on this. But, I see blackism, some people call it racism, but specifically blackism in everything, domestically and international. And earlier, and Bernie has talked about, often invoked, I think, Sweden and Denmark, and talked about how well they do in terms of public policy, and I absolutely agree. And you had spoke on that earlier, but let me tell you why I don't think that will ever happen in the United States. Sweden, Denmark, and Germany don't have the history of slavery that the United States has. I think that if this were an essentially, for lack of a better term, white nation, which it is, but if it weren't for black people, I'm just going to say it, in this country, I think that we would have policies in this country that are very parallel to those nations. Now, that's my opinion, and people want to jump on it.
I think you're right, Kenyatta.
That's my opinion.
I think you're right.
Pardon?
I think you're right. I think that if the North American continent had been unoccupied and we hadn't slaughtered millions and millions of Native Americans, and if Europeans, white Europeans, had not brought Africans from people from the African continent here to be slaves and brutally enslaved them for centuries, but that this had simply been, white Europeans discover another continent and occupy it and fill it, I think it would be probably very egalitarian. I think that there is a sense of white tribalism, and this goes back to my comment, many, many times, that at the core of almost all of this stuff is the philosophy of white supremacy. And it's almost never discussed. It's very politically incorrect to even say on the radio. But this is what, in my opinion, what is at the core of most of this stuff is this, in many cases, unconscious ideology of white supremacy. Back to you.
I absolutely agree. And let me give you an example of it. And then I wanted to ask you a quick question. If you take out, predicated upon what you just said and what I had started my comment with, if you take out, given all the wars that the United States has been involved in, not just currently, but let's say the last half century, if you take out the ethnic portion of it in terms of black and brown and yellow people, if you take out the religious part of it, which is generally, now we're talking about Islam and terrorists, and we all know that is dog whistle for Muslims. If you take those elements out, the United States would not be involved in any wars.
Well, there would have been one. Our intervention in Kosovo on behalf of the Muslims against the Christians, when we bombed Slobodan Milosevic and Radovan Karadzic, they were running these rape camps and all this stuff. That was Christian white Europeans who were murdering, oppressing, and running these giant rape camps against, frankly, darker-skinned and Muslim people in that area. And Croatia...
I agree.
So that's the one exception. That's the only time that I know of. Now, well, actually, I suppose the War of 1812 as well. Where the United States was involved in a military action against somebody who was actually white, who was Caucasian and Christian.
Yeah, but there's actually another caveat to that, Tom, and that was the war against Nazi Germany. But in those cases,
oh yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. Yeah, how could I have missed that? Thank you, Kenyatta.
And Slobodan Milosevic, Adolf Hitler. But you are looking at. And this is why other white people.
Yeah.
You don't have that situation where the United States or Western powers, to be more general, have stepped in to protect people of color. And I just wanted to put that out there. I would love, I would love to know the statistics on how many black Americans are taking advantage of all of those wonderful policies in Germany and Sweden and Denmark. I mean, they have excellent. I was at my daughter's back to school night a few months ago, and I actually brought up the fact of how well Denmark and the Scandinavian countries do in terms of supporting single parents like myself and the infrastructure that they have. And the teacher agreed with me. We will never have that here because I think that white people in this country, frankly, are too afraid that they're going to be giving something to black people. That's my opinion. The last thing I wanted to say.
Well, if I may, and then your comment.
Go ahead.
That has been the sales pitch. I mean, that was Richard Nixon's sales pitch. It was the Republican sales pitch or the Democratic sales pitch for a long time, when the Democratic Party was the party of slavery in the South and George Wallace. And then after the Kennedy administration, and Richard Nixon's Southern strategy, it is now officially the Republican sales pitch, which is, hey, white people, look out. Black people and brown people want to take your job. Oh, and they may want to rape your women too. And that,
absolutely,
that has been the sales pitch. And there's enough white rubes who have bought that sales pitch that Republicans have been able to get elected to office.
Well, Tom, that's why I love you, because you tell it like it is. And the weird thing about that is it continually works. And here's my question to you. I don't want to take any more time. Here's my question. You had also spoken on, we had this situation with the young girl in North Carolina recently, right. And you spoke on some of the statistics of police shooting. You didn't break those down ethnically, but I can pretty much guess. And here's my question to you, Tom. Why do you think, of all the police data, and as you know, I spent a brief time in law enforcement, why is it that of all the police data, criminalistic that are kept, why is it still in this country that there is no data kept on police shootings?
Oh, very simple. Very simple. The police are the vestiges of the slave patrols. The police are the vestiges of the in the Victorian era, even in the North, even in largely white, exclusively white towns, or places like Boston. The police were the instrument of oppression, essentially, the white power structure oppression. And back in the day, watch Leonardo DiCaprio's movie, The Streets of New York, or I think it was called, or Gangs of New York.
Yes, that was it, yes.
Yeah, I mean, it was the WASPs, the white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, the British power structure against the Irish Catholics, against the Italian Catholics, The police were used to brutalize them. Police have historically been used as an instrument of oppression. Communities organize police departments, for self-defense, but typically that's the rationale, but that's not the reality. The reality is that the police, by and large, are there to maintain the status quo, and the status quo has been pretty ugly for a long time.
I'm glad you said it, Tom.
Okay, you got it. Kenyatta, thanks a lot for the call. It's great to hear from you. Greg in Devil's Lake, North Dakota. Greg, what's up?
Yeah, my original question I'm skipped because I found the answer on YouTube, but you were talking about notorious RBG in the Supreme Court there, and I'm saying when Bernie becomes president, I hope he nominates Mike Papantonio as Attorney General.
Wouldn't he be a hell of a guy? I would go. I would vote for that. Yeah, Pap for AG.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Anyway, I had more, but I forgot it by now.
Okay, that's okay, Greg. Thanks a lot for the call. That was a great contribution. Brett in Woodstock, Vermont. Hey, Brett. Thanks for watching Free Speech. What's up?
Hi, Tom. How are you?
Great. What's on your mind?
Can you hear me all right?
Just fine.
My phone was kind of breaking up a little bit there.
Yeah, just fine.
I remember hearing you speak of fascism earlier on in the show to your guest.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, here's a little tidbit of information. The early Nazis did not want to be called fascists. It was just because of Hitler's, his obsession with Mussolini, that he adopted a lot of those, I don't know what you would call them.
Fascistic principles?
Yeah, principles, I would say. Yeah. Anyway, they actually wanted to be called corporatists.
Right.
They were very strongly into corporatism.
Yeah, in 1935, Sinclair Lewis published a book called It Can't Happen Here, in which Buzz Winthrop, with the help of a right-wing talk radio host, becomes president of the United States and immediately passes a law saying that it is a crime to criticize the president and sets up Guantanamo-style detention centers around the country. There's a newspaper publisher in Vermont by the name of Buzz Winthrop who wrote an op-ed about the president, and now they're going to put him in a prison camp, so he flees to Canada. That's the premise of It Can't Happen Here by Sinclair Lewis. And in that book, the new Doremus Jessup, in any case, Buzz Winthrop in that book, the new president, called his followers corpos, which was short for corporatists. And throughout the book, it refers to the corpos. So, instead of the brown shirts or instead of the Democrats or instead of the Republicans or whatever you want to call it, it was the corpos, the corporatists. And Sinclair Lewis was so prescient. It's spooky. He was so absolutely prescient. Brett, thanks a lot for the call. Great to hear from you. I mentioned that, by the way, also. You'll find quotes from that in the piece that I wrote for Alternate today, alternate.org. It's 15 minutes before the hour. We will be right back. Stick around. We'll be taking your calls as we come up on the final 15 minutes of this program. Stick around.
You're listening to Thom Hartmann. Visit ThomHartmann.com for audio and video archives.
Back with your calls right after this.
Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Live weeknights, 9 to midnight on KMAS.
What would an extra $250 a month mean to you? For some, it's a little financial breathing room. For others, it's a car payment, a home repair, or help with college tuition. Hi, I'm Jay Farner, president of Quicken Loans, and I've got some great news if you're looking to save money on your mortgage. All it takes is a simple phone call to Quicken Loans at 800-QUICKEN to see if you qualify for the government's Home Affordable Refinance Program, or HARP. Folks who refinance with HARP can save an average of $250 a month. That's $3,000 a year. Our home loan experts fully understand the HARP guidelines, and they'll walk you through our streamlined process
And for 5 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction. And for the second year in a row, they've also ranked us highest in mortgage servicing. Call 800-QUICKEN or visit QuickenLoans.com.
Visit jdpower.com for award information. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org. Number 3030.
Tune in all season long to NFL Insider on Westwood One. Hi, this is Mark Malone. Join me each week as we whip around the league and break down the NFL. We'll hear from today's stars and yesterday's heroes as James Lofton sits down with a fellow member of the Hall of Fame. We'll also check in with former greats Rod Woodson and Donovan McNabb to help us break down all the latest NFL news. That's NFL Insider right here.
Sunday morning at 6:30 on KMAS.
The Shoppers Weekly, the paper people read to buy. Your source for classified ads, whether you're looking for garage or yard sales, in the market for a used vehicle, new or used furniture, appliances, need work done, looking for a pet. No matter what you're looking for, you'll probably find it in the Shoppers Weekly. It's loaded with features, classifieds, and color. And still free. Pick up a copy today of the Shoppers Weekly. The paper people read to buy.
Are you getting ready for winter sports? If you're a weekend warrior who loves to participate, you should know that an excellent orthopedic specialist is close by in the event of an injury. Mason General Hospital Shelton Orthopedics is close to home with 2 excellent orthopedic surgeons who specialize in fracture care and sports injuries. And by collaborating with other departments at Mason General Hospital, your complete care from diagnostic imaging to rehabilitation services is covered under one roof. Let Shelton Orthopedics get you back in the game. Call 427-0633.
Mason General Hospital Shelton Orthopedics is part of Mason General Hospital and family of clinics. Equal opportunity provider, translation services provider.
Mason General and family of clinics.
Art Bell has returned to radio with Midnight in the Desert, overnights during the week on KMAS Shelton, AM 1030, FM 103.3, and KMAS.com.
Attention casino goers, the Lucky Eagle Casino Players Club is now better than ever with more levels and reward options and great new ways to earn discounts on hotel rooms, meals, concert tickets, and more. Plus, you can now download your free play and points right at your favorite machine. Not a club member? It's free to join, so hurry in today to launch your rewards. Lucky Eagle Casino and Hotel, I-5 to exit 88 Rochester, Washington, and LuckyEagle.com, where you belong.
Hi, I'm Ken Slater, the Roof Doctor. If you're like me, your family's important, so make sure that they're well taken care of. One of the best ways to do that is to provide a safe and warm home to live in. For over 50 years, the Roof Doctor has been helping families stay safe and warm by building roofs that last for generations. Our teams have some of the most experienced roofers in the area, and we only use the highest quality materials to keep your family safe, warm, and dry. That's the Roof Doctor. Give us a call.
By soda. 10 minutes before the hour. Welcome back. Tom Hartman here with you. And Randy in Ottawa, Iowa. Hey, Randy, what's up?
Hi, Tom. It's a pleasure to speak with you today.
You must, you're in Iowa. You must just be buried in television ads for candidates. What is your media landscape look like?
I'm a DirecTV subscriber, so I don't, except for sometimes the nightly news, I do tune in at 5. But what I did want to mention was that the Bernie Sanders campaign has finally come to town. We have a representative who's going to be covering 7 counties. And tonight in Iowa at 6 p.m., there is a initial meeting at Michael's Pizza and Dairy. Okay. And so we're going to see about getting a grassroots campaign started for him here.
Cool. So that's going to be an organizer's going to be there, not Bernie, right?
It's an organizer, right. Yeah, it's a young man from Virginia by the name of Leo Atkinson. Okay. And a really nice young man. I met him at the office the other day.
Great.
And I've got another deal. You and Kenyatta, I listen to you guys, and I was so fortunate and had my eyes open just by chance to white privilege and the process of thinking and how someone a generation or two older than I would have seen it. And I would guarantee that if you don't like what you hear in the first cut of this album, then I would reimburse you your money for it.
Okay.
Tom and Kenyatta, both of you. And the name of it is Utah Phillips and Annie DeFranco, The Past Didn't Go Anywhere. And the first cut is called Anarchy, and it deals with the weapons of privilege. And it's just a beautiful piece and a thoughtful piece.
Cool. I'm writing it down right now.
And I'll tell you, I'll refund your money if you don't like it.
Okay.
It's a wonderful piece. And thank you for talking to me today.
Sure. Randy, thanks a lot for the call, and thanks for the heads up on what's going on tonight in Ottawa, Iowa at 6 p.m. Rich, and by the way, Hillary Clinton supporters, feel free to call in with your events as well. Rich in Greenwood, Indiana. Hey, Rich, what's up?
Hey, Tom. Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
Call Me Trim Tab is what Bucky Fuller has on his tombstone, and I was taught Trim Tab way back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that as we listen to you, we all potentially become Trim Tabs as we are able to know more and hopefully bring more listeners to the show.
May I, Rich, explain to people what a trim tab is?
Trim tab is the smallest control surface on an aerodynamic wing and represents the least amount of effort from the cockpit to direct the course.
Right. And in fact, you've typically got a little wheel on a mechanical plane, like a private plane or a digital thing in a big jet. And the trim tabs are those little tiny pieces at the end of the slats or near or flaps rather, that just make the micro adjustment. There's one on the vertical surface as well on the tail, and the same thing on a giant ocean liner, or even just a regular boat. There are trim tabs too, and
right.
And those little tiny trim tabs make a slow but gradual and permanent difference. Yeah. So back to you.
Thanks. At the end of his life, Kurt Vonnegut was doing something that got put onto video that I saw finally, and his concern was that things were getting tough and that we needed to find our tribes, and he said, go find your tribe. And I see again, we as your listeners are this growing tribe of informed persons, and Ralph Nader said that we need to get a 10 to 12 million tribes to make the DNC recognize something that will allow them as politicians to lead our parade, because that's what politicians are good at, leading, but they don't necessarily do the groundwork. And we're doing the groundwork here, listening to you, and hopefully, rippling out with the pebbles that you put in our palms. And so all of that as pre to what I wanted to bring to the show. I don't know the name of your reporter who contributed. She's red-haired and British.
Yeah, it's Victoria Jones.
Thanks. She brought up the idea of this burned report that Tony Blair had.
Right.
And I wanted to let everybody remember Vincent Bugliosi and his book, Prosecution of an American President.
Right.
I didn't know that he had passed away.
Yeah, he did 6-8 months ago. He wrote the book, and there's a movie now about it. The movie, the book is called The Prosecution of George W. Bush for Murder. The movie is called Prosecution of an American President, I believe.
Okay, didn't know.
Yeah.
And so the idea is that that's the same kind of unthinkable thought that.
Well, the Brits are getting really upset about this. I mean, there's talk about actually prosecuting Tony Blair for war crimes in the UK, and there's no discussion like that in the United States about George W. Bush. None.
Yeah.
Outside of this show, So,
well, you had Lawrence Wilkerson on, and he controlled his rage quite well, but it was very clear how unhappy he was. And Dick Cheney belongs in a jail cell, and the only value I see from that live organ transplant that man received is the opportunity to put him in that jail cell.
Yeah, there you go. Rich, thank you for the call. And Vince Bugliosi's book, by the way, is brilliant. It's really, it's his last name is spelled like there's a G, like it's Bugliosi, although he always kept the G silent. So anyhow, thanks so much for being with us today. We will be back tomorrow with more fun and frivolity and serious stuff and figuring out how to save our republic. And in the meantime, there's lots of opportunities for you to participate. We are tweeting out the hashtag #StopSprint and the information on that case that John Schwartz was on talking about. And don't forget, democracy is not a spectator sport. It does require you. Tag you're in. We'll see you tomorrow.
You've been listening to Thom Hartmann. For audio and video archives, visit ThomHartmann.com.
2 days ago, Jeff McDonald posted the following. Just watched the sunrise from above the clouds. So stoked. Jeff got 19 likes and 7 comments. Not bad, Jeff. Geico has a comment to add that may make you even more stoked. In just 15 minutes, you could save hundreds of dollars on car insurance by switching to Geico. And if that doesn't put your head above the clouds, you'll have the extra money to scale a peak that will. Hashtag on cloud 9, hashtag savings.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
In the time you've spent listening to this radio spot, you could have completed and submitted an entire expense report with a simple picture of your receipt. That's all it takes for you to get back to work and for your business to run more efficiently. To learn more and discover all the ways Concur helps manage your company's expenses, just go to tryconcur.com for a free test drive.
The Dave Ramsey Show, where common sense meets dollars and cents.
Thomas is on Twitter. How do you decide how much to save each month for Christmas? Simple division. That's what I would do. It depends on how many months you have till Christmas. Right now, you haven't got many. I mean, September, October, November, you got 3 months to get ready, right? And so figure out what you're going to spend on Christmas, and you got 3 months to do that. If you're going to spend $900, you need to save $300 a month. Simple division. Hi, this is Dave Ramsey. Tune into my show weekdays from noon to 3 here on KMAS.
This is Tom Wallachner, and I approve this ad.
Hi, I'm Donna Davis, and I know Port Commissioner Tom Wallachner. He's intelligent, he's experienced, and he's dedicated to making the Port of Shelton an economic benefit to the area. How? By building and maintaining the facilities that will attract businesses here, and that means jobs. To keep a good thing going, join me in voting for Tom.
Paid for by the Committee to elect Tom Wallachner, Port Commissioner.
Dave Ramsey helps you handle your money on KMAS Shelton, weekdays from noon to 3, AM 1030, FM 103.3, and online at KMAS.com.
For ABC News, I'm Joan Bennett. The U.S. government says Volkswagen cheated on emissions tests for a second time. ABC's Aaron Katersky with the latest.
Environmental regulators said 2014 VW Touaregs, the 2015 Porsche Cayenne, and several 2016 Audi Quattro models emitted 9 times as much nitrogen oxide as allowed by law. These cars was previously revealed to have so-called defeat devices that made it seem like they emitted fewer pollutants than they actually did. Regulators said they now have serious concerns about the presence of defeat devices on even more VW cars. Aaron Katersky, ABC News, New York.
Equipment failure or an act of terror? What took down a Russian passenger jet in Egypt's Sinai Peninsula this weekend, killing all 224 on board? Director of National Intelligence James Clapper at a defense summit in Washington.
Does ISIS have the ability to shoot down an airliner?
It's unlikely, but I wouldn't rule it out.
Wreckage of the cargo ship El Faro that sank near the Bahamas during Hurricane Joaquin has been positively identified. NTSB spokesman Peter Knudsen tells us the ship was found upright in about 15,000 feet of water.
It's upright, so that is encouraging to investigators, making it more likely that we'll be able to get the voyage data recorded.
There were 33 people on board. GOP presidential candidate Jeb Bush rebooting his campaign at an event today in Tampa called Jeb Can Fix It, coinciding with release of his new ebook.
The book is called Reply All. It's out today. You can get it on Amazon.com. It's pretty cheap. I hope you enjoy it.
6 months after a listeria outbreak prompted a total recall, Bluebell ice cream is continuing its gradual return to store shelves. 5 Bluebell flavors currently being delivered to freezers in North Texas. Some grocers are limiting customers' purchases. This is ABC News.
It's happening to you every night. One snores and the other can't sleep. It seems like there's no end to it. But now, there is a quick and easy-to-use solution, a natural solution. Snore Stop. Snore Stop was created and tested by a team of physicians and has been helping couples sleep for over 18 years. It is the #1 selling anti-snoring medicine in the U.S.
Thank you, Snore Stop. You saved my marriage.
Snore Stop sprays or tablets are now available nationwide at a store near you, or you can go online at snorestop.com. Don't wait. It's time to try Snore Stop and make every night a better night for both of you.
Thanks, Snore Stop. Now I'm back in the bedroom.
So don't wait. Try Snore Stop, the #1 selling anti-snoring medicine in the U.S. Spray or tablets are available today at a store near you or online at snorestop.com. That's snorestop.com. Snore Stop.
You're listening to KMAS News Radio. I'm Nick Scott. An E. coli outbreak linked to Chipotle restaurants in Washington and Oregon has sickened nearly 24 in the third outbreak of foodborne illness at the popular chain this year. Cases of the bacterial illness were traced to 6 of the restaurants, but the company voluntarily closed down all 43 of its locations in the 2 states as a precaution. 3 people in Portland and 19 in Western Washington have gotten sick. A Mason County Sheriff's deputy was injured in a crash yesterday on Highway 3. 38-year-old Deputy Nathan Smith was responding to a call at about 12:30 yesterday morning when 2 miles south of Allen, the deputy lost control of his patrol SUV. The vehicle rotated counterclockwise, struck a tree, left the roadway, and came to rest on its side. A huge 3-alarm blaze destroyed several expensive boats and a building at a Seattle marina overnight. Crews responded to the Westlake Marina on South Lake Union just after 1 this morning after receiving reports of a rapidly spreading fire. And by the time firefighters arrived, 4 boats were already fully ablaze, and the flames had spread to a building on the waterfront. Altogether, 4 boats sank, 6 more were damaged. No one was hurt. A duck hunter became stuck on a Hood Canal beach Saturday morning. He used a cell phone to call 911 for help. The hunter managed to free himself from the mud, but the tide had come in, and he was stranded by the rising water. A federal wayman has been sentenced to 6 years in prison and 3 years of probation in connection with a 2014 hash oil explosion in Puyallup. The U.S. Attorney's Office reports today that 25-year-old Kevin Weeks directed others to use highly flammable butane gas to make hash oil. Weeks threatened an associate to hide his involvement. Weeks pleaded guilty back in April to endangering human life while manufacturing controlled substances and related drug charges. The State Patrol is having trouble recruiting new troopers, and many department veterans are eligible for retirement by the end of this year. The State Patrol had 147 vacancies in its commissioned ranks. To address the problem, patrol leaders and lawmakers have hired a consultant that will submit a study by December for possible solutions. The patrol will close some of the gap when about 25 people graduate from the next class of troopers in mid-November. The town of Bucota is moving forward with its Main Street reconstruction project for flood mitigation. The town council and the Chehalis River Basin Flood Authority have issued a request for engineering and construction service for a $3.5 million project. The construction will address flooding on the Skookumchuck River, and it includes elevating 1,200 feet of Main Street in Bucota. After a dismal ski season last year, skiers greeted the news of the season's first mountain snowstorm over the weekend. After 2 rather mild, rainy storms passed through the region, it left the tops of the Olympics white with snow. I'm Nick Scott, your local news at AM 1030, FM 1033, and always on KMAS.com.
Great
it's
experience for those
12:06,
guys.
and now the Dave Ramsey
European
Show.
Championship.
Live from the headquarters of Ramsey Solutions, it's the Dave Ramsey Show, where debt is dumb, cash is king, and the paid-off home mortgage has taken the place of the BMW as the status symbol of choice. I'm Dave Ramsey, your host. This is your show. Thank you for joining us. Open phones at 888-825-5225. That's 888-825-5225. You jump in. We'll talk about your life and your money. Free call. Tamika is with us in Birmingham. Hey, Tamika, how are you?
Hey, Dave. How you doing today?
Better than I deserve. What's up?
Thank you for taking my call. Dave, I just recently lost my job, and I was terminated due to me not being able to perform my duties because of an injury that I received at work. So I'm waiting on unemployment, and I've also filed for disability since it's been a long process. In the meantime,
did you get workers' comp?
Pardon me?
You got workers' comp?
Yes, I've been on workers' comp for the injury for the last 4 years.
Good Lord.
But the only thing they're paying for now is my medical appointments.
What was the injury?
Carpal tunnel syndrome. And I've had the surgery, but I still haven't had any relief from it. So since 2011, I've been dealing with this.
Okay. So what's your future? What are you going to do for a living?
Well, I never wanted to go on disability because I still wanted to try to work, continue to try to work, but they're saying, no, I can't. So I went ahead and filed for disability. And of course, you know how that process can be. So I'm waiting on that. And then unemployment is saying I may or may not get it. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Because of
what did you use to
the
make?
reason I was terminated.
What did you use to make?
I was making about $26,000 a year, which actually was a drop from what I previously was making because the position, I've been at this company for 10 years, let me say that. And then in 2012, I put in for an ADA accommodation. And the job that I was working from 2013 until now, I had to take a pay cut in order to continue to work for the company. Because the ADA accommodation.
Yeah, because you were showing as disabled. Okay.
Right.
And so what are you going to do for a living? Because you can't live on this. Disability sucks. You don't live like that.
Exactly. That's why I've never wanted to do it. So, but my question right now is for the immediate future. I checked my pension, and unfortunately, having to try to paying people and things of that nature to help me around the house and things. I only have about $15,000 in my pension at this time. I have a card that I still owe $9,000 on. I was thinking about
how old are you?
And I have a mortgage.
How old are you?
I'm 41.
Okay. Well, I think for the immediate future, what you need is a career game plan, don't you?
Well,
I mean, let's pretend suddenly tomorrow you were making $40,000 a year.
That would make a world of difference.
Yeah, all these questions stop. Then we're not going to cash out the pension. We're going to roll it to a 401k, and we're not going to sit around and wait on stinking disability, which is going to be a percentage of $26,000, which sucked to start with.
Right. Okay, I understand what you're saying, but let me ask you what I was thinking about.
Okay.
And see what you say to that. I was thinking about taking the pension, pay off the loan. I think I owe about $600 on a loan I had on my pension. Let them take that and take the rest and either pay off this car, which is $9,000, which I don't think is worth that, but that's what's left on the loan, or take maybe about $2,000, go buy me a beater and turn the car in and put the rest in savings until I can find another job so I can maintain my mortgage and my household bills, or until income comes in, whichever way.
So are you, have you been declared permanently disabled?
I just filed last week, so I'm still in the process of a determination. They haven't told me one way or the other. But due to the fact that I was working at an attorney's office and an attorney told me I couldn't work, they're saying I possibly will get it.
Yeah, but again, disability as a and you won't get it if you go get gainfully employed, right?
Right.
And you need a better future than the disability payment on a $26,000 job, don't you?
And yes, and I'd much rather work days. That's why I continue trying.
Well, I'm not just saying necessarily doing the same thing. You may not be able to do some things because the carpal tunnel's real. It's not a fake thing. I mean, that's a real thing. But it might be that you're doing something where you're not having to do keyboard all day.
Okay.
And you just try to find a whole different career. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's sales or marketing or something where you're not sitting, because your problem was you're typing all day.
Right.
Or data entry or whatever. I mean, you're keyboarding.
Right.
Keyboarding.
I started out in claims. Right.
Yeah, you're keyboarding all the time. And you're always going to have some keyboarding. But if we did something where your income was not based on just you sitting at the keyboard factory, so to speak, I'm just trying to think bigger for you, because I want more for you than what this sounds like. I probably would not. I would sell the car and cover the difference and buy you a beater and put the rest in the bank to survive the transition. But I don't want the transition to be to disability. I want the transition to be to a bright new future for Tamika.
Right. Well, and I do other,
I wasn't calling you lazy. I wasn't calling you lazy. I just don't want you've been hurting and dealing with this crap for 5 years.
Yes.
And it's become your definition. And I just want you to have a new definition. Because if it becomes your definition, it affects how you look at your future.
Right.
And if I get your chin up and cause you to look at a higher future than just living off a disability, which is no future at all. Right. I mean, if you can't do anything, you can't do anything. But I think you can do anything. I've been talking to you for a few minutes. I don't think you're lazy.
No.
And I don't think and I don't think you're dumb.
No.
You're articulate. You're able to present your case here on the radio in front of a bunch of people. That requires a level of poise. I mean, so there's some things you can do. I don't know what it is, but I think your second half may be better than your first half. And this might be the best thing ever happened to you, because you might have sat there and made no money if this carpal tunnel hadn't popped up. And this carpal tunnel may have kicked your butt out in the street, made you think about a bigger future. That's what I'm hoping.
Yes, sir.
Is that okay?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but to answer your original question, yes, I would cash out the retirement. You're going to pay penalty on it because you haven't been declared permanently disabled. But you're facing some problems, and I got to get rid of the car and get a cheaper car and zero debt. And then the rest of it's in the bank to help you make a transition to your new life. But I want your new life to be bigger than disability. Is that okay?
Yes, sir. That's fine.
Because I want more for you than that. I want you to win. And you got to think bigger or you're not going to win. This is the Dave Ramsey Show.
Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Live weeknights, 9 to midnight on KMAS.
I talk about the importance of term life insurance all the time. But how many of you actually have it or have the right amount? I know you think it's a hassle. You think it's too expensive, or that you have plenty of time to buy it later. Or maybe you're afraid of making a mistake, so you do nothing. And so I end up getting calls from the families that are trying to sort through the financial mess that's left behind. Listen, if you're married, you have a family, a mortgage, other debt, people relying on your income, then you need term life insurance. And the reality is, it's really not a hassle. It's actually pretty simple. It's not expensive either. In fact, term life rates have never been lower. You lock in rates for 15, 20, or even 30 years, and then you focus on getting out of debt and growing your savings. No mistake there. Call Zander Insurance, 800-356-4282, or go to their website, ZanderInsurance.com, and you make sure your family's protected, and that I don't have to take one of those heartbreaking phone calls so often.
Hey, Rachel Cruz here to talk to parents about time. Oh, there never seems to be enough of it, right? Our lives are just so busy, and it's a struggle to get dinner on the table, let alone eat healthy. Well, I'm here to tell you there's hope. With emails, you can reclaim about 2 hours each week and serve your family healthy home-cooked meals. Emails puts all the thought and energy into meal planning for you. All you have to do is sign up. Try emails 2 weeks for free. That's right, for free at emails.com. That's emails.com.
I get it. You need to get your income up, but you're having trouble finding the right job and you've exhausted every avenue. Well, I've got some great news. My friends at CareerStep offer training for a variety of professional careers in healthcare, some of which set you up to work from home. Plus, CareerStep will walk with you every step of the way to get that dream job and start earning money. To get a special offer just for my listeners, visit careerstep.com/Dave. That's careerstep.com/Dave.
Hello, my name is David Miller. I'm the Executive Director at Shelton Health and Rehab, and the staff and residents of Shelton Health and Rehab would like to welcome you as you explore healthcare options for your loved ones. When a family member has begun to search for quality nursing care, it can be confusing and overwhelming. But at Shelton Health and Rehab, we will help you make the most informed and appropriate decision for the placement of your loved one. Our 24/7 licensed nurses and certified nursing assistants provide a continuum of care that you can expect your loved one to deserve. Our social services and activities department ensure the social, emotional, and spiritual needs of your loved one are met on a daily basis. This plan of care includes a holistic approach to rehabilitation and nursing care surrounding your loved one with support and inspiration for both body and mind. We will provide you with detailed information of programs and services available by simply calling 427-2575. For more information, you can go to our website at sheltonhealthandrehab.com or click on the link on KMAS.com website.
Peninsula Credit Union presents Phil. Phil stands for Peninsula Home Improvement Loan. Designed to help you get things done around the house, Phil can help you a little or a lot. This is not a second mortgage. With a Peninsula Home Improvement Loan, you can get 7.24% APR on a 60-month loan or 7.49% APR for 120 months. From replacing the roof to new flooring and everything home-related in between, take advantage of a Peninsula Home Improvement Loan, and Phil will help you get the job done. Call Peninsula Credit Union today. 800-426-1601. That's 800-426-1601. Or apply online at pcfcu.org. OAC. See representatives for details. Limited time offer. Additional terms and conditions may apply. Annual percentage rate is effective as of June 11th, 2014. Loan amounts from $500 to $15,000. Terms available from 60 months up to 120 months. For payment examples, call 800-426-1601. Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Live weeknights, 9 to midnight on KMAS.
Thanks for joining us, America. We're glad you're here. Do you ever wonder where your money went at the end of the month? Yeah, too much month left at the end of the money. You want to save and plan for your future, but you don't know where to start? You know, everybody needs a plan, a clear path for their life and for their money. Financial Peace University is this plan, and that's why so many people have embraced this class. Over 4 million people have used it to change their lives. In the first 90 days, Financial Peace University, the average family pays off $5,300 in debt, and they save $2,700. That's an $8,000 turnaround. That's what's known as a return on investment. Well, knowledge is valuable. A clear path, a plan, a proven process is valuable. In 9 lessons, Financial Peace University will show you how to make a budget, get out of debt, invest, and be outrageously generous. Yeah, take the first steps. Go to Financial Peace University. Visit DaveRamsey.com to find a class near you. There's about 10,000 of them out there. It's pretty easy to get in a class. Or call us at 888-22-PEACE, 888-227-3223. You may not think, our question today comes from Blinds.com, and you may not think you can handle do-it-yourself window coverings, but it's pretty easy and affordable over at Blinds.com. They're with you every step of the way, and if you do mismeasure, their sure-fit guarantee makes it right. So check these guys out. This is a company I love. They're a great American success story. Their quality, their pricing is awesome. Blinds.com. Or call 888-4BLINDS. Jules is in Wisconsin, gives us our question. Why do you recommend waiting until 60 for long-term care insurance? Because the chance of you using long-term care insurance for in-home care or nursing home care, which is what it covers, is less than 0.5% prior to 60 years old. There's almost no one. 0.5%. That's a risk you self-insure through. Well, I can get it a lot cheaper right now. It's not cheaper when you add up all those years that you didn't need the coverage, that you bought it and amortized that into your overall cost. It doesn't end up being cheaper when you're buying something you don't need. It's like buying car insurance before you have a car. But I get a great rate. Well, sure you do. You don't have a car. It's not hard to cover someone that doesn't have a car. And that's kind of what this is. It's silly. So, I mean, if you want to buy it, buy it. And I highly recommend it at age 60. And literally, it's crazy. I mean, the curve on the usage after age 60 is right straight up hockey stick, man. I mean, it just goes straight to the ceiling. Like every day after you're 60, your chances increase dramatically. It really does hinge right around that 60-year-old mark. I mean, there's all kinds of studies on this, on actual nursing home expenses when they come out of your pocket. And prior to age 60 is less than 0.5%. So I don't tell you to insure. I'm not going to spend money on that. But boy, you need it after that. You really, really need it after that. Juan is with us in the Caribbean. Hey, Juan, how are you?
Hi, Dave. Thanks for taking my call. I appreciate it.
Sure. Where in the Caribbean are you?
Hi, Montserrat. It's a small island with 5,000 people living on it.
Cool. What's it near?
Antigua or St. Kitts.
Oh, you probably have some awful scuba diving there, don't you?
Yeah, definitely.
How can I help today, sir?
Yeah, sure. So I have a quick question. I'm actually 16 years old, and I just graduated from high school.
Mm-hmm.
And I know you're heavily invested into real estate.
Yes, sir.
So I wanted to ask, what are your thoughts on real estate investment trusts as opposed to actual rental property?
In general, were I not talking to someone on a Caribbean island that had 5,000 population, I would say real estate gives you a much higher rate of return. The real estate investment trusts are basically a mutual fund for buying real estate, but that doesn't matter. What matters is what the actual customer who buys the shares makes. There are a few of them now that are performing well, and basically the guys running the thing own the property. You own the property. It creates rents. You sell the property. It creates a capital gain, all that. And it all is supposed to filter through back to the shareholders. The bottom line is, though, the vast majority of them have been under a 10% rate of return in the states where a good growth stock mutual fund would have outperformed them. Now, there's a few of them here or there that have been doing better lately, and you could pick one out. But in general, the category has not kept up. With good growth stock mutual funds. So I've told folks, instead of do that, just do good growth stock mutual funds. But and definitely buy regular real estate in your name, that you own the real estate before you buy an REIT. Now that might change on your island. I don't know the real estate market on your island.
Well, I'm actually referring to the REITs in the United States.
Yeah, but I mean versus buying real estate where?
We are in my island.
Yeah, see, I don't know the market in your island, so I can't tell you.
The market is really liquid, so it's really hard to make money like that.
Yeah, I would guess. And it's probably volatile. And because it's a resort market in general, and I don't have any idea about your governmental situation to be able to tell the volatility of the market. So, but in the States, I would rather own real estate than own real estate, an REIT, a real estate investment trust. So, good question. Honored to speak to a 16-year-old from the islands. Thank you, sir. Taylor is with us in San Antonio. Hi, Taylor. How are you?
I'm great, Dave. How are you?
Better than I deserve. What's up?
I just have a quick question. Me and my boyfriend currently live together in an apartment, and our lease is up in about 4 months. He's expressed wanting to buy a house, but of course we're not married. And so I wanted to get your take on that. I kind of have a feeling that it's not a good idea.
How loudly can I yell no and not scare you or offend you?
Yeah, I figured.
Yeah.
But I need to understand,
you want to understand why? You want to understand why?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
Sure. Because here's the thing. Just pretend for a second that you weren't living together as boyfriend and girlfriend, that you were just roommates. Okay?
Okay.
That's how the law looks at it. You just have, which would make, if you buy a room, if you and say a girl from college or something, that you bought a house together, do you start to see how many problems there are with that instantly?
Yes.
That's the same thing, because there's no exit strategy. The only exit strategy on this house that's positive is you guys get married. That would be the only way this story turns out well. Because if you don't get married, otherwise you're living together for many, 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 many years. You may or may not be common law in Texas, but you probably have serious estate planning issues with this house in the future. One of you dies, the other one's got to deal with the other one's heirs as a partner because your partner died. Think about a partner like a business partner.
Oh, yeah.
And that's what you're getting into. It's just a nightmare. One of you gets disabled. That's even worse because you're both on the thing. One of you gets yourself in trouble with the law or gets yourself in trouble financially. Guess who goes down the tubes with you? Your partner. That's why you go in business with people. They go down the tubes. It's a problem. And so all kinds of issues here. No, 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 no. If you're not willing to get married, you don't buy stuff together.
Okay. Now, what if he buys it on his own and then I just pay him, I guess? Or
well, that would be just shacking up with you'd be a roommate that pays a fee, a rent to rent a room.
Right.
Rent a place in the house, right?
Like, to me, I was like, I don't really want to pay your mortgage. Is that
you're about to.
Okay.
The only way to solve that is get married. Why aren't you getting married? If you're willing to live together, why aren't you getting married?
Well, we haven't been together long enough for marriage.
Okay. The same girl that just said that said something about buying a house with a guy. You hear how illogical that is?
Yes.
Okay. So, yeah, if you're not willing to bet the future on this guy, don't buy crap with this guy. Same thing. That's what it amounts to. And that's your old ugly Uncle Dave telling you that in love. Because I love to tell you. This is the Dave Ramsey Show.
Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Live weeknights, 9 to midnight on KMAS.
Over the last 20 plus years, we've helped millions of people get their financial lives in order. And now I'm so excited to announce that we're taking these lessons on the road on our Smart Money Tour. Are you tired of fighting over money? Are you ready to create a plan that gives you freedom to live like no one else? Smart Money is a one-night event where financial expert Chris Hogan and I will show you how to dump debt, take control of your money, and make sure your kids will be taken care of. If you're tired of living paycheck to paycheck and wondering what you're going to do when retirement comes around, you can find the answers at our Smart Money event. We have just 2 stops left. We're heading to Oklahoma City on November 5th and Louisville on November 17th, and we want to see you there. You need a plan for your money and your future. Smart Money is the plan you need to live more and worry less. Visit DaveRamsey.com and reserve your seats today. That's DaveRamsey.com or call 888-22-PEACE. Brought to you by Zander Insurance.
Are you tired of commuting to a job that makes someone else rich, working harder than ever, but getting nowhere? Do you hate spending hundreds of dollars every week on daycare, having someone else raise your children? With our opportunities, you can start earning money as soon as next week. You get to be the boss, work from home, and live a happier life. At Be the Boss Network, you'll find hundreds of work-from-home opportunities that you can literally start today and be earning money as soon as next week. Go to freedom31.com and start earning money as soon as next week. You get to be the boss. Get out of the rat race. Work from home. Go to freedom31.com right now and change your life today. That's freedom31.com. Go to freedom31.com and start earning money as soon as next week. You be the boss. Go to freedom31.com.
You're listening to KMAS News Radio. I'm Nick Scott. An E. coli outbreak linked to Chipotle restaurants in Washington and Oregon has sickened nearly 24 in the third outbreak of foodborne illness at the popular chain this year. Cases of the bacterial illness were traced to 6 of the restaurants, but the company voluntarily closed down all 43 of its locations in the 2 states as a precaution. 3 people in Portland and 19 in Western Washington have gotten sick. A Mason County Sheriff's deputy was injured in a crash yesterday on Highway 3. 38-year-old Deputy Nathan Smith was responding to a call at about 12:30 yesterday morning when 2 miles south of Allen, the deputy lost control of his patrol SUV. The vehicle rotated counterclockwise, struck a tree, left the roadway, and came to rest on its side. A huge 3-alarm blaze destroyed several expensive boats and a building at a Seattle marina overnight. Crews responded to the Westlake Marina on South Lake Union just after 1 this morning after receiving reports of a rapidly spreading fire. And by the time firefighters arrived, 4 boats were already fully ablaze, and the flames had spread to a building on the waterfront. Altogether, 4 boats sank, 6 more were damaged. No one was hurt. A duck hunter became stuck on a Hood Canal beach Saturday morning. He used a cell phone to call 911 for help. The hunter managed to free himself from the mud, but the tide had come in, and he was stranded by the rising water. A federal wayman has been sentenced to 6 years in prison and 3 years of probation in connection with a 2014 hash oil explosion in Puyallup. The U.S. Attorney's Office reports today that 25-year-old Kevin Weeks directed others to use highly flammable butane gas to make hash oil. Weeks threatened an associate to hide his involvement. Weeks pleaded guilty back in April to endangering human life while manufacturing controlled substances and related drug charges. The State Patrol is having trouble recruiting new troopers, and many department veterans are eligible for retirement by the end of this year. The State Patrol had 147 vacancies in its commissioned ranks. To address the problem, patrol leaders and lawmakers have hired a consultant that will submit a study by December for possible solutions. The patrol will close some of the gap when about 25 people graduate from the next class of troopers in mid-November. The town of Bucota is moving forward with its Main Street reconstruction project for flood mitigation. The town council and the Chehalis River Basin Flood Authority have issued a request for engineering and construction service for a $3.5 million project. The construction will address flooding on the Skookumchuck River, and it includes elevating 1,200 feet of Main Street in Bucota. After a dismal ski season last year, skiers greeted the news of the season's first mountain snowstorm over the weekend. After 2 rather mild, rainy storms passed through the region, it left the tops of the Olympics white with snow. I'm Nick Scott, your local news at AM 1030, FM 1033, and always on KMAS.com.
In the time you've spent listening to this radio spot, you could have completed and submitted an entire expense report with a simple picture of your receipt. That's all it takes for you to get back to work and for your business to run more efficiently. To learn more and discover all the ways Concur helps manage your company's expenses, just go to tryconcur.com for a free test drive.
Cloudy day today, maybe a little rain. Hi, Jeff Slakey taking a look at the South Sound forecast on KMAS News Radio, AM 1030 and FM 1033. Low 50s throughout the day today and maybe some rain later in the afternoon. Tomorrow looks good though, 51 and clouds, 53 on Wednesday. Coming up on KMAS, Monday Night Football tonight, pregame at 4:45 right here on KMAS. KMAS wants to make sure your voice is heard. Vote! Election Day is this Tuesday.
In the lobby of Ramsey Solutions, Rob and Katie are with us from Hartford, Connecticut. Hey guys, how are you?
Hi, Dave.
We're doing well. That's a bit of a haul from Connecticut to Nashville.
A little bit.
Wow. Well, welcome, and here to do your debt-free screen.
Thank you.
How much have you guys paid off?
We've paid off $167,000.
How long did that take?
Took us 2 years. And
wow.
About a year ago, we paid off the last $107,000, which was a huge step.
Wow, I guess so. What's your household income?
About $160,000.
Didn't start like that.
So what did it start out at?
77.
Okay, so it's over doubled. Wow. So what do you guys do for a living?
I'm a nurse practitioner.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm working for diesel engine company and testing engines. And then I do dock business on the side, servicing docks.
Ah, okay. And so how did you double your income during this time?
I graduated.
That's it. Ding, ding. Okay. And the $167,000, how much of that was student loans?
166.
And I think I know whose student loans they were. Her name might be Katie. I'm not sure.
Be.
Yeah. Okay. Very cool. All right.
Private schools.
So that was the idea. You came out of school, and then you guys just really laid into this hard. I mean, you hit it hard. The way I'm hearing this story, it sounds like you cash flowed this. Tell me what happened.
And we also cash flowed our wedding at the same time.
Oh, so you got married about 2 years ago?
No.
A year ago.
We started out separate, and then we got married in June 2014.
Oh, okay. And then that's when it kicked into gear.
Yes.
Okay. Hard, big time.
Since
then.
October, that's when we paid off 107.
Wow. That's
Last
so
October.
impressive. I mean, you guys have been on beans and rice.
Yeah.
I mean, really? Were people making fun of you?
I don't think they saw us enough to make fun of us.
So all the
Although
work,
my family got it in.
work. Lots of hours.
Yes,
Lots of hours.
Lots of overtime. If overtime wasn't there, I don't think we would have done it.
No.
Yeah. You really piled it on. Man, that's amazing. We have a fabulous income, or at least the potential to make a fabulous income, because you've made one. You may want to crank it down a little and breathe again now.
Yeah, I think we will.
But how's that feel to have to knock out? I mean, you climbed Mount Everest in 2.5 years. This is amazing.
Yeah, it was definitely, it was hard. We started, basically, my Aunt Amy gave my father the book to read when I was in grad school. And it never was something that, my father mentioned in passing, maybe you should read this. But he was one of these people that was like, it would be nice. But so I didn't really think about reading it until I realized what a mess I was in the last year of grad school and about to graduate, and what the heck are we gonna do?
Yeah.
So then we were gonna get married, showed it to Rob, and we got married. So basically getting to the wedding was the big thing. And then we got to the wedding, we got married, and a couple months later we found out I was pregnant. So then we started piling up cash and everything like that. And it was a huge, surprise. And we didn't pile up cash for very long. A short time later, we found out I was going to miscarry.
Oh.
And then it was basically an emotional roller coaster. And the whole thing was kind of in honor, not only of our first child, but, future children, God willing.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Wow. So you guys have been through a lot in 2 years.
Yeah.
A little bit.
I mean, this is wow.
Kind of like threw ourselves into work after that.
Yeah. Wow. Well,
but it was a wonderful journey of communication, and really brought us on the same path. I mean, we kind of didn't even know what to do with ourselves, but this gave us something to do.
Wow. Very cool. So when someone hears you paid off $167,000 and they hear, how'd you do that? What do you tell them the secret is?
I'd say working hard and just, gazelle intensity. That was huge for us. It definitely, when we saw the debt, it was easy at first because they were like $500 loans, $1,000 loans. So we paid those off and we just kept going, bigger and bigger loans. And then the hardest part was about halfway through when you're looking at loans that are, $10,000, like, wow, this is taking forever to pay off. And you just keep pushing through, and then you get another one paid off. You're like, oh, I got 3 or 4 left. And you just keep going. And, by May, June this year, we knew we were going to do it faster than we thought we would. And it felt really good.
Yeah. You can see the finish line's closer than you thought when you look up.
Oh, yeah.
That's amazing. So when you sat at the bottom of this mountain originally, looking up, now you're on top of the mountain and you've done the journey. Was it easier or harder than you thought it was going to be at the beginning? At the beginning,
well,
it's
funny that you use the mountain. We were on a hike yesterday and kind of thinking about everything. We were in this huge, one of your huge Tennessee parks.
Yeah.
And, I'm from Rhode Island, where our state we can drive through 20 minutes. So we, of course, an hour, 2 hours into the walk, we got lost the trail, no idea where we were, and from Tennessee, and kind of
hear banjo music, start sweating.
Now, both of our reactions were pretty typical for how the whole journey went. I'm looking left and right, seeing what we can forage because we're going to die in this woods. And Rob is calmly taking out the map and seeing, oh, well, we can go this way. And
get a little
closer. The sun is setting. But so I think Rob really, it was a lot of me kind of freaking out. We're not doing this fast enough, even though obviously Rob was saying, calm down.
So he's a marathoner, you're a sprinter.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, he's a planner, plotter, and you guys are perfect for each other. Yeah, Larry Burkett used to say, if two people just alike get married, one of you is unnecessary. So you guys really got this down. Congratulations, you guys.
I'm pretty much the opposite of like a public display of affection type person, but Rob was doing docs every weekend. He was going to school 2 nights a week. He was calming me down. He was, really a great person to do this with.
Wow. Well, you married well. Both of you did. Both of you did. Congratulations. Very well done. Man, it's rock star stuff right here. All right. Rob and Katie, Hartford, Connecticut, $167,000 paid off in 2 years, making 77, but now making 160. The future's bright. Count it down. Let's hear a debt-free scream.
3, 2, 1.
We're debt free.
I love it. I love it. Well done. Man, that's great. Fabulous. Thank you. Inspiring stuff. Joe's with us in Detroit. Hi, Joe. How are you?
I'm well. How are you, Dave?
Better than I deserve. What's up?
Well, I started my total money makeover on August 22nd, and it is going well. I won't say it's easy. It's tough.
Yes.
But it's definitely worth it. And I have a house full of kids that are watching us go through this and changing our family tree. And it's exciting. Tough, but exciting. I have a 19-year-old who is a sophomore at the State University, getting straight A's, doing great, carrying 18 credit hours. But his plan is to go deeply into debt to finish his college career. And I have failed him as a mentor financially. I'm not sure how to get him on the right track.
I would start by sitting down and saying, son, I came to this information late, and so I failed to mentor you well. But I man to man, I'm going to apologize for that, but I'm also going to tell you the direction you're going. I wish somebody had loved me enough to tell me that it was stupid, and this is stupid. You can't do this. As a matter of fact, you can't do it to the point that you will have no support from Mom and I at all if you go this direction. We feel that strongly about it. There has to be another way. I'll work with you. I'll coach you. I'll be your cheerleader. We're going to find another way to get you through this without doing this. Would he hear that if you said that, or is he bullheaded?
Well, he'll hear it, but he's going to want me to back it up. He's want me to. He's seen so many other people go this route. Why is this a losing route?
Well, because only 57% of the people that start school finish. That means 43% are walking around with student loans and no degrees. So other people going this way, taking this route's a real reason to not do it, for one thing. And you need a plan for developing an income that matches the outgo. This is the Dave Ramsey Show.
Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Live weeknights, 9 to midnight on KMAS.
Turnover is bad for business. It's expensive and it slows productivity. That's why I recommend ZipRecruiter. These guys make it easy to find the perfect hire by allowing you to post your job on all the top job sites. By using ZipRecruiter.com, your position will post to 100 plus job sites with a single click. Then you'll be instantly matched to candidates from over 6 million resumes. Over 400,000 businesses have used ZipRecruiter. Listen to what Dan had to say. The hardest part about running a business when you need to hire is that you have to spend extra time recruiting while you're short-staffed. But with ZipRecruiter, I've gotten quality candidates within 24 hours of posting a job. ZipRecruiter's website makes this process so much faster by letting me manage candidates in one place. Getting the right people for your company is so important. Today, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/Dave. That's ZipRecruiter.com/Dave.
Living the country life. Ideas and inspiration for your place in the country. Annoying tiny bugs flying around your houseplants might be fungus gnats, which infest the growing medium of potted plants. Fungus gnats lay their eggs in moist soil, and the larvae live in the top 2 to 3 inches. The maggots then cause damage by nibbling on the plant roots. One way to prevent them from living in your houseplant is by letting the top surface of the soil dry out before you water it again. Go after flying adults by hanging a yellow sticky card. They'll get trapped on the glue, and it might kill gnats of them to drop the population. Target the maggots by flushing the soil with 1 part bleach to 10 parts water. I'm Jody Henke. Learn more about controlling fungus gnats at livingthecountrylife.com.
Living the Country Life. Ideas and inspiration for your place in the country. You can find more information on today's topic, share your tips, and post photos by visiting us online.
If your chicken coop is nicer than your garage, then you may have a passion for poultry. We are looking for some innovative, creative coops just like yours. Enter our Creative Coop Photo Contest brought to you by Cargill Neutrino Today. 3 lucky coop owners will each receive a free Cargill Neutrino Nature-Wise all-flock feed. There are many ways to enter. You can enter up to 5 photos online at livingthecountrylife.com/Creative Coop Contest or hashtag your Coop Photo Creative Coop Contest on Instagram, Twitter, or Facebook, or find us on our Facebook page at Living the Country Life. View our website to browse entries and get ideas for your own poultry palace at livingthecountrylife.com/Creative Coop Contest. No purchase necessary. Contest ends at 8:59 p.m. Central Time on December 31st, 2015. Subject to official rules at livingthecountrylife.com/Creative Coop. Void where prohibited. Sponsor Meredith Corporation. Enter your coop photos today at livingthecountrylife.com/Creative Coop Contest.
Taylor Shellfish is a proud sponsor of the Environmentally Sound program. For 5 generations, the Taylor family's been stewards of a healthy and prosperous Puget Sound. In partnership with nature, Taylor Shellfish brings you the freshest, most sustainable shellfish you'll ever eat. Visit their store at 136 Southeast Lynch Road. Open daily from 10 to 6, and they're online at TaylorShellfishFarms.com.
KMAS wants to make sure your voice is heard. Vote! Election Day is this Tuesday.
Well, with 11 million people listening via podcast and radio to the show, you have to know that a certain percentage of them are absolute morons. I mean, just have lost their ever-loving minds. Most people are pretty nice and have their sense about them and have good, good decorum and so forth. I mean, when we do a millionaire theme hour, we get nothing but just absolute rave reviews. Everyone loves me interviewing the millionaires so you can learn how to be a millionaire. For instance, Kyle says, Dave, thanks for the millionaire hour last week. Very inspirational. All presidential candidates should be required to listen to that. But occasionally, you have, I don't know, someone whose parents are cousins or something. I don't know what their deal is, but like Dan. Dan says, Dear Dave, frankly, who gives a crap about these millionaires? Of the 3 I heard, all were salesmen, computer techs, and business people. Now, Dave, I work in healthcare. My net worth is maybe 50 grand. In all my years in the emergency room, I've never hear anyone scream, get me Dave Ramsey, or any of these salespeople, computer techs, or salesmen. I consider you all gluttons to society. I think you meant gluttons. That spelling thing, it messes you up in the ER, doesn't it? Have a great day. Money isn't everything. So, Dan, you should spend some of your income on anger counseling. You obviously have extreme issues. And what I'm confused about is why you listen to this show at all. See, I've got a rule. If stuff pisses me off at the level that this has obviously pissed you off, I just don't listen to it. Like, I don't listen to Hillary Clinton speeches. They just make me angry. Or Bernie Sanders socialism speeches. They just make me angry. You may feel that way about somebody else. That's fine. Well, why do you say, but I don't spend time, I don't follow Hillary on Twitter. Because that would just make me mad, like this made you mad. Because my view of my worldview is so completely different. I believe in capitalism.
I believe in the free enterprise system. I believe the little man can get ahead. I really do believe that. And I've got statistical and anecdotal proof of all of those things. And I will continue to roll it out. As if, though, you somehow are superior to people that write books or do radio shows, or you're somehow superior to salesmen or computer techs because you work in healthcare. You're not superior. You just work in an industry like anybody else. You're not any better because of your chosen career path. As a matter of fact, your lack of manners and ability to actually string a sentence together is an indicator you have real issues going on. You're far from superior. As a matter of fact, you would be inferior to all of these people because they've actually chosen a reasonable field, have excelled in that field over an extended period of time, and made twice what you've made. An average millionaire that we've interviewed in these millionaire hours is making around $125,000 over an average of 25 years, and most of them have $2 to $5 million, not just $1 million. And so how are they gluttons to society? They're not gluttons to society. They haven't done anything wrong. You're just a bitter, screwed up, trapped individual. That's all you are. So what I'll invite you to do is to listen to something else. Go somewhere else. Go away. And by the way, if you don't like something I'm saying on this show, any of you, at any time, I invite you to leave. I'm fine with that. We call this the Dave Ramsey Show for a reason. Not only do I own it, but it's my freaking opinion about these things. 10, 11 million people seem to care every day what that opinion is. If you don't, that's okay with me. I can live with that. I don't agree with you, Dave. That's fine. Leave. It's okay. I mean, it amazes me that people like Dan think we care. But here's the problem with our culture. That when people like this are setting the tone of the cultural marketplace, instead of sitting down and looking at your children and saying, honey, you can be anything you want to be in America today. You can study, you can work, and you can study some more, and you can work some more. And you can start from nothing and be a millionaire. 88% of America's millionaires are first-generation rich. That means they started with nothing and they became wealthy. No, money is not everything. But it is an indicator in those lives of their particular discipline. The discipline they had in their lives, the excellence they had in their lives, and it shows their character. Now, does it mean that someone is poor can't have good character? Doesn't mean that at all. Of course you can be poor. But there's a high correlation between wealth building and the ability to be diligent. And diligence is excellence over time. Continually sowing and continually reaping. Now, there's different levels of intelligence. There's different levels of talent. There's different levels of work ethic. There's different levels of focus and different levels of stick-to-itiveness. That's why there will never be, I hope, I pray, there will never be income or wealth equality in America. I pray it never happens. Do you hear me? Because if someone works twice as many hours as someone else, they should make twice as much money. Wealth equality would be highly unfair. If someone is twice as smart as someone else and can build a computer that's twice as good as someone else can build a computer, they ought to make twice as much. It would be unfair for the people that don't work as much, aren't as smart, aren't as talented, don't bring as much to the economy, don't bring as many gifts to you and I to use to make the same amount of money. If one music artist sells 10,000 albums and one sells 10 million, they should not get paid the same. If you sell 10 times as much, you should make 10 times as much. That's fair. Equality, because talents, because work ethic, because intelligence, even looks, is not distributed equally, then 100% of the time for things for the economy to be exactly equal, there's nothing you call that except communism, and it would not be fair. By definition, it would not be fair. So, no, these people are not gluttons or glutens. That's so funny. That spell check thing, it'll get you every time, Dan, on society. And it's not even proper use of the word glutton, by the way, in this sentence, but, no, they're not gluttons. They're not gluttons at all. They're just people that have outperformed you. That's all. Now, here's the neat thing. All of you listening can decide at this moment to change your performance level. You can decide to change your character. You can decide to change your vision. You can decide to change the level of education you have by going and getting some more. It's so available. Information and knowledge is so available in a digital age that it's unbelievable. You can decide today, starting right now, ready, set, go, to be different tomorrow and impact your tomorrow. And you're going to reap what you sow. You're going to grow in the fertile ground that is called your life, what you plant. Are some things out there unfair? Do sometimes we get betrayed? Do sometimes we get beat up? Yeah, that's true. And if you don't want to listen to this show, I'm perfectly good with that. But don't you dare attack these millionaires who have paid their lives, who have worked and saved and been frugal and good and kind people, every one of them that I talk to. And don't you dare attack that way of life and expect me to do anything but take their back. This is the Dave Ramsey Show.
Hey guys, it's Blake Thompson, Senior Executive Producer of the Dave Ramsey Show. This hour of the show is over, but you can also watch the show in HD video 24/7 on our free mobile app on our website at DaveRamseyShow.com. It's all free. We're everywhere to serve you.
There are three things behind every winning sports team: dedicated players, a game plan, and a coach who knows the best way to implement that plan. The same thing is true with a successful financial future, which requires a lot of hard work from the players. That's you, or you and your spouse if you're married. You've got to stay committed to saving money for your financial future. If you're single, find an accountability partner who will remind you of your ultimate goal. If you're married, you and your spouse are teammates who need to stay connected, talk with each other, and encourage each other. Because when you stick to the plan, progress happens. And whether you're single or married, you have to have a game plan, and you have to have a coach who knows the best way to implement it. Our investing endorsed local providers are experts who want to help you win. They have the financial knowledge to help you get to the championship of a secure retirement. Find an investing expert near you at ChrisHogan360.com and start planning for your successful future today.
Heading out of town? Listen to KMAS Shelton wherever you have a cell signal. Check out our website customized for your smartphone and listen online at KMAS.com.
Peace University has helped millions.
Here's the latest from ABC News. I'm Joan Bennett. Federal investigators say they've positively identified the wreckage of the cargo ship El Faro, found in about 15,000 feet of water off the Bahamas. The ship with 33 people on board went down during Hurricane Joaquin a month ago. NTSB spokesman Peter Knudsen says no human remains have been identified so far.
We're really just beginning. There's a lot of work to be done with that ROV. We're going to document the debris field around the El Faro, as well as the entire vessel.
Sonar indicates the ship landed upright. What took down the Russian airliner that crashed in Egypt Saturday? ABC's Aaron Katersky with more on one possibility.
The Director of National Intelligence, James Clapper, said he could not rule out the possibility ISIS brought down the Metrojet plane. Islamic State has a presence in the Sinai Desert, and while U.S. intelligence officials say there's no direct evidence of any terrorist involvement, Clapper, when asked whether ISIS has the ability to shoot down an airliner, told reporters, "I wouldn't rule it out." ISIS has claimed responsibility, but the head of the National Counterterrorism Center said there's no information to corroborate that claim.
All 224 people on board were killed. A lawyer who's involved in other lawsuits against Chipotle restaurants says people shouldn't assume that a company that focuses on local and fresh ingredients will be immune from food safety issues. An E. coli outbreak linked to Chipotle restaurants in Washington State and Oregon has sickened nearly 24 people. More from ABC's Alex Stone.
What in the Chipotle food is making people sick isn't clear. In fact, not all of those who have gotten sick even ate at Chipotle, leading health workers to believe E. coli may be coming from a product used in Chipotle food and elsewhere in Oregon and Washington. This is the third time this year Chipotle has dealt with a major food safety problem. Alex Stone, ABC News.
This is ABC News.
Are you hiring but not sure where to find the best candidates? As a business owner, I can tell you that your company is only as good as the people you hire. I can also tell you that posting your job in one place isn't enough to find quality candidates. But when you're short-staffed, there's no time to deal with the dozens of different job sites. Until now. Thanks to ZipRecruiter.com, I can post to 100-plus job sites with one single click and have the highest possible chance of finding that perfect candidate. Just post once, and within 24 hours, watch your candidates roll in to ZipRecruiter's easy-to-use interface. ZipRecruiter has been used by over 300,000 businesses, and you can try it right now for free. Getting the right people for your company is so important. Try ZipRecruiter and get your perfect candidate before they go to somebody else. Today, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/ABC Radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/ABC Radio. Again, ZipRecruiter.com/ABC Radio.
You're listening to KMAS News Radio. I'm Nick Scott. An E. coli outbreak linked to Chipotle restaurants in Washington and Oregon has sickened nearly 24 in the third outbreak of foodborne illness at the popular chain this year. Cases of the bacterial illness were traced to 6 of the restaurants, but the company voluntarily closed down all 43 of its locations in the 2 states as a precaution. 3 people in County Sheriff's deputy was injured in a crash yesterday on Highway 3. 38-year-old Deputy Nathan Smith was responding to a call at about 12:30 yesterday morning when 2 miles south of Allen, the deputy lost control of his patrol SUV. The vehicle rotated counterclockwise, struck a tree, left the roadway, and came to rest on its side. A huge 3-alarm blaze destroyed several expensive boats and a building at a Seattle marina overnight. Crews responded to the Westlake Marina on South Lake Union just after 1 this morning after receiving reports of a rapidly spreading fire. And by the time firefighters arrived, 4 boats were already fully ablaze, and the flames had spread to a building on the waterfront. Altogether, 4 boats sank, 6 more were damaged. No one was hurt. A duck hunter became stuck on a Hood Canal beach Saturday morning. He used a cell phone to call 911 for help. The hunter managed to free himself from the mud, but the tide had come in, and he was stranded by the rising water. A federal wayman has been sentenced to 6 years in prison and 3 years of probation in connection with a 2014 hash oil explosion in Puyallup. The U.S. Attorney's Office reports today that 25-year-old Kevin Weeks directed others to use highly flammable butane gas to make hash oil. Weeks threatened an associate to hide his involvement. Weeks pleaded guilty back in April to endangering human life while manufacturing controlled substances and related drug charges. The State Patrol is having trouble recruiting new troopers, and many department veterans are eligible for retirement by the end of this year. The State Patrol had 147 vacancies in its commissioned ranks. To address the problem, patrol leaders and lawmakers have hired a consultant that will submit a study by December for possible solutions. The patrol will close some of the gap when about 25 people graduate from the next class of troopers in mid-November. The town of Bucota is moving forward with its Main Street reconstruction project for flood mitigation. The town council and the Chehalis River Basin Flood Authority have issued a request for engineering and construction service for a $3.5 million project. The construction will address flooding on the Skookumchuck River, and it includes elevating 1,200 feet of Main Street in Bucota. After a dismal ski season last year, skiers greeted the news of the season's first mountain snowstorm over the weekend. After two rather mild, rainy storms passed through the region, it left the tops of the Olympics white with snow. I'm Nick Scott, your local news at AM 1030, FM 1033, and always on KMAS.com. It's 1:06, and now back to the Dave Ramsey Show.
Live from the headquarters of Ramsey Solutions, it's the Dave Ramsey Show, where debt is dumb, cash is king, and the paid-off home mortgage has taken the place of the BMW as the status symbol of choice. I'm Dave Ramsey, your host. You jump in. We'll talk about your life and your money. It's a free call at 888-825-5225. You jump in and we will talk. 888-825-5225. So this hour, we're going to answer a question for Hannah. Hannah is on Twitter. She says, you say students should pay cash for college. But how do you expect a high school student to save up to, let's say, $50,000? So this hour is a debt-free college hour. If you went through college debt-free, without borrowing student loans, we want to hear from you and hear your story this hour. The phone number is 888-825-5225, so that it's not just me saying it, Miss Hannah. We're going to answer questions from all over America, just for you, darling, and all the people who have the same question. Rachel Cruz, my daughter, wrote a book with me called Smart Money, Smart Kids, and one of the chapters is on going to college debt-free. So she joins me this hour as we celebrate some of you who have gone through college completely debt-free to talk about that. Welcome back, Rachel.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me on.
Well, this is so needed because the average student loan debt out there will be around $33,000 this year. We now have a crisis in America over $1.2 trillion. Or
I think it's 1.3 now.
Yeah,
I saw a recent study.
Those 0.3 trillions, they add up pretty quick, man. Those point trillions, oh my gosh. 68% of students charged items to a credit card knowing they couldn't pay their bills. It's out of control on the college campus, isn't it? You're meeting with these young people all the time.
Sure. Well, it's just a lie that this generation has believed, and frankly, our culture has believed that you can't go to college without taking out student loans. And where that is a complete lie. You can go to college today debt-free. It takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of intentionality. It takes a lot of not doing exactly what you want to do in the moment while you're in college, because it means you're probably going to go be working a job. And it means all those things, but it is possible to go to school debt-free, and it's worth it. Because I have never met a college student who paid their way through, worked their butt off for 4 years, paid their way through, got down and said, oh, Rachel, I really wish I had 30 grand in debt right now. I really wish I took out loans. No, of course not. The ones that regret it are the ones that took out the loans and say, gosh, 4 years down the road, I'm 27. I still don't have the job I want to have. I have a job that I didn't even have my degree in, and just it's a mess, and they're still paying off loans into their 30s and 40s. So the regret comes from people who have taken out loans, and that doesn't have to be the case for everyone.
Yeah. And there's ways to work your way through. There's ways to do different things. We're going to hear from callers this hour. If you went through college debt-free, we want to hear from you. And we want to testify to America that it can be done. The phone number, again, 888-825-5225. And here's the thing I think everybody forgets. The graduation rate, depending on your major and depending on which college you're in, but nationwide is somewhere in the 50 percentile, say 52, 53% of the people that start college ever graduate. Sometimes it's as high as 57. You never hear over 60, except in individual, unique college situations. But by and large, it's around the 50, 55, 57%. That means, let's say 57. That means 43% that start college don't graduate. 100% of those that have student loans still have the student loans and didn't graduate. You don't have the degree and you do have the mess. 4 out of 10 times. So this plan of, I'm going to go through school and I'm always going to make more money as a result, and I'll be able to pay back my student loans, it just doesn't always work that way. It just doesn't work that way. That's the problem you run into. So let's start with Joshua. Joshua is in El Paso, Texas. Hey, Joshua, how are you?
I'm doing well, Dave. It's great to talk to you and Rachel.
You too. So you went through college debt-free. Tell us your story.
Yes, sir. My wife and I both graduated from the Air Force Academy, Colorado Springs. We both were trying to become pilots in high school. Someone told me I could become a pilot for free, go to college for free, by going to the academy. And so I looked into it, worked real hard, and got myself in. My wife has been wanting to be a pilot since she was 5. Her dad says, and wanted to be an astronaut. Looked into it and decided that becoming an astronautical engineer from the Air Force Academy would be a good stepping stone for that. And so now we're both graduates of the Air Force Academy and both pilots.
So you lived your dream, but you let the Air Force pay for it. It's what it amounts to.
Yes, sir.
Pretty simple formula. How old are you guys?
We both turned 29 within the last 2 months.
Very cool. Very cool. Well, thank you for serving your country as well, and I'm glad your country is serving you. Rachel, we see a lot of people do that. A lot of people discount the military option, so to speak, but it's there. Even the National Guard will pay for a large percentage of your school, $10,000 plus if you do that. There's a lot of different ways you can access not only money, but education that route. I mean, you can go $300,000 in debt to be a doctor, a medical doctor, or you could go through school and let the military pay for it, and you serve them for a few years after, but you're going to serve Sally Mae the other way. There's no way around this. So military is a real option for some folks, isn't it?
Absolutely. And like you said, it's a great option to go through if that's the route you want to take, especially. I mean, gosh, you get your school paid for. It's an incredible thing.
Yeah, very cool. All right, Kyle is in St. Louis. Kyle, you went through college debt-free. Tell us your story.
Oh, absolutely. Hello, Dave and Rachel. I grew up in Southwest Kansas, and I wanted to go into broadcasting. So there was a smaller Division II school down in Southwest Oklahoma that went down for a visit and showed them kind of what I had done, and they offered me an out-of-state tuition waiver. So that kind of helped make my decision. They helped me out with that. And then once I got down there, Mom and Dad paid for half of my first semester, and I was on the hook for the other half. And so I started working work study, and then I started working in the Goodyear tire plant there in Lawton, Oklahoma, every Saturday. And I've got burns on my arms that kind of remind me I worked at that factory for a year. But after that, I just got to hustling, and I got to be down in the department and just, what can I do? And, is there anything more I can do for scholarships? And when I started asking, since it was a broadcasting field, there was always a TV show to do or something to produce, something to write, and they would give me scholarships for it. And then I got into the newspaper. And then by the time that I was a junior, I had an internship at a radio station, and they liked me so much they brought me on full time. So I was able to work a full-time job and go to school, and that's how I got through college debt-free.
So basically you worked your way through and scholarships.
Yes, I did. Yeah, it was a lot of, talking to folks and just, lack of a better term, panhandling.
Yeah. Well, just not taking no for an answer. And what made you decide not to take on student loans?
I can't really remember, but I remember in our high school, we had a big board. I went to a smaller high school in Kansas. We had a big board with all the seniors and where they were going. And I saw these big name colleges, K-State, OU, Texas, and everybody just talking was like, yeah, it's going to be expensive, but we got loans. And I grew up with some great parents.
Who told you not to do that? That's very cool. All right, it's a debt-free college theme hour on the Dave Ramsey Show.
Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Live weeknights, 9 to midnight on KMAS.
Looking for some inspiration to help you get delicious dinners on the table at night? Let eMeals do your meal planning for you and make cooking healthy and simplified. Every week you get a new delicious recipe with a corresponding grocery list in your inbox or your free phone app. For just a few dollars a month, eMeals can help you save 2 to 3 hours a week and over $1,000 a year. Get 2 weeks of eMeals for free. Take the stress out of planning, shopping, and cooking. eMeals.com.
Health insurance costs can be overwhelming, but Christians have an option. Christian Healthcare Ministries is a legal alternative to insurance and satisfies Affordable Care Act eligibility. CHM is the original healthcare sharing ministry for Christians. It's 70% less expensive than the national health insurance average and is a Better Business Bureau A+ accredited charity. To learn more, visit chministries.org. Christian Healthcare Ministries, proud sponsor of Dave Ramsey's 2015 Smart Money Tour.
I want to tell you about 3 awesome new products that help kids 3 to 12 learn how money works and instills the values they'll take with them throughout life. Junior's adventure books are all new. They're easy to read, and they have colorful new illustrations. Kids will learn powerful lessons like hard work and integrity. They'll discover the joy of giving, the importance of saving, and the dangers of debt. The stories in these 6 books are so fun, kids won't even know they're learning. Our Financial Peace Junior has been redesigned too. It offers all the tools you need to teach your kids about money. They'll learn how money works with give, save, and spend envelopes. It comes with a fun workbook packed with activities and a handy chore chart. Then there's the all-new Smart Saver Bank with compartments for giving, saving, and spending. Kids love watching their money add up. Learn more about Junior at DaveRamsey.com or call us at 888-22-PEACE, 888-227-3223.
This is Secretary of State Kim Wyman reminding you to vote in this fall's general election. This year, voters like you will decide many local races and ballot measures affecting our families. The ballot also includes 2 statewide initiatives and 4 statewide advisory votes. Ballots will be mailed to voters starting October 16. Return your ballot promptly by mail or use the drop box until 8 p.m. on November 3rd. Be an informed voter. Learn more by reading your voter's pamphlet or visit vote.wa.gov. Sponsored by the Office of the Secretary of State as provided by law.
This is Tom Wallitner, and I approve this ad.
Hi, I'm Donna Davis, and I know Port Commissioner Tom Wallitner. He's intelligent, he's experienced, and he's dedicated to making the Port of Shelton an economic benefit to the area. How? By building and maintaining the facilities that will attract businesses here, and that means jobs. To keep a good thing going, join me in voting for Tom.
Paid for by the Committee to elect Tom Wallitner, Port Commissioner.
Hi, I'm Ken Slater, the Roof Doctor. If you're like me, your family's important, so make sure that they're well taken care of. One of the best ways to do that is to provide a safe and warm home to live in. For over 50 years, the Roof Doctor has been helping families stay safe and warm by building roofs that last for generations. Our teams have some of the most experienced roofers in the area, and we only use the highest quality materials to keep your family safe, warm, and dry. That's the Roof Doctor. Give us a call.
Habitat for Humanity of Mason County invites you to shop their local retail stores in Belfair and in Shelton. At Habitat for Humanity stores, you'll find amazing bargains on discounted home improvement supplies, gently used furniture, and so much more. And when you shop Habitat for Humanity, your dollars are put to work helping to improve, build, and maintain affordable housing right here in Mason County. Habitat for Humanity. Let's build a strong community.
Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Live weeknights, 9 to midnight on KMAS.
So the student loan crisis in America is not a crisis. It's not a debt crisis. It's not the price of tuition is skyrocketed crisis. It is, among other things, a parenting crisis. We're talking about going to college debt-free this hour. Rachel Cruz, my daughter, joins us, co-author of the book Smart Money, Smart Kids, #1 New York Times best-selling author. She talks to colleges and college students and high school students all over America and has for many years. And we're finding that the average student can work their way through school. So Hannah asked us at the beginning of the broadcast, the beginning of this hour, how can you expect a high school student to have $50,000 to go to college? And the point is, Hannah, you don't need $50,000 to go to college today. You need $50,000 over 4 years, which is $12,500 a year, which is $1,000 a month, which you can make waiting tables, Hannah, at night instead of playing beer pong at the sorority house. Oh, was that too real? Rachel doesn't like that.
No, I just don't want Hannah. I don't want us to assume that Hannah's going to go play beer pong. We don't know Hannah, but the point is that there is spare time, and I hear parents all the time say, "Well, no, if my child works while in college, their grades are going to slip," and that's kind of what you're referencing. Okay, your child is not going to class and then going to lunch, then going to class, and then going to the library, then going to dinner, then going back to the library. Like, that's not happening. Let's just be honest, right? Little Johnny's probably doing other things besides just going to class. So there is spare time that you can work. And if the average college student works about 20 hours a week, research has shown us they can pay their way through an in-state school, taking that in-state tuition. And students who work 10 to 19 hours a week graduate with higher GPAs than students who don't work. And that's a telling stat right there. I mean, because it makes sense. Like, if you're having to work, you have to prioritize, you have to time manage. When you have to study, then okay, I have to study during this time period because I'm going to be going to work in 2 hours. So it forces you to be responsible when you have a job as well. And you're making that income. And I've just talked to so many students who have done it. So I can't believe that can't be done, because why can it not be done if other students are doing it?
And well, everyone, the haters all come back that are trying to say this is a societal problem. It's not a work ethic and college choice problem. Come back and say, well, you can't do that on 20 hours a week on minimum wage. Well, we're not suggesting minimum wage. I would suggest delivering pizzas. You can make 2 or 3 times minimum wage. You can babysit and make double to triple minimum wage. The minimum wage is $7. And so, I mean, $20 an hour is not unusual for babysitting.
Sure. And getting creative. I know we talked to a girl one show we did, and she got a real estate license and helped lease out and rent apartments and houses to all of her friends and got a commission on all the rents. Just thinking outside the box, that it's not having to go and flip burgers, but that you can do something, outside the box. That's not the norm for college, quote unquote, work. You can do something different.
I mean, it was when the dinosaurs roamed the earth, but I actually cut firewood one winter while I was home on winter break, enough to pay for tuition the next, and it was a bunch. I lived in the woods, and I had lots of splinters and lots of stuff on my hands and all that, and then I worked.
You're making it sound like it was like the 1800s.
Yeah, it was like, well, I mean, it feels
back
like
in
it.
the woods
So many years ago. I mean, I don't know if somebody is out there. I can't see somebody out there swinging an axe these days, but I did do that, and I got through school, and I worked 40 to 60 hours a week, and I was selling real estate. In those days, in my last 2 years of school, I worked basically a full-time job and then some, and carried a full load.
Sure, and I
got through in 4 years.
Yeah, and that's just work, and that doesn't even include scholarship money that you can get for free. Just filling out those applications, writing those papers and those essays. I mean, there is a way to do this. And for parents, I know on this show, you talk about getting out of debt, getting yourself on a budget, laying that strong foundation so that you can help fund and help your kids' college that way. And that's great. If parents are able to help their kids financially, what a blessing. But it's not necessary. And you're not a bad parent if you can't, because your child can go to school debt-free.
So the answer for you, Hannah, is it's not $50,000 you have to have up front before you can start college. You need the first semester's tuition is what you need. And you can make that the summer before by working 40 to 60 hours a week all summer.
And even going to a community college for that first year. And that price is even cut in half. I mean, you could do that for
it's cut by 75%.
$2-3 grand.
Yeah. And the grades don't go down. I was having dinner with a chancellor of a major state university not that long ago, within the last 6 months. We were having this discussion because he heard me and you talk about this on going to college debt-free. Now, this was an in-state school or state school, so they had the opportunity to do in-state. But he told me that the works real closely with the athletic department, and that the scholarship athletes, that they've been tracking their grades for years, and that their grades go up in season with their sport. When it's basketball season, basketball players' grades go up. When it's football season, football players' grades go up. Baseball, so on. And I said, how do you explain that? It would seem like they have less time then than ever. He said, exactly. They have to budget. They have to manage their time more carefully, or they don't, they're going to bomb out. And so they don't have time for all the distractions. They have to do the studies along with their practice. And when you're playing a varsity sport, I mean, that's a lot of hours that you're playing to do that. Not everybody's got that option to pay for your school. That's not the point. I was not a scholarship level athlete in college.
You weren't?
No, I wasn't.
Oh my gosh. Unbelievable.
Who knew?
You played basketball.
Well, I'm not going to bring yours up either.
I'm not kidding.
They don't have a sport called talking, so you didn't have a chance. But
communications.
You got a degree in it, but yeah. So, but the point is not the scholarship there. The point is that the time management of someone who's got an extreme situation. Chris Hogan, our other Ramsey personality, has a master's degree in finance. While he was getting the master's, he was doing graduate. He was a graduate assistant on the football team, and he was working a full-time job, and he was going to school full-time. And that got him through school completely debt-free. It paid for his school for him to get his master's. And so there's all kinds of ways to get at this. But let me go back to the original thing. College choice is the biggest problem, because you talk about a state institution. The average state tuition for a year is about $8,000. About $8,000. And so, that versus $52,000 versus $57,000 or $47,000 or $28,000 is a big difference. Now, I'm not saying you shouldn't go to a school that costs $50,000 a year versus $8,000 a year. I am saying if you don't have the cash, you shouldn't. I am also the same guy who tells you to not buy a $110,000 car when you don't have $110,000. You should buy a car that you can pay cash for. You should go to a school that you can pay cash for. And let me just tell you, there's almost no data that shows that where you go to school is correlated with your level of success in life. As a matter of fact, there's some data that's the inverse of that the Wall Street Journal did. That there are more CEOs of Fortune 500 companies that graduate from state schools than prestige schools. So you don't always get a successful life by going to an expensive college. Now, I don't mind you going to a school that's more expensive than a in-state tuition. I do mind you doing that and then claiming somehow you were forced into student loan debt. That's just not logical. You chose to borrow money to go to a school you couldn't afford. That's all that is. That's not that college can't be done debt-free. That's not that at all. And so that's just wrong thinking. And some of you parents need to step up beside your 18-year-old and walk with them, right?
Oh, absolutely. Parents play a huge role in this. I mean, I've talked to so many students, and they have $90,000, $100,000 in student loan debt with their undergrad degree in English. And that's it, something like that. And I'm like, oh my gosh, where were your parents to step up and say, you don't have to go $110,000 in debt to get your undergrad degree in English or something like that. So parents have to step up, love your child well enough to direct them to a wiser choice.
To get your undergrad degree in anything, that's absurd. It's absurd.
Right, that's what I'm making, the point.
It's just
any undergrad degree for $100,000 that you went into debt for.
But it also begs the other point of be careful with your field of study, that it's actually applicable in the marketplace. All right, we're talking how to go through college debt-free, talking to some of you that have done that. And we'll take calls from Texas and Louisiana next on the Dave Ramsey Show.
Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Live weeknights, 9 to midnight on KMAS.
I get asked all the time, when in the baby steps is the right time to buy life insurance? My answer is typically now. Life insurance is not part of the baby steps because it's needed when your family has debt and not enough savings to provide for their financial needs. That's when they're at the highest risk. And no matter where you are in your baby steps, it's a necessity, not a choice. This includes working husbands and wives, as well as stay-at-home parents. It's pretty expensive to replace those stay-at-home parent responsibilities. I only recommend term life insurance since it's the most affordable way to get the right amount of coverage and not break your budget. Go to xanderinsurance.com or call 800-356-4282. These are the guys I personally use. Term life insurance is inexpensive, and your family needs this no matter where you are in your baby steps. That's xanderinsurance.com or call 800-356-4282.
You're listening to KMAS News Radio. I'm Nick Scott. An E. coli outbreak linked to Chipotle restaurants in Washington and Oregon has sickened nearly 24 in the third outbreak of foodborne illness at the popular chain this year. Cases of the bacterial illness were traced to 6 of the restaurants, but the company voluntarily closed down all 43 of its locations in the 2 states as a precaution. 3 people in Portland and 19 in Western Washington have gotten sick. A Mason County Sheriff's deputy was injured in a crash yesterday on Highway 3. 38-year-old Deputy Nathan Smith was responding to a call at about 12:30 yesterday morning when 2 miles south of Allen, the deputy lost control of his patrol SUV. The vehicle rotated counterclockwise, struck a tree, left the roadway, and came to rest on its side. A huge 3-alarm blaze destroyed several expensive boats and a building at a Seattle marina overnight. Crews responded to the Westlake Marina on South Lake Union just after 1 this morning after receiving reports of a rapidly spreading fire. And by the time firefighters arrived, 4 boats were already fully ablaze, and the flames had spread to a building on the waterfront. Altogether, 4 boats sank, 6 more were damaged. No one was hurt. A duck hunter became stuck on a Hood Canal beach Saturday morning. He used a cell phone to call 911 for help. The hunter managed to free himself from the mud, but the tide had come in, and he was stranded by the rising water. A federal wayman has been sentenced to 6 years in prison and 3 years of probation in connection with a 2014 hash oil explosion in Puyallup. The U.S. Attorney's Office reports today that 25-year-old Kevin Weeks directed others to use highly flammable butane gas to make hash oil. Weeks threatened an associate to hide his involvement. Weeks pleaded guilty back in April to endangering human life while manufacturing controlled substances and related drug charges. The State Patrol is having trouble recruiting new troopers, and many department veterans are eligible for retirement by the end of this year. The State Patrol had 147 vacancies in its commissioned ranks. To address the problem, patrol leaders and lawmakers have hired a consultant that will submit a study by December for possible solutions. The patrol will close some of the gap when about 25 people graduate from the next class of troopers in mid-November. The town of Bucota is moving forward with its Main Street reconstruction project for flood mitigation. The town council and the Chehalis River Basin Flood Authority have issued a request for engineering and construction service for a $3.5 million project. The construction will address flooding on the Skookumchuck River, and it includes elevating 1,200 feet of Main Street in Bucota. After a dismal ski season last year, skiers greeted the news of the season's first mountain snowstorm over the weekend. After 2 rather mild, rainy storms passed through the region, it left the tops of the Olympics white with snow. I'm Nick Scott, your local news at AM 1030, FM 1033, and always on KMAS.com.
Busby, CNBC Radio. A good start to the new month on Wall Street with a rally today extending October's gains following a flurry of mergers and acquisitions. The Dow today up another 165 points. The Nasdaq up 73. Oil giants Chevron and ExxonMobil were the biggest gainers in the Dow today. That's after both posted better than expected earnings on Friday. The biggest blue chip decliner today, though, Visa down 3% after posting mixed earnings this morning, but announcing it's buying Visa Europe, a company it spun off 11 years ago, paying about $23 billion. U.S. manufacturing grew in September, but at a slower pace than before, gaining at a 2.5-year low while hiring fell that month. But there was good news about U.S. construction spending. It rose more than 0.5% in September to more than $1 trillion, to the highest level since March of 2008, on a surge in new apartment building construction. I'm Tom Busby, CNBC Radio.
Ringing in the ears, all natural ring relief helps. Our customers tell the story.
Peter C. says, "This is the first thank you I have ever written to a company. Your ring relief product has greatly reduced my tinnitus. Thank you for the good night's sleep."
James H. wrote, "This is the first time I've been free of ear ringing in over a year."
These are unsolicited testimonials from our customers. No gimmicks. If you suffer from tinnitus, join the thousands who found relief with all-natural ring relief.
Ring relief is available at Kroger, CVS, Rite Aid, Walgreens, and Walmart. Or go to ringrelief.com for ring relief eardrops.
There are no guarantees in love, but there is a guarantee from EH Plus by eHarmony, our new personal matchmaking service. At EH Plus, your own personal match that will be satisfying and exciting. EH Plus goes far beyond regular online dating sites, and that's a guarantee. Visit us at ehplus.com/love or call 1-855-930-LOVE.
Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Live weeknights, 9 to midnight on KMAS.
In the lobby of Ramsey Solutions, William and Marissa are with us. Hey, guys, how are you?
Great.
How are you?
Where do you guys live?
Cooperstown, New York.
Awesome. Welcome to Nashville. And here to do your debt-free scream?
Yeah.
Yes.
Complete with T-shirts pre-printed for the occasion.
Yeah.
Gazelle Intense and Dave.
It's my homie.
Oh, there you go. Who
I've
knew?
already gotten a lot of compliments in Nashville on it.
American Distress.
I love it. Fun. How much debt have you guys paid off?
We paid about $94,000.
Cool. And how long did that take you?
7 years.
And making what kind of money during that time?
35 grand.
Wow.
Yeah.
We started out, and right after we paid it all off, then it bumped to like 80. It was like,
whoa. What happened?
We prayed.
What happened?
Well,
Work hard and good things happen.
yeah, we pretty much had a lot of up and down, moving around, trying to find a job. And we had the problem a lot of people that you're talking to this hour didn't have, which is we took out loans.
So you had a lot of this was student loans, a lot of the 94?
Yeah, and we had to
How
take
much
jobs.
of it was student loans?
Almost all of it.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Yeah, we had a little bit, just a tiny little bit in credit card and a tiny bit on like a car note when we
Yeah, I had to have a laptop, and I'm one of those tech guys now. So
what are your degrees in?
I have many in education.
In education?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Chemistry.
After graduation.
It fluctuated a little. We went up as high, I think 45 when I was looking at our taxes, but it was pretty much 35 the whole time. And it was
So-
pretty low. We were living on
what
nothing.
What happened 7 years ago that took you guys on this journey?
He doesn't remember it though. He doesn't. Christmas, and he's like, I found this guy on the radio. We should listen to it. I downloaded it on the iPod, and for 6 hours we listened to your show.
Oh.
And so I was like, okay, that's it. We're listening to this forever.
I was a grad student. I was sick of being broke. So that's had enough.
Yeah, pretty much. We just said, okay, I'm in my last year of master's degree. We're going to pay it. We're not going to take out any more loans. And so we looked at each other and said, what can we sell to pay to pay off this last, Yeah.
That's a long time.
Yeah. This is our honeymoon.
Huh?
We didn't take one. So this is our honeymoon. We came to Nashville.
There you go. To do a debt-free scream at Dave's office. Wow. Very cool. Well, congratulations, you guys, for sticking with it. So
Yeah, it was not easy.
since we're talking about this, I'll change subjects for a second. We're talking about going to college debt-free. If you had it to do over, what would you do different?
Oh, wow.
Got
That's
this,
easy.
right?
We tell all of our siblings, anyone that will listen in high school, anyone at all that is looking down the barrel. I work with a lot of teenagers and some stuff like odd jobs that I do. And I'm like, listen, don't take out loans. I don't care what you have to do. Sell things, work all the time. The years before you go, work over summers. We live in a tourist town. So I'm like, get a job during the summer, work your butt off, but don't take out a loan because you're going to regret it. And we have a lot of friends that do.
Yeah.
How much can you borrow? Well, how much will you give me? It's not how it works.
Yeah.
You'll regret it.
Yeah, that's 7 years. 7 years of slavery will wake you up to that fact forever.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys will never go back.
Never. No,
So
never.
What do you attribute the key to getting out of debt? What do you tell people the secret to getting out of debt is?
Intensity. You've got to be on fire on
Yeah.
purpose.
And it's a long time to be on fire for us, but there were those times when you're just like, well, we're just not going to have a car for 6 months. And we live in the middle of rural New York. So we took a bus that only came into town 2 times a day for 6 months going to work without a car and lived in a studio apartment with a dog and just basically used clothes forever until we couldn't anymore and sewed the holes in them if we needed to. And
It's like the tuna fish story, right? We ate hot dogs and onions. And
Yeah.
I promise you can eat on a budget. It is cheap if you eat hot dogs and onions.
Wow.
So, yep.
That's scary
And
right
I didn't
there.
look like this. I've been eating a lot better. So
now that the income's gone.
yeah,
up,
we were both about 20 pounds lighter. It's true.
go into debt.
It's a good thin scheme.
Despair diet.
Wow. Well, congratulations, you guys.
Thank you.
Very,
We've
very
been
proud of
waiting
you.
and waiting, and all of our family, they weren't actually all supportive. They kind of thought we were nuts, but
But now
Now
we
they-
have money.
yeah.
So.
And all of our friends are seeing our progress, and they're like, "Wow, tell me about this budget. Like, what do we do?"
Yeah.
How does it work?
How's this debt-free thing happen?
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah, and once you start winning, people want to know how you did it.
Yeah, no one wants to do it when you're driving a jalopy, but
Yeah,
everyone
right.
wants to do it when you're doing well.
Cool. All right, William and Marissa, Albany, New York, $94,000 paid off in 7 years, making 35, now making 80. Count it down. Let's hear a debt-free scream.
3, 2, 1.
Way to go, you guys. Awesome job. Proud of you. Very, very well done. All right, let's go to Neil in Baton Rouge. Neil, you went to college debt-free?
I sure did. I graduated from LSU in 1996 with 0 debt.
And how did you do that?
Well, first of all, I got a lot of scholarships. My degree is in music education, so I applied to the school and I auditioned. So I got scholarships based on music and academics that covered my tuition.
So what was your GPA coming out of high school?
It wasn't like top of the class. I wasn't super crazy driven. I was just a decent student. I probably had a 3.5 or somewhere around there.
Okay. But you applied for lots of college-based with that particular college associated with music and associated with some academics, and you were able to get how many dollars of it paid for?
Yeah, it paid all the tuition, but not room and board.
Okay.
But I also applied for lots of other little small scholarships. My grandfather was a veteran of foreign war, and his post offered a scholarship that was like $300 a semester, and I won that scholarship. That paid for my books.
Mm-hmm.
I also applied for a little scholarship with my parents' credit union, and that gave me $1,000 when I first started to help, get all the stuff I needed to get started with school.
Mm-hmm.
But I had also applied to a private university and auditioned with them as well. And I got a scholarship, but it only paid for half of the tuition. So choosing the state school was a no-brainer because it was fully paid for, the tuition part anyway. But I also worked all the way through college. I did a work-study program when I was a freshman, and then I got a nanny job, and so I took care of kids, all through the summer and after school every day.
So when you hear a news report of the student loan crisis, what goes through your mind?
Well, I have 4 kids now, and my oldest is a sophomore in high school, so we're very nearly approaching this current situation of going to college, and unfortunately, we don't have anything saved up for it because of choices that we made in the past. But we've told him all along, he's very aware that he's not getting a free ride from us, and that a lot of weight is on his shoulders. And honestly, I think it gives him a greater sense of responsibility, and it probably has lit a little fire under his butt for him to do better in school, so that he has the decent enough grades to get scholarships himself. And also, he's 15-year-old, but he already has a job as well, so he understands working to make a living and how that can improve him and better his life. So when I hear about it nationally, I think, it's all a matter of choice. Nobody is forcing anybody to go get into that much debt just to get an education.
Yeah. And so when you hear this on the news, after your personal experience and looking at your kids and the story like I have, I don't have a ton of mercy to this. I mean, I get it, and I'm helpful to people who are hurting in this area. I get that part. But, man, it just seems like it's not necessary, is it?
I agree. I agree.
Hey, thank you for calling in, Neil. We appreciate you joining us. Rachel Cruz joins me this hour. She'll be back on the mic after this break as we talk some more debt-free college stories.
KMAS wants to make sure your voice is heard. Vote! Election Day is this Tuesday.
I got to tell you, listen, all of you, listen. You need a will. Dave, I might die if I do a will. You're going to die. Human beings have a 100% mortality rate. You're not getting out of this alive. You need a will. You need a plan. You need to have all the instructions done, and you need to have everything laid out exactly what's going to happen when you perish, when you leave this earth. Folks, it's that simple. You need a written will. No more excuses. My friends at U.S. Legal Forms make it so incredibly easy to get a will. They offer this thing called the Legacy Bundle, where you get a state-specific will, power of attorney, and a living will, all for just $39. Order your Legacy Bundle today. You'll get 3 of the most important legal forms you'll ever need for just $39. Go to uslegalforms.com/Dave and get started today. That's uslegalforms.com/Dave, or call 800-820-3065. That's 800-820-3065.
One day, it's about your life and your money. It's the Dave Ramsey Show.
How do you find the best realtor to sell a home? Well, I can tell you how you don't find them. They're not the friend of your mother. They're not somebody you ran into once at the grocery store who said they just got the real estate license. And you got to have somebody that can handle people and handle difficult situations and walk you through this thing and help you understand exactly what the offer means when the offer does come in. And you got to have a real pro. Hi, this is Dave Ramsey. Tune into my show weekdays from noon to 3 here on KMAS.
Hi, I'm Marlo Brown, the new owner of Vanderwall's Garage. We want to get your car ready for the season's weather. Rain and snow can do a number on your vehicle. We know it needs to be reliable for whatever life throws your way. We do tire replacements to brake installation, oil changes, and more. Vanderwalls is your one-stop shop for the repairs your vehicle needs to keep on going. Call us today at 426-8208 and get $20 off your next service. Thank you.
Hey, it's us, the gunk between your teeth. You know, the gunk brushing can't reach. We just want to say thanks for letting us stay so long.
You the man.
Yeah, there's even more room for us now that you're in your 50s and your gum line is shrinking.
Oh, yeah.
Super comfortable in here. And we're sorry about the whole receding gums thing.
Yeah, it makes you look older.
You could get gum disease, which makes your breath smell. Sorry, bro.
Hey, do you hear that? Yeah? What is that? It's floss. I think it's floss.
Hey, that's no reason to whip out the floss. I mean, yeah, most people are flossing now, but we've settled in and let's get out of here.
Floss daily or carry around gunk you don't need. Keep your floss ready and your gums healthy and gunk-free. That's the way to unleash the power of oral health, the power of the Mighty Mouth. Go to themightymouth.org to learn more. A message from the Mighty Mouth and WDS Foundation.
Hi, this is Terry Allen with a look at the community calendar on KMAS. Nonprofits post your events on KMAS.com. The Hoodsport chapter of Take Off Pound Sensibly would like to invite anyone interested in taking control of their weight to join Friday mornings for support. Weigh-in is from 8:30 to 9:45, and the meetings begin at 10. Pops meets in the Hoodsport Community Church, 71 Finch Creek Road. For KMAS News Radio, I'm Terry Allen.
Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Live weeknights, 9 to midnight on KMAS.
Our scripture of the day, Hebrews 13:18. Pray for us, for we are sure that we have a clear conscience, desiring to act honorably in all things. Will Rogers says, live so you wouldn't be ashamed to sell the family parrot to the town gossip. That's good. I love Will Rogers. He's one of my favorites. One of my favorite, best compliments I've had, and I don't know when, was some guy tweeted the other day that I was a modern day Will Rogers. Not even close, but that's a pretty nice compliment just the same. He was a classic, to say the least. Live so you wouldn't be ashamed to sell the family parrot to the town gossip. Rachel Cruz joins me this hour, co-author of the book Smart Money, Smart Kids. We're talking to people who have gone to college completely debt-free. Robbie is in Louisville. He's next. Hey, Robbie, so you went to college debt-free. Tell me your story.
Absolutely. I went to University of Kentucky, graduated about a dozen years ago with a degree in mechanical engineering. Went ahead and went to grad school and got an MBA right on top of that. But I was raised on a farm and raised to work hard. My dad's the hardest working person I know, and also knew that I had to have a plan to go to college. So I just started working from an early age. My first paycheck was from stripping tobacco at age 12, making $3.50 an hour. Basically banked everything I made all the way through, except for paying a few $1,000s for a car. So when it got close to graduation time, I had thousands of dollars saved up, and knew I was going to go to school in state. So I was in pretty good shape there, and it took a lot of the pressure off to try to get a scholarship, but still hit the books hard. Took the ACT for the first time in the 7th grade, and just took it early, took it off, and got high ACT score, high GPA. Graduated with the 4.0 and got involved in a bunch of extracurricular activities, so I wound up getting full scholarship.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you had full your scholarships were academic, though, eh?
They were. Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
Amazing. And Rob, you said you got your MBA as well?
I did.
And you did that debt free?
Absolutely.
Amazing. How'd you do that? Because that's what I hear is the grad schools, that and getting MBAs, all of that it's impossible to do that debt free.
Well, I did it at the same university in Skate. Even grad school tuition is not that bad, and all that money that I had saved up from working all my life, I kept it in the bank. I didn't go buy a new car. I didn't go buy a keg every weekend or whatever a lot of people do. I saved it and banked it, and during college I worked on the weekends. And
how did you know to do all this?
A lot of it was my parents, and they told me you need to have a plan. My dad jokingly half the month says you need to get a good job so you can afford to pay lots of taxes. But just that mindset of have a plan, and it never really occurred to me to take out a loan. My parents went through college essentially debt free. They went to community college and then university and state route. But again, I never really considered it because there were so many avenues available to not have to get a loan.
What do you do? What do you do for a living now?
Essentially a data analyst.
Ah, okay. Very cool.
Yeah.
Well, Robbie, I think that was a key phrase that you said that a lot of people don't have, is that you said it didn't even occur to me. It wasn't going to be an option for me. And drawing that line in the sand and saying that it's not going to be an option, it's amazing that you find other ways to go to school debt free.
Robbie, thanks for sharing your story. Very good stuff. Hard work, and college choice. That's what I heard. All right, Matt is in Houston, Texas. Hey, Matt, tell us your college debt-free story.
Hey, how are you? One of my former students, I just want to give a shout out to him, Tim Newton.
Oh, yeah.
He just got married recently. And
yes, he did. Yes, he did. We're proud of him, and he married a girl that works for us, Lindy. Yeah, he's a sharp dude. Okay, tell us your debt-free story.
Okay, well, I couldn't just phone in on this, but I went through undergrad, and I was a music major. It's funny because I heard the music major, and I was another music major. I went through my undergrad, and I auditioned, and I went out of state. But they were going to give me, basically a waiver of out of state. And my parents said, well, this is what we can afford. And I said, okay. So I went to work, and I lifeguarded during the summer. And during my undergrad, I worked, I was teaching private lessons after I got done with class. So I taught about 2.5 hours of private lessons, and then I went and worked at a restaurant. And the bar/restaurant I worked at, I also was playing in a band there. So when I wasn't playing or teaching privately, I was just working and going to school. So, I didn't have time to really think. But I had a great time. I really did. I had a good time. And then when I graduated, I moved down to Houston because that's where the jobs were. And I established in-state residency here. I got a full-time teaching job. I decided I wanted to go back to school and get a master's degree. And I went at night. And
wow.
I saved up. I had a full-time teaching job. And I saved up and I paid for credit. And I was going from 5 to 8 once I got out of work. Did a couple classes here and there, and went through, got done with that in 2 years, and decided I wanted to go back and get another master's degree. And then when I was down here, I was teaching private lessons. It was before I got married.
And you pay cash for every bit of this?
Yes, sir.
Man, that is absolutely amazing. Well done, Matt. Very cool. Well, again, it's hard work and scholarships. And he picked up jobs everywhere he could, left and right, 6 different ways. I want to make sure I reserve time to make sure we get Jeff on. Jeff's in Midland, Texas. Hey, Jeff, right quick, tell us your college debt-free story.
All right. Well, I started off with an associate degree in culinary arts right out of high school. My dad helped me split the bill. I worked part-time, stayed at home. Well, after that, I went into the family business of plumbing instead of going into culinary arts. I liked it better. I liked the money a whole lot better. I liked the hours better. Well, I decided I wanted more. So I started, a couple years after that, I started tinkering away at a bachelor degree, 1 class at a time or 2 classes at a time. And man, before you know it, after a while, I finished up with the bachelor degree. And then
how long did it take you to do that?
Since I already had the prereqs in community college, they pretty much accepted all of them. I only needed an additional 40 hours. So it only took me, I don't know, like 3.5 years part-time. Part-time. I cash flowed it right out of my plumbing wages. And then I finished my bachelor degree at the end of last year. Now I'm starting my master degree at a state university. Still plumbing, still paying for it myself.
What are you studying?
1 or 2 classes at a time.
What are you studying?
MBA.
Oh, good. Good for you. Are you going to apply that to taking over the family business?
Well, I still might. I still enjoy the whole construction world, but what I'm kind of looking at is right now I'd really like to figure out a way to start a consulting business that, focuses on the construction world.
There you go. And teach him some of the things you're learning, yeah.
Do what he wants to do without having bills to pay, student loan bills.
Yeah, no student loans, no student loans, no student loans, no student loans. I heard a lot of work. I heard choosing carefully where you're going, when you're going, how you're going, and scholarships. Some of it had to do with grades, but most people don't have a 4.0 GPA. Most people don't score 36 on the ACT. But the one young man said he took the ACT early and often. That's not a bad thing because obviously the higher score is the one that counts. And you took it 2 or 3 times. Each of our kids did. Is that about right?
Yeah, 3 times.
3 times because we wanted to make sure and took classes on how to take the ACT in between.